Seeing the fire tribe was about to attack, Xiao Die refused to go back to the Han tribe first, insisting on staying here with him to fight the enemy. Han Feng was touched by her determined gaze. He couldn't help but see her in a new light, so he reluctantly nodded, thinking it would be fine to let her witness it this time as long as she didn't join the fight. Just then, Da Shu also walked over, followed by two women. They spread out an animal hide on which lay a pile of small black stones. "Chief, this is what we found on them, it's flint." Han Feng picked one up to examine it. "Good work. Now bring all of them here, then light a few more fires, bring a bucket of water and some white salt, and grab a piece of meat too." "Yes, sir, I'll get on it right away." He planned to interrogate the dozens of youths on the other side. The Han tribe's main force didn't stop at Thatko Mountain, but continued eastward, marching through the night toward the settlement where the young men and women in the group were exhausted. They had been walking for over 5 days and still hadn't reached the Han tribe, and now they were being forced to march at night. Everyone was complaining that all they did was walk. So they all asked their team leaders how much farther they had to go. The leaders told them they were almost there at most, just half a day's journey left, which is why the chief decided to march through the night and even promised them the tribe had food ready, and they'd even get a late-night meal when they arrived. To calm them down, the leaders also hyped up the Han tribe, saying the Han tribe raised tons of fierce beasts, had more food than they could eat, and went fishing every day. Everyone had their own pottery, and salt was endless, you could eat as much as you wanted. Hearing this, the young men and women all laughed out loud, full of anticipation for the Han tribe their leaders had just described, and the fatigue from the journey seemed to fade a little. At the camp on Thatko Mountain, 3 youths from the fire tribe were tied up with their hands behind their backs, kneeling in a row before Han Feng, with a member of the hunting party standing guard behind each one hand on their shoulder, and the other gripping their hair to control them, forcing them to look at him. Dali had already prepared everything he needed. Several fires were lit, and beside them was a small wooden bucket filled with clean water, mixed with a bowl of white salt, with several thorny branches stuck inside, and next to the fire was a bronze shovel used for digging. Han Feng told Xiao Di to step aside, then signaled to begin the interrogation of the youths kneeling in a row. "There are 30 of you, in total 6 of whom left markers along the way. You must be in 5-man teams. Which one of you is the team leader?" The youths, forced to look at him by the grip on their hair, either didn't understand what he was saying or understood, but didn't want to talk. Their faces pointed toward him, but their eyes darted around, not daring to look him straight in the eye. "Chief, I know who the 6 are." Shoya, standing beside him, spoke up. "Good, separate those 6. Shoya immediately went over and pointed out several guys, and the warriors behind them immediately dragged the 6 away. When the youths who left the markers saw they were being pointed out, they knew they'd been discovered and had been watched all along. All hope was lost, and each one of them hung their head and collapsed to their knees. They didn't know what Han Feng would do to them, but it was very likely he would kill them. Han Feng looked at these 6 among them, was the guy who had tried to run earlier and got a beatdown from Da Shu. Right now, that guy was kneeling, his mouth full of blood, his eyes staring at the ground. "You brought all this flint to start a fire, didn't you? Tell me, what did your chief tell you? Talk and you live, stay silent, and you die." But to his surprise, no one spoke up. It seemed no one wanted to be the first to talk. After all, the fear their chief Li Yan had instilled in them was too great. Betraying Li Yan meant being burned alive. They had witnessed Li Yan's fire punishments many times. The excruciating pain of being burned alive was a fate worse than death. Getting killed by Han Feng would be a mercy in comparison. Seeing this, Han Feng didn't waste any more words. He told Shoya to drag out the guy with the bruised face, had 2 men hold him tight, and then held the red-hot bronze shovel up to his chest, the heat blasting his face. Made the youth's eyes go wide, sweat pouring off him like a waterfall. "Talk and I'll let you live. Don't and I'll cook you well done, but I won't let you die," Han Feng said as he moved the bronze shovel in front of his chest. A few strands of his hair touched the shovel and immediately sizzled and smoked. The youth struggled for his life, trying to back away from the red-hot object, but he was held fast, and the more he struggled, the more it looked like he was just trembling. Han Feng glared at him and pushed the shovel closer. A sizzle sound rang out like grilling squid, and the fragrant smell of barbecue filled the air. The youth squeezed his eyes shut and screamed, I'll talk, don't cook me!" Han Feng pulled the bronze shovel back, cursing, "Damn it, you should have just talked from the start. Why'd you have to make me do this?" The remaining 29 youths who witnessed this were scared pale, breaking out in a cold sweat, and as the night wind blew, a chill ran down their spines, making every one of them shudder. The Han tribe warriors watching were also stunned, but after a moment they burst out laughing. Han Feng shot them a look and they immediately shut up, but their bodies were still shaking uncontrollably. The youth who had just been released immediately collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, as if he'd just been pulled out of the water. He looked down at his chest. How am I not hurt? Then he looked at Han Feng sitting by the fire, who was sprinkling salt and spices on a golden brown piece of grilled meat. "What's still not talking? Want to go for round 2? He said while waving the grilled meat in front of the youth's face. The youth looked at the grilled meat in Han Feng's hand, his feelings a complicated mess. After 2 seconds of silence, he gestured and said, "The chief told us to leave markers. When he leads his men to attack the tribe, he'll light a signal fire from a distance. When we see the smoke, we're supposed to set fire to the houses, and when everyone scatters in panic, he'll lead his men to charge into your settlement. How many days did it take you to get here? It takes 2 days to get to Dream Valley, but I don't know about getting here. The kid thought for a sec, but he still couldn't figure it out since it's not a straight shot. Whatever, take 'em away. Tie their hands and hang 'em from a tree feet off the ground. Give 'em a bowl of salt water every day and feed 'em once every 3 days. Set up a guard rotation. Thu NHA and the others grunted in agreement and dragged the kids into the forest. Han Feng turned around and took the grilled meat to find Xiao Di for dinner. As he walked, he analyzed the intel he'd just gathered. It takes the fire tribe 2 days on foot to reach Dream Valley. Although he didn't know which direction they were in from Dream Valley, the fire tribe didn't know the way, so they couldn't take a direct path to Thatko Mountain. So if they want to attack Thatko Mountain, they'd have to walk 2 days back to their tribe to gather men and supplies, then walk another 2 days to Dream Valley, and only then could they follow the markers to Thatko Mountain. That whole process would take 5 days at the minimum. All in all, it would take them at least 9 days to get here. It's already the 5th night after the Spring Festival, which means the earliest the fire tribe could attack Thatko Mountain is late in the afternoon, 4 days from now. When the time comes, they'll light a signal fire from a distance. The moment this side goes up in flames, they'll charge in. Now that I know the enemy's plan, I'd have to be a real idiot to lose. When they light their signal fire, I'll start my own fire and set up an ambush on the mountainside and wait for them. Having figured everything out, his mood lightened up a lot. He happily brought the grilled meat over to Xiao Die. After everyone finished dinner, Big Rat led him to the thatched hut they had already set up. Looking at his and Xiao Di's backs, Big Rat snickered. "Hey, Chief, you know how to make babies? If you don't, I can teach you. I've got 5 kids already." "Get the hell out of here! Your punishment is guard duty tonight. No sleeping." The second Han Feng heard Big Rat offer to teach him, he blew up, damn it. "I've lived 2 whole lifetimes. You really think I need you to teach me?" "Yes, Chief. I guarantee nobody will get near this place," Big Rat replied with a straight face. Seeing that sly look on Big Rat's face as he ran off, Han Feng was so pissed he almost grabbed a rock to chuck at his head. He turned and stepped into the hut. The inside was pretty clean. A layer of dry grass was spread on the ground, and on top of the grass were 2 short-haired antelope hides. Xiao Di was lying there, her face flushed, but with no fire or lamp in the hut, it was pitch black, and he couldn't see her clearly. He lay down next to Xiao Di. After a bit of wrestling, she pulled his arm over, rested her head on it, and snuggled up against him. In the pitch-black thatched hut, Han Feng held Xiao Di close, staring wide-eyed at the roof, his mind wandering. Suddenly, he felt something was off. "Why wasn't she wearing any clothes?" Mom said. "This is the only way I can have your baby." Xiao Di stammered, her voice barely a whisper. A small hand rested on his chest, stroking it. Han Feng was shocked, speechless. "Man, this mother-in-law of mine is way too helpful." "Whoa, hold on, don't move, I'm still just a kid." "Chief, don't you like me?" Hearing him tell her not to move, and then grabbing her hand, Xiao Di suddenly felt hurt and started sobbing. In the dark, Han Feng could feel the girl in his arms trembling as hot tears fell onto his arm. He quickly pulled Xiao Di into a tight hug to comfort her. No, it's not that I don't like you, it's just that we're still too young. I don't want you to have a baby this early. It wouldn't be good for your health." But Xiao Di still didn't seem to get it, so he had to explain some of the basics about having kids, and how having a baby when you're too young can lead to a difficult birth. About half an hour later, Xiao Di finally stopped crying, lifted her small face and asked him, "Chief, so when can I have your baby?" "At least 3 more winters. No 2 winters tops." All right, 2 winters it is." Xiao Di huffed, then lay on top of him without saying another word. A moment later, she mumbled again. "Mom said, I'm going to be the chief's wife someday, and she told me I have to be a good helper to you. When we get back to the Han tribe, I'm going to plant tons of hemp and weave lots of linen for you, for our children, and for the whole tribe. I'm really good at weaving, my mom taught me everything." Xiao Di chattered on, falling asleep on top of him. Han Feng, however, was still thinking about his plans for developing the tribe. The Han tribe now had an additional 550 people, and at the end of this month, the Dukhan tribe would bring him at least another 100. The Han tribe's total population was about to break 1,000. If he kept using the same old loose management style, it was definitely not going to work. The Han tribe needed reform. Before, the Han tribe only had a little over 300 people from just 4 clans. Now it had suddenly jumped to over 1,000 people, and the members' origins were more complicated, coming from over a dozen tribes. The most important thing for the Han tribe to do now was to establish a system for inter-clan marriage, a household registry, and a division of labor based on skills. On top of that, there had to be a clear class structure to make management easier. Most importantly, he had to form a powerful army. All this stuff was giving him a headache. In the end, he just shook his head. "Whatever the reforms will have to wait till I get back to the tribe. For now, I just gotta focus on winning this fight." Han Feng cracked his stiff neck, pulled an animal hide over himself and Xiao Di, and finally drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, just as the sky was lighting up, Xiao Di was sleeping soundly on top of him, when she suddenly felt someone playing with her hair, and a wet sensation on the back of her neck like someone was kissing her. But he was clearly lying right next to her, so who was kissing the back of her neck? She slowly turned her head and suddenly saw a long, wet trunk waving back and forth over her. Ah, Chief, there's a monster, Zhao Di shrieked in fear, shaking him awake and scrambling to hide behind him. Han Feng rubbed his eyes and saw the beast Ruby standing at the hut's entrance looking all innocent while licking its trunk. He turned to Zhao Di and said, "That's the Han tribe's giant elephant. It's a plant eater, it won't bite ya." When the sun came up, Tio Diep was sprawled out on top of him, sleeping like a log, when all of a sudden she felt someone messing with her hair and a wet sensation on the back of her neck like she was being kissed. But he was obviously lying. Right beside her, so who the hell was kissing her neck? The girl slowly turned her head, only to see some long, slimy trunk waving all over her, Ah, Chief. Behind him, Han Feng rubbed his eyes, looking at the creature Nuke B standing at the tent entrance, innocently licking its trunk. He turned to Tio Deep and said, "That's a Kung Tuong from the Han tribe. It only eats grass, it won't bite people." Zhao Deep, hiding behind him, nodded, still spooked, but a second later he felt something moving behind him. He whipped his head around and saw a giant hole ripped in the back of the hut. Another long snout was poking through, ripping off thatch and shoving it in its mouth. He turned back and facepalmed. "Damn it, they see grass, they eat it. You punks already ate my grass skirt, now you're eating my damn hut too, just you wait." When Zhao Deep and he got out of the hut, Ru Bao and Hui Shan were already chowing down on breakfast. The bigger these two got, the more they ate, giving him a massive headache. Seeing that the two creatures really only ate grass, Zhao Deep wasn't as scared as before. She ran around them, curiously checking out his two pets. Meanwhile, he went to find Dali, who was taking his turn on watch. Dali, tell the tribesmen to build a bunch more thatched huts on the peak opposite Mount Thako to make it look like a residential area. Just make a lot of them, it doesn't matter if they're actually livable. When the time comes light fires, we need to make sure the people at the foot of the mountain get a clear view of a whole sea of fire. Dali scratched his head, grunted in agreement, and ran off to find people for the job. And so under Han Feng's command, everyone laid out the battle plan, getting ready to corner the enemy. Meanwhile, to the northeast of the Fire Tribe, over a dozen kilometers away, Yu Fu was leading nearly 100 people on the move. Out of those, almost 100 people, more than 50 were from the Yu tribe, while the other 30 were all wildlings rounded up from all over. They had just picked up 6 more people, an old woman and 5 kids, all of them outcasts from their tribes. A man named Yu Ye suddenly piped up, "Big bro, are we heading to the Tu tribe? Didn't the Fire Tribe already wipe them out? They're not all dead. I've seen signs of people living there before. Everyone keep moving, it's just over an hour to go!" They finally arrived at the foot of a cliff. The area was scorched, and the ground was a mess of craters. There had to be 40, maybe 50 graves at first glance, and right in the middle of them was a freshly made grave, in front with 2 branches stuck in it, from which hung 2 fresh human heads. The other graves had similar branches also decorated with human heads. Looking closer, there were a total of 9 heads, but one of them was all dried up. Who knows how long it had been hanging there. "See, told you there were still survivors," Yu Fu said to his brother, pointing at the gravesite. Then he turned to an empty clearing with not a single soul in sight and shouted, "Xuetu, come on out, I know you're still alive." The words had barely left his mouth when a rustling came from a nearby tree, and a burly man nearly 6'1" suddenly leapt down. The man wore a tiger skin loincloth with a scar more than a foot long across his chest, his long hair hiding his face, making him look like a total maniac. Only the 2-meter-long wooden staff in his hand and his former image didn't match at all. That was the weapon passed down through generations of the 2 tribes' chiefs. "What do you want with me? I'm alone now, I've got nothing to trade with you," the man named Xuetu said in a raspy voice. "But you've still got yourself. There's a tribe looking for people. You're young, living out here on your own. Why not just join a tribe?" "And no, I'm not going anywhere. My wife and child, my people, they're all here. I have to slaughter everyone from the Fire Tribe to get revenge for them." Yu Fu didn't back down. He kept trying to persuade Xuetu. "But you're just one man. No matter how skilled you are, you can only take out a few of them. The tribe I'm talking about has hundreds of people, plus their weapons are insane. You could join them first, and if you can convince them to help you get revenge, that's the only way you'll be able to destroy the Fire Tribe." Xuetu was taken aback. What Yu Fu said actually made sense. He was just one killer after all, and you need an army to annihilate an entire tribe. He then asked, "Yu Fu, where is this tribe of several hundred people? How good are their weapons? Can they defeat the Fire Tribe's fire axes?" "I'm not going to tell you where it is. If you want to go, you'll have to come with me. I have to take you people there to trade for supplies." Yu Fu said it straight up, no beating around the bush. Xuetu didn't even flinch. He knew Yu Fu wouldn't just show up for no reason. The Yu tribe never did anything unless there was something in it for them. Then Yu Fu started hyping up the Han tribe, talking up everything from their bows and arrows, to their spears, from their pottery to their white salt. Xuetu was floored by what he heard. After thinking for a bit, his attitude started to soften. "Even if I want to go, I have to wait until I bring my tribesmen back. I can't just abandon them." Yu Fu looked at Xuetu's stubborn expression, so pissed he gritted his teeth, and thought, then what was the point of this whole conversation? He shot back a comment and turned to walk away. "This offer has an expiration date. If you want to go, you'd better be quick about it." After a few steps, he looked back with a grin and added, "But when you get your people back, you could always just join my Yu tribe, find another woman, start a new life. It's better than living like a savage out here." Watching the Yu tribe walk away, Shuetu stood there in silence, clenching his fists. A part of him desperately wanted to join the tribe Yu Fu talked about, but he just couldn't turn his back on his people. He glanced at the two fresh heads, quietly lifted his staff, and started a new hunt. Soon enough, he was back at the burial ground, where the fire tribe dumped the corpses. He found a tree to climb, and watched the fire tribe from high above. It didn't take long for him to spot something off. The fire tribe was mustering its warriors. He estimated over 260 of them, and each one was carrying bundles of stone clubs wrapped in fire rat skin. All the captured women and children were being herded into the cave. The entrance was guarded by almost 50 grown men. Shuetu knew exactly what the fire tribe was planning. Some other tribe was about to get seriously screwed. After a moment's thought, Shuetu decided to follow the fire tribe, both to find a chance to pick off a few guys for revenge and to see who their target was. Once they got close, he planned to take a shortcut to get ahead of the fire tribe and warn the target tribe. With the fire tribe's plan about to be wrecked, Le Diem led his massive army forward aggressively, completely clueless that an assassin who hated his guts was silently tailing him from behind, plotting to make him suffer a crushing defeat. And so, seething with hatred, Hoyot-do tailed the fire tribe for days on end, finally losing his patience when they were just one day away from Thatko Mountain. Damn it! Who the hell is the fire tribe trying to attack, going this far out? Whatever, I'll get my revenge first. At midnight, Hoyot-do, hiding in the forest, finally found his targets. It was the same old simple and brutal method. Two guys taking a piss in the forest didn't even have time to scream before a wooden club caved their skulls in. After doing the deed, Hoyot-do made a swift escape as usual. Before long, the guards arrived, only to find two more headless corpses. Le Diem was absolutely livid that bastard dared to follow him all the way here. What utter disrespect. He immediately woke everyone up in the middle of the night to hunt down the assassin with torches, but Hoyot-do was long gone, so how could they possibly find him? The warriors returning empty-handed made Le Diem even more furious. The guard who delivered the news got unlucky. He took out all his anger on him, beating him within an inch of his life and then burning him alive. Truthfully, Le Diem wouldn't normally fly off the handle like this. It's just that he didn't expect their target to be so far away. They'd been marching for days and still weren't there. He had already lost all his patience and roared, "How much damn farther is it?" A subordinate stammered fearfully. "Chief, we're almost there. It's only one more day's journey away. There's a mountainside there. I didn't dare get close for fear of being spotted." Hearing this, Le Diem repeated through clenched teeth, "Just one more day. Just one more day." Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Fong wasn't just sitting around. At that moment, he was leading his clansmen on Thatko Mountain to test the range of their bows, standing at the designated spot for the archers. He drew his bow and shot an arrow toward the mountainside. The arrow landed 350 meters away. Tio Diep watched from the side with curiosity, not knowing what he was doing. Han Fong explained to her, "Once the enemy charges past the line marking our arrow range, we can start attacking." Then he fired several more arrows, forming a straight line, which became the next range marker. Thu Nha led his men with bronze shovels and straw dummies painted with white lime, planting them in the ground where the arrows had landed. An ordinary person would just think it was some strange custom and wouldn't suspect that these were markers. By noon, everyone on Thatko Mountain was ready. Han Fong didn't deploy any cavalry, instead having all those who could shoot a bow dismount and fight as infantry. If only they had the right kind of bows for horseback archery, like composite bows or crossbows, then he wouldn't have to worry about a shortage of archers. Just then, Hoyot-do, who was still tailing the fire tribe, noticed something was off. The fire tribe usually only ate 2 meals morning and evening, but today they had stopped for lunch. Hoyot-do realized they must have arrived. The fire tribe was about to attack. He immediately detoured, circling around to the front of the fire tribe to warn the tribe about to be attacked. He followed the markers running for 4 straight hours and finally saw the row of white straw dummies while on the peak of Thatko Mountain Han. Fong and his people were enjoying a leisurely lunch. Suddenly a sentry reported that someone had come to deliver a warning. Han Fong was very surprised. This was outside of his calculations, but he still led some men to the edge of the mountain to meet Hoyot-do. After a thorough questioning, Han Fong agreed to let him up the mountain, but also secretly warned his clansmen to be on guard. Hoyot-do urged him to flee, saying the fire tribe's numbers were 3 times his tribe's. He didn't want to see their tribe get wiped out like his was, but Han Fong was firm that he wouldn't run, telling Hoyot-do to just stay and watch the show. Although Han Fong was only a kid, his commanding presence completely convinced Hoyot-do. He obediently decided to stay. Over an hour later, as the sun began to set, the fire tribe piled up firewood at the foot of the mountain, preparing to light a signal. Fire. Seeing this, Han Fong wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he was thrilled the moment had finally arrived. Right then, the fire tribe was piling up firewood at the base of the mountain, getting ready to light a signal fire. But seeing this, Han Feng wasn't even scared. He calmly ordered his tribesmen to light the fires, and a dozen or so of them with torches quickly set ablaze 100 thatched huts. In a flash, the flames roared to life. Li Yan saw the massive fire on the mountaintop and thought they'd succeeded, so he got hyped and roared orders for his tribesmen to charge and attack, yelling that the white salt pottery and women were all theirs. Right after that, every man in the fire tribe grabbed a torch and 2 long spears and charged, and it wasn't long before they were 50 meters from the straw dummies. Li Yan even screamed for his men to burn the Han tribe's totem poles, which were actually just those straw dummies. The dummies were quickly torched by the burning stone axes, becoming an even clearer line for targeting, but they had no idea they were just walking into a death trap. Han Feng saw the fire tribe charge to within 10 meters of the straw dummies, and immediately ordered his tribesmen to draw their bows and fire. Before the first volley of arrows even hit the ground, he ordered them to fire 3 more consecutive volleys. From a distance of 350 meters, the arrows flew as thick as a swarm of locusts, straight towards the fire tribe. Many of the tribe's men were shirtless and had no shields. The first volley alone with its 115 arrows caused over 50 casualties. Some were hit with 2 or 3 arrows and died on the spot, while others were hit in the arm or leg, instantly losing their ability to fight. They immediately started to panic, some thinking they were being punished by the gods for burning the Han tribe's straw dummies. Li Yan wanted to order his tribesmen to keep attacking, but the 115 arrows of the second volley had already arrived. The warriors who had just helped each other up were hit again, and those who were already wounded in the arms and legs were struck by arrows once more. This time they couldn't get back up. There were also a few lucky ones who dodged the first volley, but they got hit too when they ran over to help the wounded. When the third volley came, the fire tribe fell into even greater chaos. They wanted to run, but how could Han Feng let them escape? He immediately ordered his tribesmen to fire 5 more consecutive volleys. Hearing this, his men got hyped and fired with all their might. After several rains of arrows, the fire tribe's army of 260 men was left with fewer than 50 uninjured warriors and less than 30 wounded. They scrambled to get away from the straw dummies. Li Yan, who was hit in the main artery of his leg, also ran with the remnants of his army. The arrow stuck in his thigh kept him from running fast. Li Yan was a cold-blooded dude, though he gritted his teeth and yanked the arrow out. But the barb on the arrow severed the artery. He ran a few more steps, then collapsed and dropped dead. Meanwhile, Han Feng led his tribesmen chasing and shooting until they had killed almost all of the fleeing enemies before stopping. Xue Tu, who was following Han Feng, looked at the bodies littering the ground and the arrows sticking out everywhere. He was shocked that these short arrows were so damn deadly. Han Feng ordered his tribesmen to clean up the battlefield, retrieve the arrows, pile the corpses in one place, and that they would be buried tomorrow. Xue Tu picked up a few arrows and told Han Feng that he wanted to join the Han tribe, but Han Feng didn't give him a straight answer. He still didn't fully trust the story Xue Tu told him about the fire tribe. He had to wait and confirm it with those youths from the fire tribe before he could decide. When Xue Tu heard that Han Feng had kept some fire tribe members alive, he was thrilled. His hope of joining the Han tribe was rekindled. Soon after Xiaoya came to Han Feng's side to report the results of the battlefield cleanup, there was a total of 248 bodies with a few dozen arrows still missing. It was too dark to find them. Han Feng waved his hand and ordered everyone to fall back. They'd deal with the rest tomorrow. At that moment, Xiao Di was waiting anxiously for him on the mountaintop. He hadn't let her follow when everyone was chasing the enemy. She could only relax after she saw him lead the men back safely. After going through an intense battle and then cleaning up the battlefield, the tribesmen were all exhausted. After receiving Han Feng's order, everyone went back to rest. He also called Xiaoya over and told him to get some food for those 3 youths to feed them until they were full, and tomorrow he would make them dig the graves to bury their own tribesmen with their own hands. Early the next morning, the youths, having had their first full meal in days, started working. Seeing that all the attackers of the Han tribe had died here, they were both shocked and full of regret. If only they hadn't listened to Li Yan and become spies. When the pits were dug, Han Feng walked up to them and said, "You are all people that the Han tribe traded white salt for, plus you all got wives at the spring festival. You could have lived peacefully in the Han tribe. Now the fire tribe has been wiped out. Do you want to die with your tribesmen in these pits or join the Han tribe, have kids with your wives, and live a peaceful life? The choice is yours." Hearing that the youths didn't even have to think, they immediately started crying and begging to join the Han tribe. "Since you want to live, then I'll ask you a few questions. How many people are in the fire tribe? Where is the settlement, and how many women and children are there?" The youths immediately scrambled to tell him everything. They knew, afraid they'd be killed if they were too slow. Only then did Han Feng learn that the fire tribe still had about 50 men. The rest were all women and children, totaling over 1,000 people. He decided he would bring those women and children back, even though it would be a burden. He couldn't just stand by and watch those kids starve to death. After that, everyone spent the whole morning packing up, walked for half a day, and finally arrived back at the Han tribe's settlement by late afternoon. The Han tribe had changed a lot. The new tribesmen lived in pointed roof thatched huts outside the main wall, and there was also a simple fence outside of that. In the evening, all the tribesmen ate together. Da Shu reported the situation to Han Feng, saying that during this time, everyone was living normally, and the newly arrived tribesmen were also looking for jobs they could do. The skilled members of the Mushroom and Cloud tribes joined the gathering team, finding some new edible plants and a deep red dye. Han Feng named the plant Crimson Beauty Herb. He made a mental note to use it for dyeing cloth later. The teens from the Trident and Mastiff tribes joined the fishing team, catching a ton of fish every day. Meanwhile, the kids from the Herd and Thorn tribes were all about woodworking. And when they learned Han Feng invented the wheelbarrows, they immediately became his biggest fans. The Cave and Tooth tribes also found work they were into. The Cave tribe joined the pottery crew, the Tooth tribe took up metallurgy, and the Pearl tribe discovered a new source for sugar. It turned out the roots of a man-eating plant could be processed into brown sugar. The teens from the other tribes joined the hunting party, but Han Feng figured they couldn't just rely on hunting forever. The Han tribe was so big that they'd eventually wipe out all the nearby wildlife. They needed to start catching live herbivores to domesticate them. Plus, the rabbits they were farming were breeding like crazy, and they already had over 500. The rabbit population was set to explode this year, and by then they wouldn't have to worry about the shortage of livestock. After hearing Big Tree's report, Han Feng called a meeting with the Han tribe leaders to plan their next steps. Shaman Rat spoke first. He said the number of the newcomers was overwhelming and the caves were too crowded. They couldn't even light fires in the thatched huts. He was worried a lot of people wouldn't make it through the winter. The elder agreed, adding that food and hides for the winter needed to be stockpiled fast. Bloodsaber then piped up, saying he could bring all 1,000 plus people from the Fire Tribe over. Everyone scowled at the idea. They were already packed. Adding another 1,000 plus people would mean fighting for every bite of food. But Han Feng just laughed it off, saying most of them were kids. Although they couldn't contribute much, they also didn't eat a whole lot. As long as everyone pulled their weight, they could feed them. He then laid out his detailed plan. First, they needed to build more animal pens and scale up their livestock farming and assign more people to fishing. The hunting party would be downsized, focusing mainly on trapping. Only a few people would need to check the traps each day. The rest of the crew would be felling trees, digging canals, and firing bricks to get ready for house construction. Later on, they needed to dig more irrigation canals for the rice paddies and plant more crops. The carpentry and metallurgy teams would now focus on tool production, cranking out more iron axes and bronze shovels. The next morning, Han Feng assembled 100 people to raid the Fire Tribe. To keep the kids from putting up too much of a fight, he specially assigned 10 female archers to the team. These warriors were led by Big Rat with Beast Fang as his second-in-command and Bloodhead as the guide. He also threw in 10 moose so they could ride back for help in an emergency. The whole crew had to be back before the next full moon. The guys got ready right away and were soon off on their moose. Meanwhile, Han Feng kept dishing out jobs to the others. The gathering team was told to collect more vines to weave baskets, prepping for the canal digging and wall construction. The teens from the Cave Tribe were tasked with digging a fish pond by the river, so any leftover fresh fish could be tossed in there to be saved for later. Having only one brick kiln was way too slow, so they needed to build 2 more. He put Big Hammer and Wooden Barrel in charge of the metallurgy and carpentry teams. The 2 of them were to coordinate, to first produce tools, then build more wheelbarrows. Seeing everyone with a task, Little Deep ran over and asked Han Feng what she should do next. He thought for a second, then told her to go plant hemp. Once it started growing, she was to take cuttings and try to expand the cultivation area within the year. Little Deep's heart was set on weaving, but since the hemp wasn't ready, she had no choice but to follow his orders. With all the jobs assigned, he moved on to the most critical task. Han Feng pulled the elder and Shaman Rat aside to discuss registering households and giving out names. The 2 old men just stared at him, completely clueless about what he was saying. Han Feng had to patiently break it down for them. He explained that registering households meant every adult male would have his own family unit complete with a wife and kids. From now on, everyone needed a family name and a given name, with the family name representing their tribe or clan. People with the same family name couldn't get hitched for at least 6 generations. Since most of the members were from different tribes, they could easily find a husband or wife right here as long as they had different last names. He also made it clear this wasn't about forcing people to live apart, but about every man having his own house for his wife and kids. That was the only way to guarantee the purity of their bloodlines and clans. When a son grew up, he had to move out, find a wife, and start his own family. He'd also be responsible for supporting his parents just like they raised him. On top of that, he laid down the law that once married, no man or woman was allowed to cheat. Anyone who broke this rule would be busted down to a slave for life. The men would be sent to the mines and the women would be put on baby-making duty. That night, the 3 of them announced the new rules to the entire tribe. Even though most of them didn't really get it, they trusted that Han Feng knew what he was doing. The job of registering households was given to the elder to handle while Han Feng took charge of the naming process. He'd come up with the family names and people would just tack them onto their existing names. Afterwards, he and Big Tree began prepping for the city's construction, surveying the land and planting stakes. He explained the building plans to Big Tree as they worked. Each house would be 10 meters by 10 meters, split into 3 rooms. 1 room for the adults, 1 for the kids, and the one in the middle would be for cooking and heating. They could also add a small shed for firewood, hay, and tools. Plus, they needed to dig a dry latrine for each house. Building with bricks meant they had to dig foundations, pack the earth down real tight, and then lay the bricks with mortar. Mixing mortar for the walls, doing the roofing, plastering, and laying tiles. During the lunch break, Xiao Di brought over a white string, excitedly saying it was made from rabbit fur. Hearing this, Han Feng was super surprised. and asked where she got the rabbit fur from. Xiao Dia said the rabbit plucked the fur from its own belly. Han Feng quickly explained, that's the fur a mother rabbit uses to make a nest for her babies, but luckily it's gotten warm so the kits should be okay. Xiao Di then mumbled that she tried to pluck a camel's fur to weave with, but it just spat all over her. Han Feng cracked up laughing and promised that once he made some shears, he'd clip the camel's fur for her. After that, it took him 3 days to meticulously craft a pair of shears. They were made from 2 triangular blades, one side flat, and the other convex with a round hole in the middle for a pivot. The handles were 2 long bronze bars, and after casting and filing them down, he used a pin made of bronze to rivet the 2 blades together, then sharpened the edges. Xiao Di grabbed the shears, jumped for joy, and ran off to clip the camel's fur. Han Feng smiled and turned to check on the 2 newly built brick kilns. This was the foundation for all the work to come. You can't build houses without bricks, and the clay from digging the river was the essential ingredient for making them. Therefore, to speed up construction, he had no choice but to push the pace on both these projects. Thankfully, after several days of everyone busting their butts, the 2 new brick kilns were finished and the river digging was also proceeding smoothly. The newcomers had been living with the Han tribe for nearly half a month now. They watched the tribe transform day by day, and all these changes were thanks to their chief. They couldn't help but start seeing him as a god, and at the same time they were damn proud to be part of the Han tribe. You gotta understand, no matter what tribe they were from before, they never had their own pottery to eat their fill from every meal. The most important thing was that here they had white salt, and it was unlimited. This was something they couldn't even have dreamed of before. Meanwhile, Han Feng, trying to free himself up from the grunt work, was teaching a few of the sharpest people in the tribe how to build houses. As long as they got the hang of it, he would have more time for other business. At that exact moment, Big Rat was leading 100 men from the expedition force, silently creeping up to the boneyard to scope out the situation with the Fire Tribe. By this time, it was pitch dark. The 50 men from the Fire Tribe were still clueless that their main army had been totally annihilated. The few guys who got away had also disappeared completely. The Fire Tribe's women and children were locked up in a natural cave. The mouth of the cave was narrow, just wide enough for 2 people to pass through at once. Only 5 dudes were guarding the entrance, completely letting their guard down. They had a bonfire going right in front of the cave, chilling around the flames and roasting some fire rat meat for a midnight snack. The other 45 guys were busy getting it on inside the tents and caves with all kinds of noises coming from in there. After scoping things out, Big Rat and his people made their move. Big Rat thought it was way too dark to use bows and arrows, so he ordered Beast Fang to take 10 men and 10 women, each armed with a bow, and sneak to the foot of the mountain to waste the dudes guarding the cave entrance. He figured there were fewer than 10 of them, so 20 bows firing 3 volleys should do the trick, then they'd rush in. Beast Fang nodded, and Blood Fiend went with Big Rat leading the remaining people. They broke into teams of 2 to go into the tents and caves for the slaughter. It was pitch black inside anyway, and the other guys were deep in their activities, so bows and arrows were no good, so it was better to just rush in and kill them. Big Rat silently slipped into one of the tents. A guy from the Fire Tribe was on top of a woman. Big Rat gently pulled the bronze dagger from his belt and got behind the guy. The woman saw Big Rat and froze in terror, not even daring to breathe. The man felt something was wrong, and just as he turned his head, Big Rat brought his axe down, shattering the guy's skull, splattering blood and brains all over the woman. But the man wasn't quite dead. His head was stuck on the axe blade. Big Rat yanked hard, pulling the body along with it, then planted his foot on the man's face to wrench the axe free and turned to check on the others. Blood Fiend in another hut was even more efficient. He charged in and smashed the man's skull with one swing of his club. From the second he walked in to when the guy died, it took less than 3 seconds. The woman trapped under the corpse didn't even realize what had happened before Blood Fiend was already gone. In another hut, though, a teenager from the Han tribe had just crept in when the man inside dodged him and the kid got pinned down and choked. Luckily, the woman there helped him out, kicking the guy off. The teen's partner also got there in the nick of time. A spear ran the man straight through the chest and fresh blood sprayed everywhere. In the chaos, some woman screamed in terror and a Fire Tribe man heard it, grabbed his weapon and came out to fight. Both sides suffered casualties. One kid couldn't use his long spear in the tight space of a grass hut, so he got clocked by a stone axe and went down badly injured. Fortunately, Big Rat got there just in time to save the kid. The guards halfway up the mountain heard the noise and were still talking about it when Beast Fang led 2 archers to a position about 100 yards away. He gave a hand signal for everyone to form an arc, draw their bows, and then he yelled, "Fire!" The twang of bowstrings and the whoosh of arrows cut through the night as 21 arrows flew right at the 5 men standing by the cave mouth. In the glow of the fire, the 5 of them were totally exposed. In the blink of an eye, 3 of them were struck and died instantly. 1 was hit in the arm and 1 lucky bastard was shielded by his friend's corpse. The guy who was hit in the arm had just cried out when the second volley hit, turning the last 2 men into human pincushions. Beast Fang, leaving nothing to chance, ordered 2 more volleys, riddling the corpses with arrows before leading the charge up the mountain. At this point, there was no resistance left up top. Beast Fang easily secured the cave entrance. He then raised a torch to signal the forces below. The battle at the foot of the mountain wrapped up quickly, and Big Rat ordered everyone to start dragging out the corpses. After the dust settled, all 45 members of the fire tribe were dead. On Big Mouse's side, one was dead, one severely injured, and two had minor wounds. The seriously injured guy was a former prisoner of the fire tribe. His collarbone was shattered and his flesh torn open. He definitely wasn't gonna make it. In this battle, they lost 2 men to kill 50 enemies and captured over 1,000 women and children. Just then, the women from the cave came out and gathered around as a teenager who had been a prisoner of the fire tribe told them, "I was captured by the fire tribe, and now I've brought people to save all of you. The fire chief who went to attack the Han tribe was defeated, and all his men are dead. Everyone can come with us to the Han tribe." Hearing this, a sharp-eyed woman recognized the teen and asked if it was for real. The teenager replied, "It's true, the fire tribe has no men left, and the cave is ours now. You can all bring your children outside." Hearing they could bring their kids, the women immediately rushed back into the cave. The Han tribe members followed, leaving only the wounded and Big Mouse behind. Big Mouse told the injured man's buddy to go on into the cave, while he knelt down next to the wounded guy and asked if he had any last words. The injured man cried that he didn't want to die, saying his tribe had been wiped out by the fire tribe. He was lucky to survive, joined the Han tribe, even got a wife, and just wanted to live in peace. Big Mouse sighed and patted his shoulder, telling him he'd look after his wife, then snapped the guy's neck to give him a quick, painless end. Then he turned and walked towards the cave. Inside a cave halfway up the mountain, some women who were still awake heard the commotion. They thought about making a run for it, but the moment they peeked out, they saw the guards shot dead with arrows. Then 2 more volleys of arrows scared them so bad they just collapsed to the ground. One pregnant woman tried to flee, but another woman holding her child and also showing a small baby bump said, "It's useless to run. We're pregnant and have little kids. We could never survive on our own out in the wild." The other women were stunned by her words and just sat down on the ground and started crying. They knew they needed men. Pregnant women were too vulnerable to protect themselves. Just then, female archers sent by Han Feng started climbing up from the base of the mountain, heading for the cave entrance. They started pulling their arrows from the corpses to collect them. The ones that were still good went back into their quivers, and the broken ones were gathered to be fixed later. The women inside the cave saw that the attackers were women who had just won a battle, and their eyes widened in shock. The women cleaning up the battlefield smiled at those inside the cave. That smile made the pregnant women feel like they meant no harm. One woman holding her child stood up, her voice trembling as she asked the female archers, "What tribe are you from? Can you take me with you? I know how to make rope and skin beasts. I'm pregnant now, so I can't forage. But after I give birth, I can do any kind of work. Please, can you take me with you?" She figured a tribe with female warriors had to be incredibly strong enough to fight off other tribes. Plus, women must have a high status in a tribe like that, where they could be warriors and hunters. A tribe like that could protect her, which is why she wanted to join. The women collecting arrows didn't understand her, so they just stepped aside to let them out. The woman with the child quickly thanked them, then cradled her belly and walked outside. The other women followed her, and soon dozens of women from the foot of the mountain ran up with the Han tribe warriors right behind them. One woman shouted excitedly, "Sisters, we're free! Those teenagers brought people to rescue us! The fire chief was killed by the Han tribe, and all the men down the mountain have been wiped out. The fire tribe is finished. We can join the Han tribe." Big Mouse then spoke to one of the teens who had been a prisoner of the fire tribe. "Go tell those women that we're taking them to the Han tribe. We won't imprison them, and we'll give them food. They'll work and live just like our own women, and we won't harm their children. Tell them to be ready to leave with us tomorrow." The teen nodded and went off to find his family. The other teenagers were also looking for their own families, and once they found them, they had tearful reunions, then went through the crowd spreading the word, telling all the women to join the Han tribe. The women bombarded them with questions about the Han tribe, asking how many men there were, if they had enough food, what the daily work was like, and whether they bullied women. When they found out the Han tribe could make tons of water containers, had more white salt than they could ever eat, knew how to raise animals, and even used beasts for labor, and that women weren't just locked up to pop out babies and everyone had their own jobs, they all agreed to join on the spot. Even knowing it was a 7-day journey, they were determined to go. Beast Tusk went over to Big Mouse and asked Captain, "With this many people, how are we gonna take all of them?" Big Mouse looked at the crowd of pregnant women and kids and scowled. "First, let's just loot this place and see what's useful. Find any animal skins, food baskets, or anything else that can carry things. If push comes to shove, we'll carry the baskets and the kids ourselves. Man, I wish we had some ox carts right now." Beast Tusk nodded, seeing there was no other choice. Everyone tore through the settlement, grabbing all the usable animal hides and dried meat they could find, and even roasted all the fire tribe's fire rats for rations. Early the next morning, Big Mouse used the demolished thatched huts to cremate the 2 fallen teenagers, then led the group of over 1,200 women and children and set off. Among the more than 1,200 people, 470 were adult women, nearly 300 were pregnant, and the rest were all kids. They wrapped the children in animal skins using ropes and vines to secure them to their backs, or simply carried them in their arms. The Han tribe warriors pitched in, carrying kids on their backs too. The moose were loaded down with baskets of dried meat and hides, easing everyone's burden. The massive group began their journey back to the Han tribe. Behind them, the Fire tribe's settlement was engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, back at the Han tribe camp, just as the sun was rising, Big Tree set out with 20 men assigned to him by Han Feng. 10 dudes paddled canoes upstream, while Big Tree led the other 10 on mooseback, guiding ox carts across the bridge on the land route, the carts loaded up with mining tools, stone rollers for paving roads, and wooden water barrels. The small 3-meter-wide bridge was surprisingly sturdy, easily holding the weight of the fully loaded ox carts. Big Tree led the crew to find a flat, wide path marking the route, so the oxen could drag the stone rollers over it, packing it down again and again, filling any potholes with rocks and dirt, before rolling over them some more. But damn, these dirt roads were a nightmare to maintain one good downpour, and they'd turn into a total mud pit. They stuck to the east bank of the river, heading north and steering clear of the Black Rat tribe's old turf since it was deserted now. But what a coincidence, the Chestnut tribe, the Black Rat's old neighbors, were actually on their way to visit the Black Rat tribe that very day. Last year, the tribe had traded for some clay pots from the Black Rat tribe, and after learning how to cook with them, they got totally addicted to the new grub. Problem was, they didn't have enough pots. So their chief Mao Li rounded up his hunting party and a few of the younger girls to go trade for more. They hoofed it all day and finally reached the Black Rat tribe's old camp by late afternoon, but the scene in front of them made their blood run cold. What the hell went down here? Right then, Mao Lat, the chief of the Lat tribe, was leading a hunting party, and some young women to the Black Rat tribe's old territory planning to trade for some more clay pots, but the scene before him made his scalp crawl. What the hell happened here, he wondered. The place was covered in black soot, and there were charred human bones everywhere. Mao Lat picked up a piece of human bone, staring blankly for a long time. Even if they were attacked by an enemy, there's no way they'd all be dead. Otherwise, who would have cremated the bodies? They must have been attacked and then moved somewhere else. Thinking this, Mao Lat led his tribesmen to find the Black Rat tribe's new home. After a ton of effort, they finally found traces of the tribe on a small mountainside to the north. That evening, the sunset painted the entire sky red. To the west of the Black Rat tribe's settlement, there were 3 very noticeable columns of smoke. It was the smoke rising from 3 brick kilns the Han tribe had built by the river. Mao Lat remembered the previous chief once saying that from the Black Rat tribe heading towards the sunset for a day's journey would lead to a small river. The Black Rat tribe probably wouldn't have moved too far, so they were likely right by the river. He decided to camp there for the night. The next morning, he sent a warrior back to their tribe with a message saying the Black Rat tribe had moved and they'd be back in 2 days. He then led the others west to find the Black Rat tribe. At the same time, Big Tree hid the small boats by the riverbank and led his people into the dark forest, while Big Rat led an army of over 1,000 men marching menacingly towards the Han tribe. Back in the Han tribe, Han Pong was busy building houses. Just as he was showing his tribesmen how to build walls, Mao Lat's group arrived at the riverbank. As soon as they got there, they saw the Han tribe's fishing team pulling in their nets on the other side. Seeing them, the women thought they were enemies, immediately grabbing their bronze spears to block the bridgehead, shouting non-stop, "Enemies!" Hearing the screams, the people digging the river nearby immediately grabbed their bronze shovels and ran towards the bridgehead. In less than 2 minutes, over 500 people had gathered at the bridge. Seeing such a huge crowd, Mao Lat got so scared he turned to run. Saving his own skin was way more important than some pottery. But just then, someone from the Han tribe recognized Mao Lat and quickly called out to him in the Lat tribe's native tongue. Mao Lat heard him and stopped, realizing it was the guy he had sold to Big Rat a few months ago. But he was super confused. Could this be the Black Rat tribe? How did they suddenly get so many people? The young man ran over to Mao Lat and explained how Big Rat had sold him to the Han tribe, also revealing that those clay pots were actually made by the Han tribe. Earlier this year, the Black Rat tribe was attacked by enemies and joined the Han tribe. There was no more Black Rat tribe now. After hearing this, Mao Lat realized he'd been totally ripped off. That Big Rat was a real, sly fox. But this time, he was here to trade for clay pots. Now that he knew the stuff belonged to the Han tribe, he could trade directly with them. So he asked the young man to lead the way to meet the Han tribe's chief. When they got to the bridge, they happened to meet Han Pong, who had heard the news and come over. The young man introduced him, saying this was the chief of his old tribe here to trade for pottery. Hearing this, Han Pong's spirits lifted instantly. His 50-meter blade was already sharpened and itching for some action. He immediately led them into the tribe. Mao Lat followed with his people. When he saw the beautiful pots and pans lined up around the grass huts, he was immediately dazzled. There are this many. Han Fong waved his hand, telling his tribesmen to bring out the pottery and white salt, asking him what he wanted to trade for. Mao Lat saw a container of white salt and curiously asked, "What's this you can trade? People for this stuff?" Hearing that, he scooped up a pinch of salt and gave it to him. "This is called white salt. Eating it gives you more energy for work." Hearing this, Mao Lat popped the whole pinch of salt into his mouth. The next second, his face scrunched up like a monkey biting a chili. But it was a taste he'd never experienced before. After a moment, he got used to the salty flavor and hurriedly asked, "What's the trade for this white salt?" He then took a small bowl and filled it with a heaping mound of white salt. This much for one young man, a little less for a young woman. Mao-lat was stunned, thinking to himself what a ripoff. But this white salt was really good stuff. He was in a tough spot for a moment. He wanted both the white salt and the pottery, but he didn't have many people to trade. So he cautiously asked, Chief Han, can I use other things to trade as long as I can get it? I'll definitely figure out a way. He thought for a moment. It wasn't impossible. For example, live herbivores or tasty fruits or the roots and seeds of various plants. When Mao-lat heard this, he immediately lit up. What about chestnuts? That stuff is not only delicious, but it can also be stored for a long time. Before he could even answer, the young man quickly chimed in for him. Chief, our Han tribe has chestnuts too, and now we make them even tastier than the Lat tribe ever did. Hearing that, Mao-lat immediately felt like a deflated balloon. They have chestnuts too. Does that mean I can only trade with people? Seeing this, he furrowed his brow and observed the people of the Lat tribe. Very quickly, the weapons in their hands caught his attention. Each of them held 2 short javelins with bone spearheads, and the shafts were made of very straight wood. He picked one up to examine it closely. The whole javelin felt very light, and it was also very smooth to the touch. It had no bark, but the surface was a dark brown color. Startled, he quickly asked Mao-lat to confirm if this wood originally had a light-colored bark, grew lots of green fruits with a few round seeds inside, and if its leaves were the large 3-lobed kind. After hearing this, Mao-lat was instantly astonished. How did you know it's exactly as you described? It's just that the fruit of this tree is poisonous enough to kill someone. One of our tribesmen ate that fruit before and died. Now he could be certain. This was definitely the tongue tree. He said to Mao-lat that he needed this type of tree. 1 tree for a large bowl of white salt. Mao-lat was shocked. What does he need this poisonous tree for? Could this thing actually be valuable? More valuable than people. If my tribe could harness it, could we become as rich as the Han tribe? He saw right through his thoughts and told him, in this entire world, I'm the only one who knows how to use it, and what this plant is for. If this plant falls into the hands of someone who doesn't know any better, it's only good for firewood. Having been exposed, Mao-lat could only give a sheepish grin. So how are we supposed to bring them here? Just chop them down. No, I want the saplings alive. You guys dig them up from the roots. You have to keep some soil, then use animal hides to wrap the roots and bring them here to me. Also the poisonous fruits on the tree, I need those too. I'll take as many as you can bring. What, you want those poisonous fruits too? So you need the trees to get the poison fruits. What the hell are they for, haha? You don't need to try and pry. What I want are the poisonous fruits from that tree. You can choose not to bring them to me. If you do, I'll lead my people to wipe out your tribe, then go pick the fruits myself. It's best. You think carefully about whether you want to face my tribe, or use those poison fruits to trade for these fine goods. After hearing this, Mao-lat quickly backed down. Of course, we'll bring the fruits to trade. But that tree is really hard to transport. Besides, I brought 8 women with me this time. I have to trade for something first. This was indeed a problem, but he quickly called someone to bring over 2 bronze axes and 2 bronze shovels, and also gave him a bowl of white salt. Mao-lat had never seen tools like these before, and frowned, asking Chieftain Han, "What are you giving me these for? Can't you give me some pottery?" He picked up a bronze shovel and an axe and showed him how to use them. Look, with these 2 things, you can quickly dig up a lot of saplings. When that time comes, will you still be short on pottery and white salt, Mao? Lat watched, inwardly shocked. He never expected the Han tribe's tools to be so damn well made, but he didn't hesitate. After leaving the 8 girls behind, he took the bronze shovels and axes and led his warriors away. After Mao-lat had gone, the one-eyed shaman finally asked the question on his mind. Chieftain, what do you need that tree and its poison fruits for? He smiled and replied, That's a tongue tree, also known as a tongue oil tree. Its fruit, although not edible, can be pressed for oil. Tongue oil can be used as a varnish to coat wooden surfaces. This makes them waterproof, moisture-proof, and slows down the rotting process. All the wooden items in the tribe can use it. Later on, every house must varnish their furniture. Moreover, the tongue tree is very beautiful. We can plant them on both sides of the main road in the tribe as greenery. Besides that, tongue oil is flammable and can also be used as kerosene. For sieging or defending a city, it's a very important strategic resource. At that moment, on the east bank of the river, in a small forest, Mao-lat and his men didn't head straight back, but found a place to rest. Everyone lit a campfire and roasted the dried meat they brought with them. Mao-lat held the shiny bronze axe, admiring it endlessly, his mind already scheming. The Han tribe has such amazing things, that's how they can trade, for so many people. Although the Lat tribe can't make stuff this good, we can use those unwanted trees and fruits to trade. Then we'll just copy what Big Rat did. Using the good stuff, we get to trade for people from other tribes. Soon we'll be as powerful as the Han tribe. The warriors around him said nothing, just nodding silently. The chieftain was right. It made sense, but they didn't know Mao-lat was holding back the last part of his plan. First, they'd work for the Han tribe. But once the Lat tribe was strong enough to match them, he would lead his people to destroy the Han tribe. At that point, all of the Han tribe's production techniques for their amazing goods would belong to him. His Lat tribe would grow stronger and stronger. Early the next morning, Daithu led his team out of Thakko Mountain, preparing to return to the Han tribe. The 4 men assigned by Daithu to watch the wooden boats weren't slacking off either. They were all near the small river catching wild rabbits because the Han tribe needed to add some new genes to its rabbit farm. Meanwhile, the group of over 1,000 people led by Big Rat was still struggling onward. After a long, hard journey, they finally passed through the Dream Valley area. The children under 5 years old all had to be held or carried by adults. Most of the women in the group didn't even have straw sandals. Some had feet that were torn to shreds. A few people who were already in poor health died along the way. But everyone kept going because they wanted a roof over their heads, a place where they could rest without fear. At the same time, back in the Han tribe, he was directing the construction team building houses for everyone. After a day of laying bricks, the 14 masons had gotten much better. It only took 2 days to build the walls up to about 8 feet high. They estimated that in just 1 more day, they could lay the beams and finish the roof. But the construction of the interior fixtures was progressing slowly because the stove's structure was complex, especially since building the round hearth was very difficult. Another day passed. In the middle of the night, while he was sound asleep in his tent holding Zhao Di, a warrior standing guard outside, called him, "Chieftain, wake up! A group of over 200 people is approaching. The leader is riding a deer with antlers." He immediately realized it was Dupuk, bringing his people, so he quickly got up and went outside. When he reached the open ground in the area, hundreds of torches were already lit. Rubao and Huishan were also trotting along behind him. These 2 animals hadn't been able to play with him for a long time since he was busy with construction, and they were busy digging the river. On the open ground in front of the gate, Thach Dao and Dupuk were standing there. Next to Dupuk were 2 kids holding his own children. Behind them was a crowd that looked to be over 200 people, more than 50 of whom were from the Du tribe. Dupuk respectfully bowed to him. "Chieftain Han, I have brought the people as promised." He observed the newcomers in the dark. "Why bring people here in the middle of the night like this?" Dupuk smiled and replied. "We started in the afternoon, and it was just getting dark when we arrived. Everyone was eager to get here." "You got here so early you missed dinner, huh?" The MC knew this dude was just trying to score a free meal, but he couldn't just call him out. So he told his people to take them to the caves to rest and sent Stonehead to go get some food ready. As the group entered the settlement, they were hit with the sight of campfires everywhere, along with tons of cattle deer and even some 4-legged beasts with long snouts they'd never seen before. There were also countless stone basins and clay pots. The newcomers whispered among themselves, but didn't seem too surprised, since Dupuk had already given them the rundown on the Han tribe. By the fire, warriors brought out clay pots, scooping water and starting fires to cook some salted meat. Among them were a few women Dupuk had brought from near Nai Mountain. An older girl excitedly told a blind woman, "Hey Grandma, they're giving us meat to eat. They're probably not going to kick us out." The woman quickly hushed her. "We found a good place. Tell the little ones to be on their best behavior and not piss off the chief." The little girl obediently nodded, her eyes glued to the clay pot, practically drooling. In another corner, the MC and Dupuk were sitting by a fire chowing down on some chili-dusted grilled meat. Dupuk looked around and suddenly asked Chief Han, "Where's the ox cart? I had my guys bring it to haul some gear. We've only got one and we can't just let it sit around when you guys aren't here. If you need it bad, it'll be back in 3 or 4 days. If not, I'll have my guys whip one up for you. It'll definitely be done before the next full moon." Dupuk thought for a second, then said, "In that case, I want a new one just like the last one." The MC nodded in agreement. "So for the next few days, you plan on sticking around or heading out?" Dupuk had planned on staying to rest, but with dozens of people in his tribe, he couldn't just be a freeloader. He quickly said, "We'll take care of our own food." Night fell and a new day began. With the effort of hundreds of people and livestock, the digging crew finished a trench nearly 2,500 feet long and about 3 feet deep. The house construction was also going smoothly, and they expected to have the walls up to the roof line by day's end, ready to set the rafters and put on the roof. Once this crew got the hang of it, the construction team could be expanded. Early in the morning, Dupuk came to find the MC. "Chief Han, while I'm waiting for that cart for the next few days, I want to find some work to do, in exchange for some of your tribe's pottery and white salt." The MC thought for a moment, then told him to continue his old job helping Teodeep plant thorngrass. "First, let's go check on those savages you brought in last night, and then someone will take you to clear land inside the stockade in front of the cave." 153 savages stood there unsteadily, all of them with messy, disheveled hair. Han Fong's sharp gaze swept over everyone. None of the savages dared to meet his eyes. A few kids were even hiding behind the adults in fear. Only one teenager with a slightly swollen red arm caught his attention. He was staring right at him, his gaze not at all fearful but holding a hint of fanaticism. He pointed at the kid and asked Dupuk, "Who's this guy? What's wrong with his arm?" Dupuk sighed. "This one's a hardhead. His name is Unga. His arm got injured when he fought his own chief back in the spring." Hearing this, Han Fong smiled. This kid's got some spine. Nge was also curious about Han Fong. He couldn't understand why the chief of such a massive tribe was just a kid. If his arm wasn't messed up, he would have definitely challenged him. Han Fong walked over and touched his injured shoulder. Looks like it's dislocated. Still fixable. Yahe felt a sharp jolt of pain and quickly backed away. If you want this fixed, stay put. Don't move, he said with a cold glare. This stunned Nga. Could this chief actually know the shaman's healing arts? But after that, he didn't dare move an inch. His arm was already this screwed up. If there was a chance to fix it, he was willing to try. Han Fong grabbed his wrist with his left hand, pulling hard, while his right hand gripped his elbow. He suddenly used force to shove the arm upward. Ninge's eyes bulged in pain, but he clamped his jaw shut, not making a sound. Then with a loud pop, the joint slid back into place. He suddenly felt the pain in his shoulder ease up a lot. He then tried to move his right arm. Though it still hurt like hell, the arm that he couldn't move at all was now functional again. He immediately supported his arm with his left hand and hurriedly bowed to the MC, his attitude completely respectful. Han Fong patted his shoulder lightly and advised, "For the next few days, it's best not to move that arm." He then used a vine to make a sling for it. When everyone saw he knew how to heal those with old ailments, immediately started clamoring, Chief, please look at my grandma's eyes. She can't see anything." A little girl with an innocent face was raising her hand and calling out non-stop. The woman she called Grandma quickly covered the girl's mouth. "Stop yelling. If the chief gets mad, he'll kick us out." Han Fong was surprised by this and slowly walked over to the woman. The woman's milky white eyes were wide open, staring straight ahead. Eyes like these he didn't even need to check to know they were cataracts, and it looked like she'd had them for a long time. This disease was something he really couldn't fix. The little medical knowledge he had was limited to what he'd learned in the special forces in his past life. The little girl whose mouth was covered by the woman still had her wide, innocent eyes fixed on him, her gaze full of pleading. Han Fong ruffled the girl's hair and turned to Dupuk. "Tell her it's been too long, it can't be fixed, but I'm not going to kick them out." When the woman heard this, she thanked him over and over. The little girl couldn't hold back her tears. Seeing this, Han Fong's heart softened, and he decided to check on everyone. Among the more than 150 people, over 100 were men. The rest were elders abandoned by their tribe women, who were past childbearing age, and a few young girls. Among the men, over 70 had old wounds and disabilities. The rest were able-bodied young guys. Next, his arrangements were simple. All the women would go help expand the jute fields. The kids would stay behind to look after the tribe. The men with disabilities or limited mobility would be put to work making bricks with the presses. That job was stationary, so as long as your hands weren't messed up, you could do it. The guys with arm injuries who couldn't handle heavy lifting were put on ox cart duty, hauling bricks between the kiln and the residential area. The able-bodied folks were used to expand the construction team. After a bit of organizing, everyone had a proper gig. Even the little girls pitched in cutting grass to feed the rabbits. The woman with cataracts went to help Zhao Di watch the sheep flock and look after the little girls near the livestock pen. After getting the savages all sorted out, Du Fu got ready to take some of his Du tribesmen out on a hunt, but they didn't dare step into the Han tribe's hunting grounds to fight over prey. Left with no other choice, Du Fu came looking for him. Our guy was busy getting the carpentry crew to build more four-wheeled ox carts. When he heard what Du Fu wanted, he told him to check out the other side of the river. That area wasn't Han tribe territory, so they could go nuts. Truth be told, he had his own angle on this. In his eyes, the Du tribe was like a bunch of explorers daring to venture into any unknown territory. He wanted Du Fu to scout out the situation on the other side of the river anyway. Sure enough, Du Fu got hyped hearing this, and immediately led a few of his men out. Meanwhile, the other Du tribe women and children stayed behind in the Han tribe, helping clear the hemp fields in exchange for salt. All the Han tribe's people were busy with their own tasks. Today was the day. They'd finish the walls and tackle the most critical part, putting up the roofs. Under his direct command, everyone finished building 4 roofs right around noon, since the new roofs had to dry out. Before they could lay the rafters, he split the original 20-man construction team into 4 groups. Each group got an extra 7 of the new savages. The veterans showed the newbies the ropes, starting with tamping down the foundation while also building 4 houses. The rest of the guys who didn't have a task kept digging foundations. They also needed to prep grass for the thatched roofs, so he called over a dozen or so women from the gathering team to teach them how to bundle the thatch and left the whole job to them. By the time they were done, it was already afternoon. He took the opportunity to run out to the rice paddies to check on their progress. It had been almost 50 days since planting, and the entire field was a lush green color. Before long, this place would turn a brilliant gold. When that happened, they'd have more rice than they could eat. The thought made him get all emotional. Just then, a voice called out from the settlement. It was Zhao Di's voice. He rushed over to her side. "What's up?" Zhao Di excitedly told him. "The camel wool I've been shearing is finally enough to weave a piece of cloth I want to start right now." He remembered how he'd seen the Beyond tribe's weaving method before. Not only was it super inefficient, but the cloth they made was full of holes, looking more like a fishing net. The Han tribe was huge now. If they stuck with that old method, it would take forever to get enough clothes for everyone. So he told Zhao Di to take a few people and wash the camel wool, telling her he'd teach her a new weaving method in a few days. That didn't even require using your hands. Xiao Di had never heard of such a magical way to weave. She gave him a skeptical look, then turned around to prepare for her grand weaving career. Meanwhile, he started racking, his brain trying to remember the design of a spinning wheel and a loom. He'd seen them in a history museum in his past life. Before long, night fell completely. Bonfires crackled throughout the tribe, and from every pot came the fragrant smell of fish soup. Dufu and his hunting party had also returned. They brought back a muntjac. It was a deer-like beast with 2 long fangs, not too big, but it was enough to feed the whole tribe for a meal. A happy Dufu came and sat next to him. Han Chief, that bridge you guys built is seriously awesome. I'd like to cross it regularly from now on. You cool with that? Of course it is. From now on, you guys can cross to the East Bank whenever you want. If you run into any strange tribes, you can trade for some good stuff. Bring it to me when you get back and we'll trade. That's awesome. Once we finish this ox cart, we'll head over to the East Bank and check it out. After saying that, he happily got up and left. The night grew deeper. Many of the tribesmen were fast asleep, but our guy was still up racking his brain about the spinning method, thinking and sketching on an animal hide with a piece of charcoal. The next morning, he handed the hide to the carpentry crew and gave them a detailed breakdown of how to build the parts. The blueprints were all there, they just had to follow them. Normally, the usually quiet Mudun couldn't help but ask, "Chief, what's this thing for? Is it another cart?" "Haha, this isn't a cart. It's a tool for spinning yarn. It can be used to process wool and hemp fibers. Once we have this, we won't have to spin by hand anymore." The craftsmen were all stunned when they heard this. It spins by itself without using your hands. Isn't that some kind of divine tool? The carpenters started buzzing excitedly among themselves, and their respect for their chief grew even more. The carpentry team worked their butts off all morning. Since it was their first time building one, they weren't exactly fast. By noon, they had only finished the main frame. During their lunch break, everyone only rested. For a little bit. Because the Han tribe's population had exploded, they weren't eating lunch anymore. They'd probably have to wait until fall after the second rice harvest for things to get better. But whether that second harvest could even happen depended on the progress of their irrigation project. The team of hundreds digging the river had been working non-stop for over a week. The riverbed was now more than 8 feet deeper than when they started. Digging the canal was going way faster now, mainly thanks to the few hundred extra hands and a few dozen wild oxen helping out. After a short break, the carpentry team got back to work. Just as he was doing a final check on the gear assembly, a tribesman from the pottery crew came running over out of breath. "Chief, our wooden boat is back." They returned with a boatload of limestone and over a dozen rabbits. "What should we do with them?" He shot up and headed straight for the riverbank, giving orders as he walked. "Take the rabbits to the rabbit pen and pull the wooden boat over to the canal." "Yes, sir. I'll go find someone right away." The tribesman immediately took the order and ran off. 2 minutes later, he was at the riverbank to divert the water. At the same time, the wooden boat had just docked. The 4 teenagers in charge of steering the boat jumped ashore and greeted him. He patted their shoulders in praise. "You guys worked hard. After the goods are unloaded, whatever you want, just go find the elder and get it." "Thanks, Chief. We'll go get our stuff then." He nodded, then sent another tribesman to call Liu Zi over, telling him to bring a few people to help unload the goods. "Chief, what's this limestone for?" Liu Zi asked as he ran up. "It's for building houses. Mixing lime with mud to build walls will be stronger than using clay, plus it's waterproof. You go find 2 3-wheeled carts and a wheelbarrow. Take all this limestone to the area near the cliff. After it's all unloaded, I'll teach you guys how to build a new kiln." Yes, Chief Liu Zi accepted the order and got to work. The tribesman got busy again. As for him, he returned to the carpentry group to continue assembling the carting machine. Once all the rollers and the transmission mechanism were assembled, he sat down and tried the pedals. Other than being a bit noisy, there were no problems. A little grease would fix that. The carting machine was complete. By now, it was almost 5 p.m. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, he gave the 2 of them a new task: make another chair. After a simple explanation, the carpentry group got to work. He told them to make this one a bit bigger, calling it a table. From now on, every house must have tables and chairs. Mudun was a bit surprised. "Do we need to make that many chairs?" "That's right. Every person in the Han tribe must have at least 1 chair. Every house must have at least 1 dining table and 2 low tables for use on the heated bed stove. In the cold winter, you can sit directly on the bed stove to eat or write. Women can also sit on the bed to sew. Basically, they have a lot of uses. Once the city walls are built, you guys can take your time making them." After speaking, Han Feng picked up the chair and called 2 tribesmen to carry the carting machine with him to the entrance of his and Xiao Di's grass hut. The machine was temporarily placed outdoors. Tomorrow, they'd build a shed and find a proper place for it. Xiao Di, who had been washing camel wool all day, saw him bring back a strange contraption and curiously ran over to see. "What is this?" He placed the chair down in front of the machine, pulled Xiao Di over, and had her sit on it. He told her to put her feet on the 2 pedals and push them back and forth. Xiao Di exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, this thing spins." It spins so fast, he quickly ran to the drying area, grabbed a large basket of dried camel wool, and brought it to Xiao Di. At this moment, he was even more excited than she was. This was the first real test. If it succeeded, he would have underwear to wear soon. He then patiently stood behind her, guiding her step by step on how to operate it. When Xiaodi saw the initially tangled clumps of wool, with just a few petals turn into finger-thick yarn, she was stunned. She knew that to produce this much yarn back in the Bian tribe, it would take several people working non-stop for over half a month. She couldn't help herself and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Now she completely believed his words about being able to weave cloth without using hands. But he knew this wasn't enough. Tomorrow he still had to make a spinning machine. The next morning, as soon as the sky brightened, Xiaodi woke up ready to work. Ever since the first test of the carding machine last night, she had been eagerly waiting for morning. When he woke up, Xiaodi was already pedaling the carding machine, which was whirring away. Below the yarn outlet, there was a small basket woven from vines already half full of yarn. Seeing her so enthusiastic about weaving, he shook his head and headed towards the carpentry group. For the next few days, he would have to be a carpenter. Besides the spinning machine, he also had to make a loom. The spinning machine wasn't hard to make. In his past life, many old folks in the countryside knew how to make one. You could just grab an old bicycle wheel rim and modify it. Based on the experience of building the carding machine yesterday, this time he designed a single spindle spinning machine that also used a pedal-driven mechanism. He also drew the structural diagram on animal hide and gave it to Mudun. He would guide them from the side, and in the end he would assemble it with them. Just as everyone was busy, a woman, who specialized in fishing by the river, ran over with news. "Chief, the Li tribe is here again. They're carrying 2 trees, and there's a group of women with baskets. Should we let them cross the bridge?" "Let them cross. Get a squad of warriors to lead them straight to the central area." "Yes, Chief." The woman from the fishing team immediately took the order and left. He also put down his work and headed towards the central area. The trading still had to be handled by him personally. On the way, he told a tribesman to get several large wooden barrels to hold the tallow tree seeds. He had previously agreed with the Li tribe that 1 full barrel of tallow tree seeds could be exchanged for 1 large bowl of white salt. Mao Li waited in the central area for a while. Seeing him approach, he quickly greeted him. He returned the greeting while walking up to the Li tribesmen to inspect the goods they brought. They had 2 saplings as thick as a wrist and about 4 to 5 meters tall. The trunks were straight and covered in a smooth, grayish-white bark. The egg-shaped canopies hadn't been trimmed at all, and the branches were full of large, 3-lobed leaves. He recognized them at a glance as tallow trees. The women put their baskets on the ground filled with peeled black tallow tree seeds. Each seed was about the size of 2 soybeans. Everything was as requested. "We can trade now." Hearing him say that, Mao Li immediately ordered his tribesmen to pour the tallow seeds into the large wooden barrels. By the time they finished pouring, the seeds brought by 20 people had only filled 7.5 barrels. The 8th barrel was only a little over half full. He glanced over, having already done the math in his head. "You brought 2 trees and less than 8 barrels of seeds. That can be exchanged for 9.5 bowls of white salt. Do you want to trade it all for white salt, or trade a portion for pottery? If you trade for pottery, 1 barrel of these seeds can get you 1 clay pot or 2 bowls." Mao Li scratched his head, trying to calculate. He frowned, mumbling, "We'll trade for 4 bowls of salt. 5 clay pots and 2 more small bowls. How's that for a trade?" After speaking, he untied a very long snakeskin bag from his waist and handed it over. Clearly, he'd come prepared. Our guy just nodded to seal the deal. "No problem." He then told his tribesmen to measure out the termites right there. Maul asked the Han leader, "Hey, you guys still gonna need these seeds and plants later on?" "Of course. Seeds or plants will take as many as you can get." Hearing this, Maul breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. I'll bring you another batch in a few days." With that, he and his tribesmen quickly took off. Meanwhile, our guy immediately looked for 2 spots to plant the trees on the main road into the planned central district, and had his people dig holes to plant them. Those 7 or 8 barrels of tung seeds were put into storage for now. He didn't have time to mess with making tung oil yet. It was better to finish the spinning machine he was already working on. Just as he got back to the carpenters to finish the final assembly of the spinning machine, a tribesman suddenly ran up to report some news. Some great news. Big Rat was only half a day's journey from the Han tribe. A warrior had ridden ahead to bring the news. Soon that warrior was brought before our MC. He dropped to 1 knee. On the ground, cupped his fists in a salute, and reported the entire battle with the Fire tribe. However, on the way back, out of the more than 1,200 women and children they'd taken in, 40 to 50 people had died. Most of them were pregnant women. Hearing this, our MC frowned and thought for a moment. He then told the warrior to go back and tell the group not to hurry. They just had to make it back to the tribe before sunset. Once the warrior was gone, he summoned the elder and the rat shaman. He ordered the gathering team to build 120 thatched huts around the grass house complex, with each hut housing 10 people. The women assigned to the job immediately got right to work. When they ran short on materials, they just substituted with whatever else they could find. The whole place was busy as hell. Meanwhile, our guy continued to perfect the spinning machine. Now it was just missing a few components, and he needed to get them done fast. Once the spinning machine was completely assembled, he ordered a team to make more stools and as many bobbins as possible. After that, he carried the spinning machine over to Xiaodi's spot. Xiaodi was still hard at work processing the pile of wool. Her eyes lit up when she saw him coming with the spinning machine. He smiled, put it down, and expertly threaded a starter yarn, then patiently demonstrated and taught Xiaodi how to thread and connect the yarn. Xiaodi was super smart and got it on the first try. Seeing the spinning machine start to work, the little girl jumped for joy. She was already itching to weave woolen cloth. She just didn't know when he would finish the weaving loom. He patted her head and said the loom would take a few more days, but he guaranteed it would be done before those dozens of camels got sheared bald. Just then, Big Rat led his people back to the tribe. Big Rat Thu, Nha, and Huyat came before our MC to report. Looking pleased, he stepped forward, helped them to their feet, and told them to go get some rest. After that, he called Thu Nha over and told him to prepare food for that night. Tonight, they were going to have a huge celebration. That evening in the Han tribe's settlement, bonfires were lit everywhere with old and new tribe members gathering around, eating and chatting while sharing a lavish dinner. There was fish and a fragrant meat soup. Seeing this scene, the newcomers to the Han tribe all shed tears. These were tears of relief for surviving the disaster. They knew that this time, they had chosen the right civilization. Just then, Dupuk returned from a hunt and noticed the tribe was much livelier than usual. It seemed like there were a lot more people than normal. He thought it was strange, so he grabbed a tribesman to ask what was up. He found out that the people from the fire tribe had joined them. While he was still surprised, he suddenly spotted Huyat Do, and his eyes went wide. "You're here too. Didn't you say you weren't coming?" Huyat Do put his bowl down, wiped his mouth, and laughed. "Haha, I ran into them while I was following the fire tribe people. The leader of the Han tribe helped me get my revenge, and now I've joined them. I had no idea at first that the tribe you mentioned was the Han tribe. If I'd known earlier, I would have taken you up on your offer." Dupuk was so shocked after hearing this that he was speechless for a long time. It took him a moment to snap out of it, and approached our MC. "Seriously, congratulations to you guys. The tribe's population has grown again." Our MC smiled, nodded, and then started chatting with Dupuk about the ox carts. "The ox carts are all finished, but the roof. On top, you guys will have to figure out how to cover it yourselves. You can use animal hides or thatch grass, either is fine." Dupuk quickly waved his hand. "No problem. As long as the ox carts are the same as before, that's all that matters. A roof or not is not important." Our MC then switched gears and gave Dupuk a mission. "I know that east of the river there are a lot of horned herbivores. If you can find their location, come back and tell me. Also, if you can get them, I want to buy ox horns, sinew, and hides. In addition, look for edible plants, fruits that grow on vines or large-leafed plants on the ground, and also edible roots that grow underground. It would be best to bring back the live plants dug up with the roots, or bringing back their seeds is also fine." After hearing this, Dupuk looked troubled. "Those plants are easy, but as for those horned beasts, even if I find them, I can't bring them back. It looks like I can only find their location and report back to you." Our MC patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Not necessarily. What if you run into a tribe that raises wild animals? You could think about trading with them. Isn't that what your Du tribe is best at?" Hearing this, Dupuk looked as if he'd been enlightened. "That's right, but I'm just worried they won't want the stuff we have." Our MC smiled. "You don't need to worry about that. When you leave, I'll give you a barrel of white termites. Consider it payment for helping us with the planting. You can use the rest for trading. But remember, if you dare take the salt and run, I will definitely send all my warriors to deal with your Du tribe. You know I have the strength to do it." Hearing this, Dupuk shivered. How could he possibly dare? "Don't worry about it. Our two tribes are friends forever, and you can rest easy. With this much white salt, I'll definitely trade for some good stuff for you. We'll head out tomorrow morning." He was satisfied. He nodded. Early the next morning, just as the sky was brightening, Dupuk led his tribesmen on the road east of the river. Dupuk rode an elk at the head of the group, followed by a bullock cart piled high with clay pots and bowls. There were also 2 large wooden barrels filled with water and white salt. At noon, the blazing sun scorched the earth. By now, the rice plants had entered the tillering stage. From tender green shoots, they had grown strong. Day by day, from about a foot tall, they were now thigh-high. In another 2 or 3 weeks, they would be taller than a person. After all, this wild rice variety grows to about 6.5 feet tall. Meanwhile, he was using a charcoal pencil to sketch the structure and components of a weaving loom onto animal hide. He planned to equip every household with a loom later on, so the size couldn't be too large. In the end, he decided to build a type of high-frame loom. After finishing the drawing, he handed the blueprint to the carpentry team. As always, they would make the components, and he would guide the final assembly. Teodeep was still in the hut, starting her daily work of spinning yarn. In this hut dedicated to spinning, the 2 pregnant women brought from the fire tribe had been taken in by Teodeep as apprentices, and were now learning the trade from her. It's just that the more than 30 alpacas in the pen were having a rough time. Every single one of them had been sheared completely bare. In their place were smooth, coffee brown rolls of wool. But today, there was even bigger news. After the relentless efforts of hundreds of people, the man-made river was complete. Today was the day to open the channel and let the water flow into the river. This time, he didn't lift a finger. The job of opening the river was entirely handled by the young men of the Niao and Sai tribes, with dozens of them working in shifts. The barrier between the canal and the smaller river was gradually thinned down. When only about 16 inches of soft topsoil was left, it couldn't withstand the river's pressure and collapsed. The canal has water now. He immediately issued an order. From now on, all bathing and washing must be done in the canal. The northern water channel is only for providing daily drinking water. Anyone who violates this will be punished by skipping a meal. For one day. The tribe members didn't understand. But no one dared to question him, because they believed their chief had a good reason for it. Now that the canal was finished, the brick-making work was still not done. The excavated clay had all been formed into green bricks and green tiles, stacked neatly under a shed, waiting to be fired in the kiln. But firing bricks didn't require that many people. The hundreds of men who had been digging the canal were now all idle. They were all waiting for him to assign new work. He thought for a moment, realizing the most pressing matter was still building houses. They needed to build at least 3 residential zones, which meant nearly 300 houses, to meet the demand. For the more than 2,000 people in the tribe. Thinking this, a preliminary plan formed in his mind. It was the plan to build the central district he had always thought about. Building the central area into a plaza, but paving the entire thing would be a bit of a waste. An area 110 meters long and wide, nearly the size of 2 football fields, could easily have a portion set aside for public facilities. For example, a school and his own house. Han Fong planned to build his house inside the school for convenience. Space was limited, so they needed to save a little. Speaking of saving space, modern high-rise buildings had given him some ideas. His house had to be at least 3 stories tall. That's what would befit his status as chief. The plan was simple. The central area would be a square, 110 meters on each side, divided north-south. The northern part would be the school, the southern part the plaza, right in the middle, where they met. They would place a flagpole. For now, it would be the tribal flag. But later, it would be the national flag. Han Fong's house would be in the center of the northern section of the district, planned to be 3 stories or more, at least as tall as the school buildings. On either side of his house would be the academic buildings, 2 on each side for a total of 4. They were expected to accommodate 3,600 students. The maximum capacity of the entire central district was about 5,000 people. These 4 buildings could absolutely ensure that all children could attend school at the same time. Furthermore, in the near future, these 4 buildings might not even be full. They could even leave some floors empty to serve as a library, to preserve the knowledge he would leave behind for them. After finishing the planning, he started to arrange work for the tribesmen who had just finished digging the canal. All of them were merged into the house construction team. The original 20 members of the construction team, whom he had personally trained before, had been divided into 4 groups of 5 people each, with the addition of some of the wild men Dupuk had brought. Each group had over a dozen people, allowing them to build 4 houses simultaneously. Now, these 4 groups were further split into 20 groups. The original builders were promoted to team leaders. The core of each group was the team leader, and those who had previously participated in building houses. The men who had just finished digging the canal were added to the groups. But because they had no construction experience, they had to start with simple tasks like digging foundations and building walls. The newly allocated construction force reached a scale of 20 teams, with each team having no fewer than 20 people, from masons to assistants mixing mortar and lead masons specializing in laying corner bricks. No one was left out, although some were still not skilled. They learned very quickly. After all, you have to get hands-on to gain experience. From that day on, the Han tribe entered a phase of large-scale construction. The residential area sprang up quickly, at a rate of 20 houses per building cycle. The entire tribe was bustling and busy, with everyone striving for their collective development. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The rice paddy was now chest-high. From a distance, it looked like a vast blue sea, adjacent to the rice paddy. The peanut plants were also growing vigorously, although you couldn't see the situation underground. The leaves and branches above were incredibly lush. The chili plants were covered in small, pure white flowers. It wouldn't be long now before they could eat fresh chili peppers. At the same time, the great tree. Over at Mount Bao Bao, he wasn't just chilling for the past week either. He hauled back 2 boatloads of limestone and even brought along a few dozen rabbits. The limestone kiln had also spit out its first batch of quicklime, and seeing it made him super happy. He knew that just by adding water to this quicklime, it would turn into the slaked lime needed for building houses. Later plastering it into the gaps between the bricks would create a solid waterproof protective layer for the house. Once they stockpiled enough lime, they could also use it to whitewash the interior walls to make them sparkling white, which would definitely make the inside of the house way brighter during these few days the Lat tribe from the east bank of the river had come to trade 2 times to make transportation easier. He had told them last time to trim the tops of the tung trees. This time the number of young tung trees the Lat tribe brought over had clearly increased. They were bringing 4 or 5 trees each time, but this time they weren't trading for as much white salt as before. Instead, they shifted their focus to more practical stuff like clay pots, pans, and even larger capacity water jars. On top of that, after Malut got a taste of how damn convenient the bronze axe was, his craving for bronze tools got way more intense, so he eagerly hit him up with a proposal. He wanted to trade for bronze tools, but he was flat out refused. You gotta understand, the Han tribe was only able to stay ahead of the other tribes precisely because of these tools for the Han tribe. These things were their lifeblood. Seeing this, Malut had to give up on his pipe dream and led his dejected tribesmen away. As for processing the tung oil, it was also running into some problems. He knew damn well that the oil was super important because it could provide excellent protection for wooden tools. And even in the future, for some special processes, it could play a key role, but to extract the tung oil it had to go through a high-temperature roasting process. The problem the Han tribe was facing was that they didn't have a pan big enough to roast large quantities. He sighed helplessly and had to temporarily shelve the tung oil processing plan, thinking he'd have to wait a bit longer. He would definitely have to forge a series of suitable bronze pots first. Just then, a tribesman ran up excitedly to report that the loom was finished. Now they were just waiting for him to come assemble it. He was extremely excited and rushed over to the carpenters. Following the prepared blueprints, it took less than 2 hours to finish assembling the first loom in human history. After that, he called over a few strong tribesmen to carefully carry the loom to the gazebo where Xiaodeep usually worked. This move couldn't be hidden from everyone, and it immediately caught the attention of the kids and women nearby. Xiaodeep was also drawn in by the commotion and couldn't sit still anymore. It had been 7 days already. Could it be that he had really created that magical weaving machine? He was also eager to test it out himself and teach Xiaodeep how to use it at the same time. After everything was set up, he placed a stool in front of the loom and sat down. He put both feet on the pedals and gave them a gentle push, only to see the hemp cords pull the heddle frames, which made the 2 sets of warp threads instantly separate. This sudden change immediately caught Xiaodeep's attention. Whoa, so you don't have to separate the threads by hand anymore. He didn't say anything. His entire attention was focused on the loom as his feet alternated pressing the 2 pedals. The heddle frames carrying the 2 sets of warp threads moved like graceful dancers, smoothly separating and coming together in a rhythm as if they were performing an ancient melody. At the same time, he rhythmically pushed the beater forward and back. He picked up the wooden shuttle, which was about 1 foot long and 2 fingers wide, and had been waxed, and passed it through the opening between the 2 layers of warp threads. With a push to the left, the shuttle glided swiftly through the warp threads with almost no resistance. His left hand gently caught the shuttle, pulling it to the left. Then his right hand pulled the beater back, and the weft thread was immediately pressed tight and straight, woven tightly with the warp. Then he lifted his left foot and pressed his right. The 2 layers of warp threads quickly switched places, and his left hand again passed the shuttle to the right. His right hand quickly caught it, and his left hand pulled the beater. One complete weaving cycle was finished smoothly. The women standing around could only stare dumbfounded at the strange machine, their eyes filled with curiosity and amazement. But it was just surface-level curiosity. But Xiaodeep, who had woven by hand herself, was completely shaken by the scene in front of her. She knew perfectly well how difficult and time-consuming weaving used to be. Like the 2 steps he just did back in the Bian tribe, just separating the warp threads up and down, would take several hundred breaths of time, which worked out to several minutes, but he did it in less than 3 seconds. The difference in speed was just insane. Plus, that wasn't even the most important part, like he had said before. This machine, this loom wasn't just fast. It could also weave wider pieces of cloth. It could even weave continuously, creating super long bolts of fabric. Xiaodeep looked at the loom over 3 feet wide in front of her and then looked at the warp beam that held over 130 feet of thread. At this moment, Xiaodeep just stared at the loom, which was over 3 feet wide, her heart feeling like it was on fire, completely stunned. If her mother could see this machine, she couldn't imagine how she would react. As for the other tribe members standing around, they were all in awe of the chief who could create such a machine. Their respect and gratitude for him grew even deeper. Suddenly, Xiaodeep looked at him and softly called out, "Chief, when I finish weaving the woolen cloth, can you take me back to the Bian tribe to visit my mother for a bit?" Without a moment's hesitation, he said, "Of course, just tell me whenever you want to go, so I want to bring a piece of woolen cloth to give to my mom." Han Feng smiled and replied, "No problem from now on. All the wool we make will be woven by you. Besides, our herd of camels will keep producing wool, so you can weave as much as you want." Xiaodeep hesitated a bit, her voice even softer. "Then could we give my mom one of our spinning wheels? We have 2 of them now." Hearing this, a glint flashed in Han Feng's eyes. He said slowly, finding it hard to explain, "We can't just give it away. Our Han tribe barely has enough for ourselves, but they can come to our tribe to use it." Xiaodi tilted her head, innocently calculating, "But it takes my mom a whole day just to get here. She'd spend a day using the spinning machine, then another whole day just to go back. The road is just too damn far." Han Feng gently coaxed her. "Your mom can just stay here, you know. Our tribe has plenty of space." Xiaodi's face showed a troubled expression. "My mom's the chief of her tribe. She can't just be away from her people for that long." Hearing that, Han Feng waved his hand helplessly. Fine. Just focus on weaving for now. When you want to go visit your mom, we'll talk about it then." Not long after, the elder and Chu Vu came rushing to find Han Feng. "Chief, the wind this afternoon is picking up, and there's no moon in the east. I'm afraid a massive storm is coming tonight," Chu Vu added. "Plus, that day there was fire in the sky. Maybe the moon got spooked and is too scared to come out." Hearing this, Han Feng immediately started giving orders. Get the pregnant women and small children into the caves fast. Everyone else can stay in their tents for the time being. Pass out animal hides to everyone, kids and women first. Tie down the livestock. Make sure they don't break loose. Gather up all the metal tools and put them somewhere safe. And get rid of any wood or dry grass lying around. Everyone needs to stay away from it too, because metal can attract lightning. Bring the cooking gear into the caves tonight. The wind's too strong outside, the fire could get blown out. If it catches a spark on the thatch huts, we're in deep trouble. We'll get on it right away. The two old men quickly agreed and rushed off. When Xiaodi heard Han Feng say that metal could attract lightning, she quickly took off the bronze hairpin and crown from his head. Han Feng froze. Then he saw the stuff in Xiaodi's hands and internally panicked. Oh crap, I almost forgot about that. Thinking about it, Han Feng couldn't help but worry about Da Shu and the guys at 8 Treasures Mountain. That whole place is nothing but metal ore. Han Feng rushed to find Shou Ya and told him to head to 8 Treasures Mountain tomorrow and warned Da Shu to take precautions. The tribe was now a hive of activity, with everyone busy moving supplies and preparing food. Soon dark clouds rolled in, completely covering the sky. The wind howled, reaching gale force speeds of level 7 or 8. The black clouds churned overhead, looking like they were about to unleash a thunderstorm. The moment the rain started, a blinding flash of lightning tore the sky apart, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Some of the little kids screamed in terror. Even the adults grabbed animal hides to cover their heads, shivering in the corners of their tents. They were completely terrified by the raw power of nature. As night fell, the rain was still, pouring down relentlessly. Xiaodi was curled up in Han Feng's arms, fast asleep, murmuring something in her dreams. It sounded like she was calling for her mom. She was homesick, or maybe just remembering the old days, how on stormy nights like this she used to snuggle up in her mother's arms. That feeling of being protected, of having someone to lean on. And now he was the one she leaned on. The next morning, the rain had stopped and a beautiful rainbow stretched across the sky. Han Feng immediately ran out to check on the crops. Thankfully, they hadn't taken any damage. He let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on the eastern bank of the river, the Yu tribe had just emerged from their shelter and were chasing some wild chickens through the forest when they suddenly ran into another tribe, the Sparrow tribe. And they were immediately surrounded. The leader of the Sparrow tribe was around the same age as Yu Fu, both of them not even 20 yet. 40 men, all armed with bows and arrows, though they looked pretty crude. The bows and arrows were basic as hell, but there were just too many of them. The Yu tribesmen were all frozen in shock. Luckily, Yu Fu kept his cool. Seeing that the other side was just surrounding them and not attacking, he figured that he could still negotiate. He bowed and thumped his chest in a gesture of greeting, then waited quietly for them to make the first move. Hand over all the birds you caught yesterday and get the hell out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next. For being merciless, the Sparrow tribe's chief yelled. As he spoke, he drew his bow and fired an arrow into the ground right in front of Yu Fu. It stuck in the dirt with a soft thud. Whoa, hold your fire. This is all a misunderstanding. We'll hand them over. Yu Fu didn't want any trouble, so he immediately pulled out all the wild chickens they caught yesterday. The Sparrow chief was surprised they would give up their loot so easily, and for a second, he was a bit thrown off. He quickly snapped out of it and gestured for his men to take the chickens, then waved for them to get lost. But Yu Fu wasn't going anywhere. He wasn't about to miss a chance to make a deal. Chief, we can leave, but we really need some food. We've got things we can trade for it. Trade with what? The Sparrow chief asked, his curiosity piqued. White salt, it's a type of food, Yu Fu said while pulling a small snakeskin pouch from his waist. He opened it for the Sparrow chief to see, then took a pinch and offered him a taste. The chief didn't dare to try it at first, but he looked really interested in the white powder. So Yu Fu tasted some himself to prove it wasn't poison. Only then did the Sparrow chief make a face and try a little. The result was just as expected. The Han tribe's white salt was top-notch quality. The Sparrow chief tasted it and immediately agreed to a trade. Unfortunately, Yu Fu only managed to trade for a little bit of food, not any of the special goods Han Feng was looking for. However, Yu Fu made a deal with them to come back if he found anything good, to trade again in the future. After saying goodbye to the Sparrow tribe, the Yu tribe continued heading southeast. Going this way, they'd probably run into more tribes, and might find what Chief Han Feng needed sooner. Meanwhile, back at the Han tribe, Shou Ya had returned from 8 Treasures Mountain with news from Da Shu. He said Da Shu and the others were all safe, and had even built a house there. The area was teeming with animals, so there was no shortage of food. Hearing this, Han Feng was confused. Weren't they supposed to be mining ore? How the hell did they have time to build a house? Turns out the dozen or so guys could mine 2 or 3 cartloads of ore every day, but the ox cart took 2 days for a single round trip. The transport speed just couldn't keep up with how fast they were mining, which gave them the downtime to upgrade their living situation. Da Shu also sent a message saying that if Han Feng thought they weren't sending back enough limestone, he could just have the woodworking team build a few more ox carts. Their mining output could definitely keep up. So the woodworking team, which had been all in on building looms, switched gears to making ox carts. This time he'd build a 4-wheeled ox cart. The goal was to haul a lot while saving effort, so the wheels had to be wider and the cart bed taller, making it a deep container. Over the past few days, the woodworking team also made some major progress. With over 20 people giving it their all to build the machinery, and another group of skilled guys guiding them, the pace was insane. In just 6 days, they built 12 spinning machines and 2 wool carders. The vertical loom that Han Feng designed was also making headway. One was already assembled and calibrated, while another's frame was complete. Xiao Di looked on. At the growing number of looms, her heart filled with pure joy. She got more and more skilled with the loom, going from weaving just 1 yard of cloth a day to 2 yards, 3 yards, and even 10 yards, and she could still increase her output. Back in the border tribe, it would have taken 2 to 3 months to weave the same amount she made in a single day, and the quality was nowhere near as good. But Han Feng still wasn't satisfied. Deep down, he was still obsessed with building a flying shuttle loom. If they had a flying shuttle loom manual, weaving speed could increase by at least 3 times because you wouldn't need 2 hands to pass the shuttle back and forth. The shuttle would be spring-loaded on both ends. You'd just have to pull a cord to complete a pass. The problem was where to find springs. Another 2 weeks flew by. After 10 days of hard work weaving at a rate of 10 yards every 3 days, Xiao Di had finished her first 50-yard roll of cloth. The alpacas in the pen had also been sheared. The piles of wool, after being washed, carded, and spun, were stacked high enough to weave a few hundred yards of fabric. But once all this wool was woven, what material would they use next? This made Han Feng think. He couldn't let the looms just sit idle. They had to find a new raw material. That evening, Xiao Di, lying next to Han Feng, asked softly, "Can I go back to the border tribe tomorrow to visit my mom? I want to bring 2 yards of cloth to give her." Since things were pretty quiet lately, Han Feng agreed immediately, and even generously promised to give his mother-in-law 20 yards of cloth. The next morning, after giving instructions to One-Eyed Vu, and the elder Han Feng and Xiao Di set out riding Rubao and Huishan. They took it easy all morning, arriving at the border tribe's hemp fields around noon. At that moment, the women of the border tribe were harvesting the first hemp crop of the year. As soon as Han Feng and Xiao Di appeared near the field, a piercing whistle rang out. The women in the field heard it and all turned to look. They saw 2 giant beasts slowly approaching, and their faces filled with terror. They quickly dropped their tools and turned to run back towards the tribe. The whole field was thrown into chaos. Seeing this, an excited Xiao Di stood up and shouted towards the fleeing figure's mom. The running women heard the yell, stopped, and turned back around, to look only to see Xiao Di standing on the back of the giant beast, waving like crazy with a huge grin on her face. Cheng was the first to react. Her eyes lit up with joy, and she broke into a run, heading straight for her. Straight towards Xiao Di. Xiao Di quickly slid off Huishan's back and ran towards her mother. Mother and daughter embraced in the middle of the hemp field, too emotional to speak, telling each other how much they'd missed one another. After a while, Xiao Di took the roll of wool fabric from Huishan's back and gave it to Cheng. "Mom, this is cloth I wove from alpaca wool. I'm giving it to you." Cheng took the roll of fabric gently, stroking it, her eyes filled with wonder. "It's so beautiful." Xiao Di smiled and said to her mother, "I wove this using a loom from the Han tribe. They have lots of amazing machines there. Now it only takes me 6 days to weave a piece of cloth this long." The women of the border tribe immediately gathered around to look at the roll of wool, everyone in awe. "Chief Han, is this loom really that incredible?" Chang asked him curiously. He smiled and nodded. "This loom really does improve weaving efficiency a lot. If the border tribe had them, your weaving speed would definitely increase significantly. I also came this time because there's something important I want to discuss with you." Chang looked at him, her heart pounding. "Chief Han, please speak." He took a deep breath and said slowly, "Ma'am, I want to invite the border tribe to join the Han tribe. I can teach your tribe a better way to make pottery. I won't just provide looms but also white salt, so that the people of the border tribe can have a better life." After hearing this, Xiao Di looked at him in shock. She never expected he would make this offer now. The elders of the border tribe looked shocked and hesitant after he finished speaking. The captain of the hunting party, however, was secretly delighted. He had long heard about the power of the Han tribe. If the border tribe joined, he could definitely live a life of ease. Chang was both excited and anxious. She worried that if they joined the Han tribe, the border tribe would lose its independence. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Chief Han, this is a huge decision. I need to discuss it with the elders. I will give you an answer tomorrow." He nodded, showing he understood, and even proactively told her that the Han tribe was currently facing problems with not enough land and food, hoping that they could figure out how to solve these issues together in the future. After he said that, Chang felt even more torn. She looked at Xiao Di and then at the tribespeople around her. "Chief Han, I want to visit the Han tribe and see it for myself before making a decision." He smiled. "Of course, you're more than welcome." The next day, Chang and the elders set out with him for the Han tribe. Along the way, he told them all about his tribe. Chang and the elders were filled with curiosity and anticipation. As they approached the Han tribe, they happened to run into the patrol and hunting party from the Han tribe. A few guys were happily carrying several wild boars back to the tribe. When they saw Han Feng's group, they all greeted him at once. "Chief, we scored big today, caught a few boars." He smiled and nodded. "Take the boars back to the tribe. Everyone eats well tonight." After entering the Han tribe, Chang and the elders of the border tribe were completely stunned by the sight before their eyes. They were floored by the massive plaza and the brick houses under construction stuff they had never seen or even dared to dream of. He led them to the unfinished brick houses. "Mom, this is where our Han tribe is gonna live. Even though it's not completely finished, once it is, it'll have a kitchen and a heated bed. It'll be super warm in here during the winter." Thuong stepped inside, looking at the spacious layout and unique design, her heart filled with awe. "This house is incredible. It's way better than the homes in our Bian tribe." After that, he led them to the temporary housing area where various looms were on display. An excited Zhao Di ran up to a loom and introduced it to her mom and the elders. "This is the loom I told y'all about. It's super useful." After saying that, the little girl skillfully operated the loom, putting on a demonstration for them. The Bian elder came closer to get a better look at how the loom worked, her eyes filled with pure shock. She couldn't help but reach out and touch it. "This loom is a real treasure. If our Bian tribe had this, our weaving efficiency would definitely go through the roof." Zhao Di immediately jumped in after the elder. "As long as the Bian tribe joins the Han tribe, we can all use these looms together." Hearing what Zhao Di said, the Bian elder was deeply moved. She turned to look at Thuong, her eyes filled with hope and anticipation. Right then, Elder Bian was stroking the loom next to her as she turned to look at Thuong, her eyes filled with anticipation, but Thuong's mind was still in a total uproar. She couldn't make a decision yet. After all, she was the chief of the entire Bian tribe and needed to think things through, but Elder Bian couldn't wait any longer. She straight up agreed to join the Han tribe, but on the condition that the Bian tribe be equipped with looms exactly like this one. After saying that, Elder Bian threw herself onto the loom and started wailing tragically, saying her whole life had been a complete waste. If she'd had a loom like this back when she was young, she could have woven who knows how much cloth in her lifetime. She cried so hard, it was like her heart was breaking seeing that the elder had spoken up. Thuong obviously couldn't really object, but she still had some unanswered questions in her mind. "Han Chief, I can also agree to join the Han tribe. It's just that I don't get it. Most tribes have pretty small populations, even if the number of people reaches a few hundred. They usually have to split up into different settlements, otherwise there won't be enough hunting grounds to provide food. But the Han tribe is so massive, if our Bian tribe joins too, can this settlement really support that many people?" He didn't answer right away, but led them to the livestock pens, planning to let the two of them see it with their own eyes. Instead of just talking about it right now, the cattle pen was empty because it was daytime, and the cattle were all out working, but in a pen next to it. There was still a herd of alpacas, and in the rabbit pens there were thousands of rabbits. It's just that most of them were baby rabbits less than a month old. These four-legged animals are called alpacas. They're very obedient. Plus, they're all herbivores in the winter. They grow a lot of long fur on their bodies. It's just that it's all been shaved off by now. The woolen cloth we're weaving is made from their fur. We raise these alpacas first off. They don't compete with humans for food. Second, they can continuously produce fur. And third, they can also reproduce and make more baby alpacas. And on top of that, when they get old, we can even slaughter the alpacas for meat. Of course, this isn't the main food source here. We raise rabbits, which I'm sure you all know. And you've definitely eaten them before. This is the main source of meat for the Han tribe right now. They grow incredibly fast, and their ability to reproduce is also insane. A pair of 2-month-old rabbits can pop out 5 or 6 kits. At 4 months old, they're already mature and can start breeding again. Last winter, the Han tribe only caught a few dozen rabbits, and now they've multiplied to over 1,000, and they only eat grass every single day. Just assigning a group of kids to cut grass is enough to meet all their food needs. This is way safer and more stable than hunting. Thuong and Elder Bian were completely stunned after hearing this. They had seen the Han tribe raising moose and bison before, but they always thought it was just because the Han tribe had domesticated them for labor. They never imagined that the Han tribe was raising so many types of animals, including ones specifically for meat and for their fur to make cloth. Moreover, the plan he presented of providing food through livestock farming instead of hunting really completely blew their traditional hunting mindset away. "So Han Chief, does that mean you guys can domesticate and raise any kind of animal?" Elder Bian asked curiously. "Not at all. We can only raise herbivores, and they have to be species with a gentle temperament that don't actively attack people. They also have to be useful to us. For example, they can help us work, provide meat, or provide fur and hides. Carnivores are a no-go. We barely have enough food for ourselves, plus most predators are super aggressive and will hurt people." "So what about those 2 elephants? Don't they eat a ton too?" the elder asked again, as if she just remembered something. "Those 2 came to us on their own. We didn't catch them. Right now, their main job is helping us dig rivers, and they can also be used for riding, plus they're pretty smart and are great fighters. They're the guardian beasts of our tribe." He started laying it on thick. Thuong and the elder nodded along after hearing him. Guardian beasts sounded pretty badass. "Come on, let's go see our rice paddies. That stuff is also extremely important." After saying that, he led them outside the surrounding wall. Both of them had no idea what that was, so they curiously hurried to follow along. To the east of the wall were 2 man-made rivers shimmering with water. On both banks of the rivers were hemp fields and rice paddies. "The hemp field is over there. You all definitely know what that is. We just planted it for the first time this year. The first time I came to your tribe, it was actually to plant hemp fields," he said, pointing to the north bank of the irrigation channel. After hearing this, Thuong and Tiu Diep couldn't help but blush. They remembered the first time they met him when they even captured him. And over here is our rice paddy. This is our staple food, something to eat. He led them over to the paddy and pointed to a rice plant to explain, this is the ear of the rice where it flowers and produces grain. When the rice is ripe, we'll harvest the grains. Those grains are what will eat one of these rice plants. Has enough grain for one adult to eat a full meal. Its grain is called paddy. After it's dried, it can be stored for several years. But paddy is very hard. It has to be cooked in a pot before you can eat it. With a lot of water, it becomes porridge. With less water, it becomes rice. People can survive just by eating rice. This is our main staple food. Thuong and Elder Bien were so shocked their jaws dropped. They had always thought that food had to be obtained through hunting and gathering. This was the first time they'd ever heard that food could actually be grown, and on top of that, a single rice plant could provide enough food for a person. Chang asked the Han chieftain, if this paddy rice is so good, why don't we plant more of it? Why are we still raising those animals? Isn't that just a waste of manpower? He asked, his tone unconsciously shifting to we. Paddy rice is great, but we can't survive on just that. Besides, these rice plants aren't just for us humans to eat. They can be used to feed those animals. We eat the grains while the animals can eat the stalks and leaves. Burning them would be a huge waste. Plus, their manure can be used as fertilizer for the fields. It helps the rice grow bigger and more plentiful. Also, you said you want to plant more rice, but it's actually really hard. You can't just plant it anywhere. It has to be grown in water. The fields have to stay flooded. For example, all these rice paddies were created by us digging out rivers and reshaping the land. Those 2 rivers over there, we dug them ourselves. We dug them to get clay for firing bricks to build houses. Hearing this, Chang and the elders' jaws nearly hit the floor. People can dig rivers. If he hadn't told them himself, they would have always thought those 2 rivers were natural. No wonder they thought it was so strange when they first saw how straight the rivers were. That one over there was just finished. I plan to continue expanding the planting area next month, he said, pointing to the man-made river. Can we still plant rice this year? How long does this plant take to produce grain? The elder asked. From sowing the seeds to flowering and bearing grain, it takes more than 3 months. In the spring, when the snow melts, we can plant the first crop. It can be harvested in the summer. Then we plant the second crop. If we're fast, we can harvest again at the end of summer. In theory, in the fall, we could still plant one more crop, but I don't know if we can harvest it before winter comes. Trying to get 3 rice harvests this year is probably a long shot. If we could just get a handle on the weather patterns and temperature. And if we replant immediately after every harvest, then theoretically we could get 3 crops. This was the first time Chang and the Bien elder had ever heard about rice plants. After his introduction, they silently did the math. A year has 14 months. 4 of those are cold winter, leaving 10 months for planting rice. 1 rice plant is enough for a meal, so one person needs over 800 plants a year based on 2 meals a day. For 3 meals, it's about 1,300 plants. Split into 3 crops, planting 400 to 500 plants each time would be enough. This food source seemed incredibly promising. No wonder it was used as a staple food. But only he knew that getting 3 harvests was damn near impossible. Even though 10 months seemed like enough time in practice, it was. Not gonna happen. Unless you could sow the seeds the second you finished harvesting, which was just too hard and too rushed. Harvesting takes time. Plowing and fertilizing also take time. Just the time. Between crops could take up to 10 days, and that's being optimistic. 2 transitions could waste almost a whole month. So while you could plant a 3rd crop, it definitely wouldn't ripen before. Winter arrived, and that would be a total loss. But hey, you never know. If they studied it carefully and tried to shorten the transition time, maybe it could be done. At this point, the tour for the 2 high-ranking leaders of the Bien tribe came to a successful end. They now had a much clearer picture of the Han tribe. Both sides smoothly agreed that the Bien tribe would merge with the Han tribe. The Bien tribe wouldn't relocate to the Han territory just yet. But from now on, they were officially considered members of the Han tribe. He would provide them with the same tools for production and daily life as the Han tribe. In return, the Bien tribe had to give the Han tribe all of their harvested hemp fiber. The initial plan was for him to send 5 ox carts to the Bien tribe. They were the simple 1 ox pulling kind. They were the same carts the Han tribe used for hauling bricks. These 5 ox carts would transport pottery, white saltwater barrels, bronze axes, shovel spears, and other tools for work and life. There would also be 10 spinning machines, the Han tribe's only 2 carding machines, and 1 loom. Right now, all the wool had been carded, so the machines were just sitting idle. He decided to send them all over for now, to the Bien tribe to process the hemp fiber. Later, there would be a new type of loom specifically for weaving hemp sacks. The rice harvest was coming up, and the Han tribe needed a ton of hemp sacks to store the grain. This was also the first production task he assigned them. After returning, the Bien tribe had to go all out weaving hemp sacks. He would send the specific dimensions, technical specs, manufacturing process, and machinery over later. For now, they just needed to spin hemp fiber like their lives depended on it. This was why he sent the Bien tribe 10 spinning machines at once. With the tour wrapped up, it was nearly evening. The 2 of them then toured with Xiao Die. They visited the carpentry and pottery workshops, which was a real eye-opener for them. Compared to the Han tribe, they were seriously behind the times. But now they were also members of the Han tribe. In the future, they could also enjoy all these things. Thinking about this, both of them felt an indescribable pride welling up inside. It was a feeling of belonging and connection to the Han tribe. That evening, Chang and the elder were treated to a lavish feast. Salt and chili were used generously. Back in the Bian tribe, they were extremely stingy with their white salt. After all, it was a precious commodity they'd traded lives for, so how could they dare use it wastefully? Each person only dared to take a tiny pinch to taste. Sprinkling it on food was an unimaginable luxury. The next morning, he got busy telling his tribesmen to prepare supplies for the Bian tribe. Chang and the elder also got serious about learning how to use the carding and spinning machines. This was the first task he'd given them, and they were determined to nail it. It took a full day to get the supplies ready, during which Chang and the elder also learned how, using the machines all day. On the morning of the third day, the two of them hit the road back home, rolling out with 8 ox carts and 10 tribesmen. 8 of them were on cart duty, while the other 2 were sent by our guy. These 2 women were the first members from the Han tribe, tasked with teaching the Bian tribe how to use the supplies, and also teaching them the Han language, basically, to remind the Bian tribe not to forget their promises to the Han. Thinking they could just take his stuff and dip was not an option. The elk-riding hunting squad also tagged along, responsible for escorting the convoy safely to the entrance of the valley where the Bian tribe lived, after which they would head back to the Han tribe on their own. As for our guy, after seeing the Bian people off, he dove straight into his workshop and started designing a new type of loom. He was dead set on creating a loom with a simpler structure that was easy to assemble and take apart. After all, the tribe had a ton of hemp sacks to weave, and a more convenient loom would seriously boost their efficiency, helping them handle the upcoming harvest. Meanwhile, the Yu tribe was trekking along the east bank of the river. After a while, they ran into the Lu tribe. They saw the Lu women chasing a herd of small spotted pigs back toward their camp. These pigs had short, shiny, multicolored coats and round bellies, looking super healthy. You could tell at a glance they were well cared for. Da from the Yu tribe wasn't paying attention and accidentally fell into a trap set by the Lu tribe, crying out in pain. Yufu rushed over to check on him, then stood up and faced the Lu tribe. He shouted, "We're from the Yu tribe. We're just passing through, not here to cause trouble." Chief Q of the Lu tribe heard the noise and came over with a few of his people. The moment he laid eyes on them, he spotted the ox cart the Yu tribe was hauling, with oxen and deer piled high with a good amount of pottery and white salt, and he was instantly intrigued. Seeing this, Yufu proactively started talking about trading between the tribes. He even pulled out some white salt and gave it to Chief Q. "Hey Chief, have a taste. This white salt is super pure. It's a rare delicacy around here." Q took it and tried it. The savory, salty flavor made his eyes light up. He immediately decided to trade animal hides or other valuable goods for the salt. Hearing this, Yufu was secretly thrilled. He thought for a moment and said, "Chief, I see those spotted pigs your tribe is raising are pretty interesting. I was wondering if we could trade some white salt for a few to take back." Hearing this, Q was surprisingly generous, laughing as he invited them to his camp as guests to hash out the details of the trade. At the Lu tribe's camp, Q enthusiastically told everyone from the Yu tribe about the habits of these spotted pigs. "These pigs love to eat crown daisies and napa cabbage. We've got tons of that stuff around our camp. Plus, I can even give you guys some seeds and vines. Take them back, plant them, and you can raise your own spotted pigs." Yufu and his crew heard this and thought the deal was a total steal. The two sides sat down and started hammering out the details. After some haggling, the Yu tribe ended up trading a good amount of white salt for 2 boars, 4 sows, and even 50 piglets. On top of that, the Lu tribe also threw in 10 young resourceful maidens to help out, plus some napa cabbage seeds, flower vines, and a bunch of animal hides. The people of the Yu tribe were ecstatic. They happily herded the pigs and carried all their new loot, and headed back to the Han tribe. Back at the Han camp, it was a scene of bustling activity. Everyone was focused on making looms. The Bian tribe on their end was also weaving hemp cloth, just as they had agreed. The Yu tribe carefully herded their pigs back to the Han camp on edge the whole way, worried something unexpected might happen. Meanwhile, the mine wasn't idle either. Ox carts were busy hauling ore back and forth. Overall, everything was going smoothly. It seemed like a bright future was right around the corner. But unexpectedly, danger was quietly creeping up on them. That very afternoon, Dai Kubing came rushing back, leading more than 20 strangers back to the tribe. These people were all panicked and exhausted, covered in wounds. After asking, it turned out they were refugees from another tribe. Their tribe had been attacked in a terrifying way. He hurried over to get the specifics. The people, still in shock, recounted, "The ones who attacked us were a bunch of cannibals, and they had a species of massive, ferocious beast with them. That beast looked kind of human but had terrifying strength. A single slap could send a person flying. Many people in our tribe were killed by them, only we were lucky enough to escape." Hearing this, his heart sank. He instantly remembered the brutal battle with the ape men from before. Without hesitating, he immediately summoned the tribe's leaders and seriously laid out the tasks. "Shoya, you get to the Bian tribe right now and tell them to halt the supply runs. Then quickly call back the people mining at Mount Bapao and the ox carts hauling ore from the east. Tell them all to return to the tribe. Also tell the people watching the boats everyone gets back here to beef up our defenses. The logging and gathering teams should stay put for now and continue their work. The fishing team can work as usual, but they must post lookouts to closely monitor everything around them. If anything seems off, they have to return immediately and report, after setting everything up. He had originally planned to have the tribe harvest the rice at night, but on second thought, everyone had worked hard all day and was exhausted. If he forced them to work, he was afraid their performance wouldn't be great, and they'd be more likely to make mistakes, so he decided to let the tribesmen rest first. However, just in case, he still posted 100 warriors to take turns on guard duty. He sat in his tent racking his brain, trying to come up with a strategy to deal with the enemy. He knew damn well that out of the more than 200 enemies, the most troublesome were the ape men. They had to find a flat, open area to fight. That was the only way they could neutralize their advantage and maximize their own tribe's strength. While he was thinking, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. A tribesman rushed in to report, "Chief. We gotta max out our advantages and figure out how to lock down those ape men's movements. Nets or strong ropes will for sure do the trick." "That's right. We can also hit him in the eyes with lime powder. That'll make him temporarily unable to fight." The next morning, he sent out 3 cavalry squads, each heading in a different direction to warn the neighboring friendly tribes to be on their guard. As for the others, who stayed back in the tribe, they all got to work. Some of the women were sent to harvest chili peppers, since that was a crucial resource. The rest went to harvest rice, while the men were trained based on their skills. The skilled archers headed to the riverbank to protect the fishing crew and hunt for more food reserves. 100 strong warriors were gathered to train with meteor hammers. Basically, a meteor hammer is just a rock tied to a long rope. If they could use it to tie up the ape men, it'd be super useful. The rest of the guys practiced throwing short rock-tied ropes. These weren't just any ropes, they were actually for tying on cloth bags filled with lime powder to chuck at the enemy. He wasn't just kicking back either. He was busy testing out cloth bags for the lime powder, constantly tweaking the knots to get the best results. After a bit of tinkering, he finally figured out the perfect knot. He then had the women use his method to whip up 300 bags of lime powder. He also told everyone to make extra straw hats with veils to protect the tribespeople from getting hurt in the fight. The cavalry messengers started trickling back. The squad that went to the Bien tribe brought back 30 large nets, which was a total godsend. The team that headed for the dark forest brought back a boatload of limestone and even snagged a bunch of rabbits on the way, so that was a decent haul. Only the squad heading to the mountains couldn't make it back that day, because it was too far. Seeing all the supplies they'd gathered made him feel a lot better. Next up, he decided they had to go on the offensive and nip this threat in the bud. There was no way he was going to let the enemy get to their doorstep, or else the fallout would be unimaginable. On the morning of the 3rd day, a massive army of 411 people was ready to roll out. The lineup included sharpshooters, a meteor hammer squad specializing in tying up enemies, a capture team for taking prisoners, a long spear unit, and even a highly mobile deer cavalry squad, and so on. They even had some refugees acting as guides, pulling ox carts behind the main force. The mighty army marched northward. After a while, they ran into a pack of wild wolves out of nowhere, but the wolves were no match for these well-trained warriors. Everyone worked together seamlessly, quickly surrounding the pack. After a short fight, they easily wiped out the entire wolf pack and scored some decent loot. This totally pumped everyone up. They were all fired up and super confident about the battles to come. As evening rolled in, the army reached a valley. Tanya took a few guys to scout the area. When he came back, he'd brought some refugees from the tree tribe. Turns out the tree tribe had been attacked by the cannibal tribe. Their whole tribe was scattered to the winds, and these were the only lucky ones who escaped. Hearing their story, he felt for them and immediately told the women from the tree tribe to help cook for the warriors. As for the men, he handed each of them a weapon so they could join the fight. Among the refugees from the tree tribe, one guy was even wearing a piece of leather armor. This caught Han Feng's eye. He picked it up for a closer look and realized this armor wasn't just tough as nails, it was also super light. He was immediately intrigued by this material called thorngrass. He thought to himself, after this battle is over, I've got to go check out that thorngrass. If they could mass produce it to make armor for the tribe's warriors, their combat strength would get a serious boost. The next day, Han Feng set up his ambush outside the valley bright and early. He ordered his warriors to hide behind the small mounds and handed out the lime powder bags. Everything was set. He led the cavalry squad toward the direction the enemy was likely to come from. Around noon, he finally spotted traces of the enemy at the edge of the forest. There was a bunch of cannibal tribe warriors, all holding their weapons and looking fierce. Next to them were over a dozen huge savage ape men. On top of that, they were dragging along a ton of prisoners. Seeing this, Han Feng didn't waste a second. He drew his bow, knocked an arrow, and let it fly. Asterisk, whoosh, asterisk. The arrow shot out and nailed one of the cannibal tribe warriors. Next, he fired another arrow at the ape men. This one really pissed off the ape men. They roared and charged straight for him. The cannibal tribe warriors raised their shields and started their attack too. Seeing that his plan worked, Han Feng led his cavalry squad back towards the valley, taunting the ape men the whole way to keep them hot on their tail. They ran like that for the entire afternoon, finally making it near the valley. Han Feng ordered the cavalry to get ready for a fight. He quickly suited up in his own armor and helmet. When the 17 aggressive ape men finally caught up, he yelled, "Now!" All at once, the warriors hurled their lime powder bags at the ape men. In a flash, lime powder filled the air, creating a massive white dust cloud. With the powder in their eyes, the 8 men howled in pain, their formation completely breaking down. Right then, the Meteor Hammer Squad seized the moment and charged in. They expertly used the long chains of their weapons to split up the 8 men's formation, isolating them one by one. The captured team and the long spear unit immediately followed up, working together like a well-oiled machine to tie up the 8 men, and then finish them off one by one. The tribespeople watching this went wild, shouting, "Payback, we got payback!" But Han Feng didn't get blinded by the victory. He yelled out to remind everyone not to get complacent. "There are still over 200 enemies waiting for us. We have to keep fighting and wipe every single one of them out." Hearing this, everyone, after that, they roared their battle cry, clutching their weapons, ready for the next fight. Their morale was sky high, like they were ready to crush any enemy. It was getting dark, so Han Feng led the warriors back to their camp in the valley. They washed up in the clear stream, scrubbing off the grime, then got to work on dinner. Everyone gathered around the campfire, skillfully prepping food while excitedly discussing the recent battle. Everyone was in awe of their leader's tactics, especially the unexpected use of lime powder. Too bad they didn't bring much of it. Just then, the guide from the tree tribe stood up looking worried. He nervously told Han Feng, "Chief, we can't use the same method on the remaining enemies. I saw it clearly. Some captured tribesmen from our tribe are in their ranks. If we keep fighting like this, I'm afraid those tribesmen will die." Han Feng nodded in understanding and said in a low voice, "I know. Besides, the lime powder is all gone, and I never planned on killing them all anyway." The guide looked confused after hearing this. "Not kill them." Han Feng patiently explained, "That's right, we're not killing them. Our tribe has a lot of work to do. Killing them would be letting them off too easy. I plan to capture them alive. Make them work for the tribe." The guide still didn't get it. "Why make them work? Can't we just do it ourselves? Plus we'd have to waste food feeding them." Han Feng sighed and explained further, "There's too much to do. No matter how many people we have, it's not enough. Compared to the labor they'll provide, a little food is nothing. Besides, we're not going to feed them until they're full every day." The guide nodded as he listened to Han Feng finally getting it. He knew the Han tribe had a lot of people, but he still wondered to himself, besides hunting and gathering, what other work was there to do. So he asked again, "Chief, what kind of work does our tribe have to do?" Han Feng slowly said, "Hunting doesn't need that many people. Right now, our most urgent task is to build sturdy houses for everyone. These houses not only need to provide shade from the sun in the summer, but also have to withstand the bone-chilling cold in the winter. We also need to dig canals for irrigation to grow crops, and at the same time send people to the mountains to chop trees and gather enough firewood and lumber. That's right. There's just too much work to be done." The more the guide heard, the more confused he got. He thought to himself, maybe I'll just wait until we get to the Han tribe to figure it out. Anyway, right now he only cared about the safety of his fellow tribesmen. After dinner, Han Feng immediately summoned Big Rat Beast, Fang Bloodhead, and the other leaders. He told them about his decision to capture prisoners of war. Everyone agreed after hearing it, but when they thought about having to capture more than 200 enemies alive, they all frowned. They were wondering where to even start. Seeing this, Han Feng calmly laid out his well-thought-out plan. The cannibal tribe is on foot, so their speed is definitely not fast. Plus, they're dragging along a lot of prisoners. They definitely won't make it to the valley today. They'll have to find a place to camp for the night. We can use that opportunity to launch a surprise attack. A night raid. After agreeing on the battle plan, the team quickly gathered the warriors. They remembered their previous ambush experience. Even though they had to lie in wait all day on the battlefield, aside from the short battle in the afternoon, they were mostly resting. Plus, they had just won a victory, so everyone's morale was high. Hearing their chief say he wanted to proactively attack and capture the enemy alive to make them work got everyone fired up. But the first order Han Feng gave made the tribesmen both surprised and amused, even a bit baffled. He ordered the tribesmen to dig a small pit by the stream, then channel water into it to create a muddy puddle. Next, he ordered everyone to jump into the mud pit one by one and roll around until their entire bodies from head to toe were covered in mud. Even their weapons were no exception. They were all coated in a thick layer of mud. He explained that this was to blend in with the darkness, to make it harder for the enemy to spot them during the night raid. As the sky grew completely dark, hundreds of Han tribe warriors looking like mudmen silently split into several groups. They steadily advanced north. The first group consisted of 30 men. They formed a horizontal line, carefully scouting the path to the north with about 10 to 20 meters between each person. Han Feng specifically instructed them, "If you spot any sign of the enemy, do not act on your own. You must immediately return to report, then regroup and follow the chief's unified command." The second group of 70 men was divided into 7 vertical columns, forming a line and maintaining a distance of about 200 meters from the first group to provide timely support if the first group ran into trouble. The third group of 100 men was divided into 10 vertical columns, also keeping a 200-meter distance from the second group. The remaining 200-plus warriors, along with the cavalry and 2 ox carts, were tasked with bringing up the rear. He arranged them this way because he knew that if everyone gathered in one spot, the noise would be too loud. He was afraid they'd be spotted by the enemy's sentries before they even got close. The army moved swiftly through the night. About 3 or 4 hours later, As dawn was approaching, a sharp-eyed warrior in the first group suddenly spotted a faint flicker of fire in the distance. He didn't hesitate for a second, and immediately bolted back to inform the groups behind him. Han Feng also got the report right away and looked towards the fire. Then to confirm the information, he personally snuck closer to scout. He finally confirmed that this campsite was indeed the hideout of the cannibal tribe they had been painstakingly searching for. He quickly returned and gathered all the warriors, telling everyone to rest where the enemy couldn't spot them. Next, he picked out over a dozen tribesmen skilled in archery and secretly led them towards the enemy camp. The warriors told everyone to rest where the enemy couldn't spot them. Then he picked out over a dozen skilled archers and secretly led them toward the enemy's camp. However, Han Feng quickly realized this wasn't the best time to strike. He decisively led the first and second squads in a swift retreat to regroup with the main force behind them. After that, he gathered everyone and waited patiently, because he knew damn well the best time to make a move was around 2 or 3 in the morning. That's when it's darkest and the enemy would be deep in sleep. The assembly point of the Han tribe was not too far from the cannibals' camp, at least a kilometer away. This distance was perfect. As long as everyone kept their voices down, the enemy wouldn't hear a thing. As long as they didn't light any campfires, they wouldn't be easily spotted. Knowing this, everyone felt at ease. They drank water from the barrels on the ox carts and gathered around them to rest. However, they kept their weapons in hand at all times. Even while sleeping, they clutched them tightly. Han Feng then arranged for Big Rat to take temporary command, while he, Blood Butcher, and the guide from the tree tribe snuck back to scout the enemy camp. The 3 of them, covered head to toe in mud, moved like ghosts in the dark, swift and silent. They got low to the ground and slowly crawled forward. It took them over 10 minutes to cover 200 meters. Finally, the enemy camp was right before their eyes. Most of the cannibals were fast asleep, sprawled out on their shields. These shields, made from beast hides stretched over wooden frames, could double as makeshift beds. The cannibals slept soundly on them, still clutching their stone axes. Nearby spears were propped up against each other, and in their hands they still gripped their stone axes, ready for a fight. They were sleeping so soundly, probably thinking that as long as those dozen or so ferocious ape men charged in first to engage the enemy, their opponents wouldn't stand a chance. They never imagined Han Feng could lead a counterattack, so their defenses were ridiculously lax. They didn't even bother setting up a moving patrol. There were only 5 or 6 stationary guards, and they were yawning their heads off. This camp had over 200 people. However, the captured prisoners weren't kept in the same area as the cannibals. They were locked up in a separate section slightly to the north, less than 10 meters away. A few guards were posted there, looking a bit more alert. They were probably afraid the prisoners might try to escape. The captives included men, women, and children. That morning, Han Feng saw about 60 or 70 of them, but now counting again, there were only a little over 50. He was wondering where the others had gone, when suddenly a whimpering sound came from beside him, followed by a violent struggle. He turned his head and saw Blood Butcher clamping a hand over the guide's mouth, forcefully pinning him to the ground. The guide's eyes were wide with horror, tears streaming down his face as he stared at one of the guards. That guard was holding a bizarre cooked object that looked disturbingly like a human arm. He was gnawing on it with relish, his mouth making sickening chewing sounds. Han Feng fought back a wave of nausea and rage, glaring at the guide and signaling him to absolutely not make a move. After getting a clear picture of the enemy's layout, the 3 of them silently crawled back without making a single sound. Afterwards, he immediately laid out the mission for his tribesmen. He picked out 50 archers and ordered them to focus their fire to take out the dozen or so guards. They had to be clean kills, leaving no one alive. Furthermore, they couldn't make any loud noises that might wake the sleeping enemy. Next, he assigned 80 strong warriors to secretly infiltrate the camp after the guards were eliminated. Their job was to steal the enemy's spears, disarming them of their most dangerous weapons. The remaining 300+ men would lie in ambush around the perimeter. Once the first 2 tasks were complete, they would all attack at once using 30 large nets to throw over the enemy. The warriors without nets would charge in directly. The first objective was to snatch the enemy's stone axes, completely stripping them of their ability to fight back. After that, it would be simple. They could just go in barehanded. After all, the Han tribe had nearly double the number of warriors, and with control weapons in play, handling the situation wouldn't be a problem. After meticulous scouting and planning, the battle. It was now around 2 in the morning. The entire army, geared up, began the dramatic raid. Everyone did as before, running until they were 200 meters away, then starting to crawl. The archers crawled up first. This time, everyone moved slower and more carefully. With so many people, even small frequent noises could easily give them away. Like this, they crawled for over 20 minutes. The hundreds of mud-caked warriors finally reached the closest position, less than 40 meters from the enemy. However, they didn't dare get any closer. Only the archers advanced, getting to about 20 meters away. The archers were all equipped with longbows, which couldn't be fired from a prone position like crossbows, so they had to wait for Han Feng's command. On his signal, they would all rise and attack in unison. They waited another minute or 2. The enemy guards remained completely oblivious, and the sleepers didn't stir. Seeing the time was ripe, he gave the order to attack. He mimicked the call of a cuckoo, letting out 2 sharp cuckoo sounds. The standing guards heard the strange noise and looked around puzzled. They wondered what kind of bird is that? Why have we never heard it before? However, they wouldn't get a chance to find out. The moment the signal was heard, 59 mud-covered warriors shot up from the ground around them like phantoms. In their hands, longbows were already drawn, arrows knocked on the strings. The next second, arrows whizzed through the dark night, followed immediately by a series of dull thuds, the sound of arrowheads hitting their targets. The dozen or so guards dropped in an instant, each one hit by 3 or 4 arrows, all of them fatal wounds. Seeing that all the guards had been eliminated, Han Feng immediately stood up and waved his hand toward the enemy camp. The 80 warriors moved quickly, hunched. A scout bolted for the enemy camp. He swiftly snatched the spears planted in the ground, then hauled ass back out, ditching them behind the rest of the warriors, who immediately surged forward like a flash flood. But the scene was dead silent. No one screamed a battle cry as they charged. They threw huge nets over the enemies, aiming for the crowded spots like where 5 or 6 guys were gathered. If it was just 3 or 4 dudes, the warriors without nets would handle them. When the first net dropped, the enemy jolted awake. But the second they opened their eyes, they were already completely tangled up. Right after that, a mob of warriors swarmed in, beating the hell out of them until they screamed bloody murder. There was no way to break free from the net, and they couldn't even swing the stone axes in their hands. About 60 or 70 enemies, who weren't netted, scrambled to their feet to fight back on instinct. They went for their spears, but when they turned around, the spears had vanished. With no other choice, they had to use their stone axes to defend themselves. But the Mud Tribe warriors were all rocking long-range weapons. The soldiers of the Flesh Eater tribe couldn't even get close with their stone axes. They didn't dare throw their axes either, because once they did, they'd be left with nothing. At that point, it was just game over. So in a few spots, they were stuck in a standoff. There were also some enemies who jumped up the second they heard the noise and saw they were suddenly surrounded by so many enemies. They freaked out and ran for their lives. But they didn't get far before our warriors snagged them with meteor hammers. There were also 5 or 6 hotheads who grouped up in one spot, fighting back like madmen with their stone axes. But they got taken down fast, run through with bronze spears on the spot. Some of the enemies chucked their stone axes right from the get-go. And yeah, they caused a few casualties for the Han tribe. But once they were disarmed, they got swarmed by our warriors, who outnumbered them big time and were beaten to a pulp. In this whole brawl, the MVP had to be Shui too. This assassin wasn't used to using the Han tribe's bronze spears. He stuck with his trusty long staff. This time, breaking into the enemy lines, he was like a fish back in water. The long staff in his hands would jab straight, then sweep sideways, then slam down vertically or swing up with insane power. Wherever that staff went, enemies dropped like flies. But he pulled his punches, just knocking them out instead of finishing them off. The whole chaotic fight didn't last long. The enemy was quickly overwhelmed, then pinned down and beaten within an inch of their lives. Once everyone was under control, the tribesmen pulled out ropes and started tying up the prisoners. Han Feng told everyone to grab the spears they had just collected and use axes to chop off the pointy ends, leaving just the shafts. Then he had them place those staffs on the prisoners' backs, tie their hands to it, loop the rope around their necks, and finally tie them up in a cross shape. That way they couldn't untie themselves. Plus, if they struggled even a little, they'd start choking themselves. About 20 minutes later, all the prisoners were tied up tight. Then they were flipped face down on the ground. They couldn't get up on their own. They could only lie on their stomachs screaming. However, anytime they started acting up, they'd immediately get a beatdown. Little by little, none of the prisoners dared to make a scene anymore. Finally, they did a head count. A total of 237 enemies were shot or stabbed to death. 29 were killed, and 208 were captured alive. This would be the Han tribe's first batch of slaves. And what's more, it was permanent slavery. They would never get the chance to join the Han tribe. In this battle, not a single Han tribe warrior died. Only 5 or 6 guys got minor injuries. The remaining 57 captives they rescued were tribesmen from the 2 tribes that got hit earlier. After hearing what their own people had to say, they all happily agreed to join the Han tribe. After all, with their own strength, there was no way they could protect themselves. After this battle, the Han tribe's power grew even stronger. But Han Feng figured the biggest score from this northern campaign wasn't just the manpower and expanded territory. More importantly, this was the first time the Han tribe had successfully tested a new tactic, taking down over a dozen 8-men and figuring out an effective strategy to handle any large-scale beef that might pop off later. For the tribe's long-term development, this was a huge strategic win. Plus, scoring 2 victories in a single day was like a massive shot of adrenaline, seriously hyping up the fighting spirit of the whole tribe. In these 2 battles, Han Feng, as the chief, had pulled off some brilliant tactics, making sure his people suffered almost 0 casualties. This obviously made his cred with the warriors skyrocket. Of course, there was another major score that Han Feng kept on his mind. That was the thorngrass from the tree tribe's territory. This plant, which could produce a natural latex, had insane potential for the tribe's construction and development. He absolutely had to find a way to bring it back. The warriors rested right where they were. After midnight, as dawn broke, Han Feng called Big Rat over. He told him to lead the main group out first. On the way, he had to keep a close eye on the prisoners. For now, don't feed them. Just give them salt, water. Starve them for a few days so they won't have any strength to fight back. Once you're back at the tribe, only feed them 1 meal a day. Just enough to make sure they don't starve to death. Don't let your guard down yet. Wait until I get back. And then we'll figure out the next move. Chief, you're not coming back with us, big rat ass, totally confused. I gotta take a few guys on a trip to the tree tribe's land. There's a special plant there that's super useful for our tribe. I need to find a way to bring it back and see if we can grow it in our own territory. As for everyone else, you take them all back. All I need is 5 riders plus a guide, that's it. We won't be messing around. For long. We might even catch up to you guys before you get back to the tribe. All right, Chief. You better be careful. I'll keep an eye on these slaves. Big Rat stood at attention and gave Han Feng a salute. He just nodded. Then he called 5 cavalrymen. He rode Hoi-san himself, while the guide rode Nuke Bao, and the 7 of them continued heading north. Soon enough, they arrived at the former territory of the tree tribe, which was a vast flat land with a few scattered bushes and trees. The ground was covered with all sorts of animal tracks, and you could tell at a glance that the place was loaded with resources. There was plenty of dry grass for fuel and tons of different animals that could provide more than enough food. The terrain was flat and wide open, but the only real drawback was that it wasn't very safe. However, if they could build a fortress here, it would be a pretty solid choice. The tree tribe's homes were these unique semi-underground dwellings, and if you didn't get up close to inspect them, you basically wouldn't even spot them. The guide pointed out the thorn grass growing in the bushes, explaining it was a plant that looked a lot like a sunflower. It was completely green, stood about 5 feet tall, and at the top grew a flower about the size of a hand. However, there was a clear difference compared to a sunflower. The center of the flower was riddled with tiny holes, each holding a seed with an estimated 200 seeds per flower head. The seeds were about the size of soybeans, and the head looked a lot like a lotus pod. The thorn grass had a straight stalk about an inch thick, a bit wider than a human finger, and it was covered in a layer of fine fuzz. However, that fuzz was actually a bunch of tiny, super sharp spines. The first time he touched it, he got pricked, and his finger immediately started to swell up. It wasn't from any poison, though. It was just his body reacting to the plant's sap. The tree tribe guide explained that after handling it for a while, his people didn't have that reaction anymore. This left him feeling a bit helpless. It seemed his tribesmen would have to go through some pain when they started harvesting the sap. The thorngrass stalk also grew several large oval dark green leaves, each one about 3 feet long. The undersides of the leaves were covered in rough nodes full of sap. Out of curiosity, Han Feng made a small slice on the stalk with his dagger, and right away a thick white gooey sap began to slowly ooze out. It oozed out pretty slowly, but if you let it accumulate, you could collect a decent amount. Each thorngrass plant could yield about 10.5 ounces of sap, which was already a huge deal, but there was even more good news. The guide excitedly explained that after harvesting the sap, it only took 7 days for the plant to recover and produce the same amount again. So when can we start harvesting each year and how many times? Can we harvest? Han Feng asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. You can start harvesting as soon as the plant starts to flower. Just look for the nodes on the back of the leaves to swell up, and that means it's ready. The thorngrass starts flowering in early summer and can bloom continuously for 2 months. As long as it's flowering, you can keep harvesting the sap. But by midsummer, the flowers start to fade, and about a month after that, the seeds ripen. That's when the little holes in the flower head open up and the seeds just drop to the ground. They sprout into new thorngrass plants real fast. Then by fall, they ripen a second time. The seeds are edible too, though the taste is a little weird, so my tribe doesn't really eat them. But lots of big birds and rodents love these seeds. We usually use them to bait our traps in the winter. We usually catch a ton of game that way. The guide went on detailing all the properties of the thorngrass. Han Feng was so stoked he was at a loss for words. 2 harvests a year, which meant a total of 4 months for harvesting. You could get 300 grams of sap every 7 days. With 2 seasons a year, that's a total of 120 days to harvest. You could do it 17 times, meaning 2 seasons would yield about 11 pounds of sap per plant. This was just the output from a single thorngrass plant. It was truly amazing. What was even better was that its seeds were edible. Even though they didn't taste great, they could be used as feed for poultry and livestock. You had to know that livestock feed was an essential resource. The Han tribe was already raising a ton of chickens, so using these seeds to feed them was a no-brainer. And in the end, the chickens would still end up in people's stomachs. "Oh yeah, do you guys have any of these thorngrass seeds left?" he asked eagerly. "We do, but not a lot. We stored them in those earthen houses over there. I'm not sure if they're damaged. I'll go check right now," the guide said, and then rushed off to find the seeds. The tree tribe had been attacked by the cannibal tribe before, and some of their earthen houses had collapsed. So Han Feng told everyone to lend a hand and dig through the rubble. Following the guide's directions, everyone pitched in. Eventually, they found a decent stash of round black seeds that looked just like black beans. After a while, they had gathered about 110 to 130 pounds of them. By the time they were done, it was nearly dark, so Han Feng decided they'd camp there for the night. Everyone got busy with some people going to gather. firewood, while others grabbed their bows to hunt nearby. It wasn't long before they'd caught a few wildfowl and rabbits, securing their food for the next 2 days. Come dinner time, Han Feng took out the white salt as usual and sprinkled it on the food. Seeing the white salt, the guide suddenly spoke up, saying he'd seen that stuff before. This caught Han Feng completely by surprise, and he thought to himself, could there be a salt mine nearby? He immediately asked, where did you see it? If you head east from here for about a 5-day journey, you have to cross a river. On the other side, there's a fairy lake, and along its shore there are these rocks that have this stuff on them. However, the salt there isn't as white as yours, and the lake water itself is salty. The guide was meticulously describing a nearby salt lake. So there's a place like that around here. Then why is it called? So it's the fairy lake is it really just because it's got salt in it? Han Feng kept pressing for answers, getting even more curious about the strange world around him. Not only that, but the lake was also surrounded by a ton of wild beasts standing guard. There were even horned herbivores, and on top of that, a small flying island on Fairy Lake. Han Feng broke it down, figuring since wild beasts were guarding it, a ton of animals must come there to drink the salt water. After all, animals need their mineral salts. As for the floating island, salt water has a high density, so if there were some light hollow basin-shaped rocks, they could float on the salt lake. This could explain it. But when Han Feng pressed the guide for details about that floating island, the guy just mumbled and couldn't give a straight answer. That small island was just hovering in midair. Right then, seeing that floating island right before his eyes, Han Feng's heart swelled with hope, but just then a pack of hyenas was silently closing in. From the sky, Bachuka let out a sharp cry. At the piercing sound, Han Feng was instantly on guard. He quickly gave the order to prepare for a fight, and the whole crew started circling the salt lake. Everyone followed orders, weapons in hand, ready to throw down. More than 20 hyenas were still casually trailing behind their eyes, locked on the group, ready to pounce at any second. Still, they seemed a bit hesitant, because every time they'd attacked humans before, the eagles from the floating island would swoop in and interfere. Han Feng, keeping a close watch on the hyena pack, asked the guide about the area. Besides these things, are there any other meat-eaters around here? I don't see any, the guide replied. Besides these hyenas, there's also a pack of long-toothed beasts, about 4 or 5 of them. They're just not around today. Dully curious asked about the beasts. Long-toothed? You mean like a tiger with massive fangs, a short tail, and yellow fur? The guide's face turned serious. Yeah, that's them. They can take a man out with a single swipe. Even the eagles up there aren't a guaranteed match for them. Hearing that, Han Feng made up his mind. First he had to wipe out this hyena pack, then he could properly scout the area. He waited for the perfect moment, aimed, and let an arrow fly towards the distant pack. The gap between them was about 65 yards. His arrow struck a large hyena right in the head. But damn, either the hyena's skull was too thick or the angle was off, because the bronze arrowhead just scraped its skull and got stuck in its scalp. The wounded hyena went ballistic from the pain, bared its fangs, and charged straight for Han Feng on his elephant. Luckily, Bachuka had sharp eyes and even sharper reflexes. Swooping down from the sky, it used its talons to slam the hyena to the ground, tearing deep gashes into its neck. Seeing his chance, Han Feng quickly nocked another arrow. This time he aimed straight for its torso, right where the chest cavity, heart, and lungs are. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air and buried itself deep in the hyena's chest. The beast dropped dead on the spot, not even twitching. He spurred his mount onward, circling counterclockwise around the hyena pack, while keeping a distance of about 110 yards to keep them in range. Right after thwip, 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 4 more arrows rained down on the pack, taking out 2 more hyenas instantly. But what was wild was that the pack turned on the bodies of the 3 dead ones, savagely tearing into them and fighting over the scraps. 5 more arrows flew from about 90 yards out, dropping another 2 hyenas. This just made the pack fight even more savagely over the bodies. Seeing this, Han Feng made a call. Attack! This is our shot! Just then, Bachuka dove from the sky, snagged a hyena in its talons, and flew towards the floating island, dropping the carcass right in front of the eagle chief. Jui stared curiously at the hyena corpse, which was bristling with arrows. In the past, people who came for salt were always under Bachuka's protection. They'd quickly grab what they needed and bounce, rarely ever fighting the local wildlife. But these guys were different. They weren't here for salt. They were just circling the lake. On top of that, Jui had never seen weapons like theirs. With that thought, he suddenly called to Bachuka, telling it to fly down for a closer look. Bachuka let out a cry. Jui jumped up, gripping Bachuka's legs tightly with both hands. And just like that, the man and the bird descended from the floating island toward the salt lake. Down below, Han Feng was still leading his crew in circles, loosing an arrow every now and then. Suddenly, a massive shadow swept across the ground. Han Feng looked up, completely stunned. All he saw was a giant eagle carrying a person hovering in midair. Meanwhile, Jui, the guy hanging from the eagle's talons, was equally shocked. He'd only meant for Bachuka to fly down and scout the situation, but he never expected to witness these people riding beasts and using such bizarre weapons to hunt. The hyena pack. After taking constant fire, the hyenas stopped fighting over the bodies and started to scatter. Seeing them run, Han Feng led his crew to give chase. However, since they were riding, deer shooting was tough. They missed a lot of shots and wasted a ton of arrows. Seeing that the hyenas were about to get away, Han Feng decisively called off the chase. He led the team back to the salt lake, making sure to retrieve their missed arrows along the way. They hadn't gone far before they ran into Jui by the lake. He was also picking up one of their arrows. Han Feng gestured, asking, "That giant eagle, is it yours?" Jui, just as curious, held up the arrow in his hand. "These short spears, are they yours?" Han Feng nodded. "Yeah, give them back." Jui was hesitant to hand it over. "I've never seen a weapon this good. Can I keep one as a souvenir?" Han Feng glanced at Jui, then looked around, thinking to himself, "There's nobody else around here. This dude's definitely from the floating island." After thinking it over for a second, he said, "All right, fine. You can have one." Jui was ecstatic. He happily handed the rest of the feathered arrows back. Curious Jui said, "Your weapons fly so fast and far because of the feathers, right? My Bachuka can fly fast and far because he has feathers too." Han Feng heard him repeat the name. "Bachuka," Jui explained. "This is Bachuka, the best eagle in our tribe." Han Feng was shocked. "Wait, you guys actually live on that floating island?" "Yeah, we do. And you guys, aren't you here for salt? Why are you hunting? That hyena meat is nasty." Han Feng pointed up at the floating island. "We're not here to hunt and we're not here for salt. We just heard there was a flying island around here, so we came to see it for ourselves." Hearing that, Jui immediately got defensive. "That island is our territory. You can't..." Han Feng quickly cut him off. "Whoa, no, you're misunderstanding. We're just looking for..." "A stone that can make that island fly has nothing to do with you guys." Hearing this, Jui was stunned. The people of the Eagle tribe had lived on the floating island for generations, but never knew why. The island could float in the middle of the air. They just saw it as the home of the gods. Now Han Feng was saying he wanted to find the stone that made the island fly. This made Du incredibly curious about Han Feng. Seeing this, he immediately led everyone to search the area. Daluk and the others also rode their deer, following closely behind. Du, the chief of the Eagle tribe, had Bachuka fly into the sky to scout, while he himself stuck to Han Feng like glue. Before long, Han Feng discovered something strange on a large white rock by the lake. He carefully swept away the layer of salt on the rock's surface, and a fish skeleton with a structure similar to a swordfish appeared. This was definitely a fossil, but why would a deep-sea creature be found on land? He silently calculated that perhaps this land was once at the bottom of the sea and was later uplifted. That's why there's so much salt in the soil here. It could explain the formation of the salt lake, but the iron ore he was looking for was nowhere to be found. Du, standing nearby, saw Han Feng staring intently at the rock and curiously asked, "Is this the rock that makes the island fly?" Han Feng shook his head. "Nope, not this one." He got up again and continued his search. The main component of magnetite ore is iron 2,3 oxide. After being exposed to the elements and air erosion, it turns into iron 3 oxide, also known as rust, which has a dark red color. The ground here had a reddish hue, so he was certain there was iron ore here. But it definitely wasn't magnetite, because after millions of years, even if there was magnetite, the surface layer would have definitely turned into rust. He'd have to dig deeper to find it. Han Feng chose a spot where the ground was dark red. He started digging with his dagger and spear. The ground was super hard, making the work a real pain. He silently cussed, thinking that once he could smell iron, he was definitely going to make a proper shovel right away. The military shovel from his past life was just too damn useful. Daluk saw him starting to dig and immediately grabbed his bronze axe to help out. The two of them grunted and sweated, digging away, and finally managed to dig a hole about 1 meter in diameter. The red topsoil was all cleared away, revealing a layer of yellowish-white rock. It had no veins and no glassy sheen. Han Feng knew that the white rock with a glassy sheen near the salt lake was basically natural soda ash, but this wasn't it. This was saltpeter growing together with iron ore. He picked up a pale yellow stone, dug a small pit by the lake's edge, and scooped in some lake water, then dropped the stone in. The stone dissolved quickly, and a white mist rose from the water's surface. A layer of white frost also appeared around the small pit. This was the cooling principle of saltpeter. Even though he didn't find the magnetite ore, discovering the saltpeter still made Han Feng really happy. This meant that in the future he'd have the raw materials to make gunpowder. The Han tribe would no longer have to worry about running out of ingredients for explosives. He could use explosives to get a lot more done. Daluk stood beside him, confused, and asked, "Chief, this rock isn't the iron ore you were talking about." "Right, it dissolved as soon as you put it in water, and the water got so cold." Han Feng explained, "Yeah, this isn't iron ore. This is saltpeter. You've seen it before, it's that white powder. I had the women boil out of the soil at the beginning of spring. But this stuff is also really useful. Next time we come, we can dig up some more. You remember this spot. Next time we come, I'll have you lead the team." Hearing that he would get to lead the team, Daluk immediately got serious, carefully observing his surroundings, as if trying to burn the location into his mind. After confirming it was saltpeter, the two of them went back to digging the pit. Du watched from the side, curious. He had never seen such a magical rock before. They dug for a while longer, and the hole was now over 1 meter deep, but it was still all saltpeter. The reserves seemed to be massive. Han Feng figured they couldn't keep digging and had to find another spot. The two of them grabbed their weapons and went to a spot a few hundred meters from the salt lake. They found a place with a layer of red soil and sand on the surface and started digging again. The ground here was really tough, much harder to dig than before, but their efforts were finally rewarded. This time, Daluk smashed a rock with his axe. The rock was about the size of a fist and had a dull grayish color. Han Feng quickly brushed off the sand and Dust picked it up and shook it in his hand. It felt heavier than regular granite. The cross-section of the rock had smooth crystalline veins that sparkled with a faint metallic sheen under the sun, almost like it was covered in a layer of gray sand. Han Feng said excitedly, "This is it! This is the rock! This is a lodestone!" Daluk was a bit confused. "This is iron ore. I feel like it's not even as hard as our bronze. I broke it with one swing of my axe. Chief, you're not mistaken." Could it be some other kind of rock Due who was standing nearby didn't believe it either? "A small stone like that can make the island fly no way." Han Feng patiently explained, "This is it. You were able to break it because it's a rock, so its hardness isn't that high. The really hard stuff is the iron contained inside it. Can't you see the metallic sheen on the rock's cross-section?" After speaking, he handed the ore to Daluk for a closer look. Daluk observed it intently, and sure enough, just as he said, there was the metallic sheen on the rock's cross-section. Just then, something strange happened. As Daluk was about to hand the two halves of the rock to him, the moment his hand loosened, the two halves of the rock suddenly flipped over and clamped down on Daluk's hand, making both Daluk and Due jump. Han Feng laughed, "Haha, don't be scared, it's not alive. This is the magnetism of the lodestone. Now you flip one of them over and see if the two halves won't fit together." Daluk did as he was told, and discovered that the two halves really couldn't fit together. There was an invisible force between them keeping them apart. Even if he used all his strength to press them together, the moment he relaxed a little, the two halves would immediately spring apart. But if he flipped one half back over, the two pieces would pull themselves together. Du also, curious, took the rock to try it out, and was also amazed by the phenomenon. This weird sight caught Han Feng's eye. He explained that this was the very rock that made the island float. Rui still didn't get it. Han Feng set the two halves of the rock upright, saying, "Suppose this bottom half is the ground and the top half is the floating island. See, that's how it works, right?" Next, he found a small twig, snapped it into 4 pieces, and stuck them into the ground around the bottom half of the rock. After that, he placed the other half on top of the 4 small twigs. That half of the rock wasn't pushed away or pulled in, it just hovered there between the 4 twigs. Dali and Rui were so stunned their jaws hit the floor, unable to believe their own eyes. Rui suddenly felt that this guy was anything but ordinary. He asked suspiciously, "Are you a mage or something? Are you guys looking for this rock to make other stuff fly?" "Nah, I'm just like you. We're both tribe leaders. Our tribe is called the Han tribe, and there are a lot of us. We came here looking for this kind of rock to smelt metal. Once we have metal, we can forge weapons, tools, and jewelry." Hearing this, Rui was secretly thrilled. "Chief Han, so how do you turn this rock into metal?" Han Feng waved his hand dismissively. "I can't tell you that. And even if I did, you wouldn't be able to learn it. Smelting is extremely difficult. I only teach people from my own tribe." Rui was getting antsy, desperate to seize this opportunity for his tribe. An idea suddenly popped into his head. "Chief Han, I can trade you white salt for the knowledge. Just agree to teach us how to smelt, and I'll have my tribe mine salt and get Ba Chua to bring it to you guys." Han Feng waved him off. "Nah, I don't need it. The Han tribe isn't short on salt. We have other places to get it, and it's way better than what you have here." After saying that, he pulled out a small leather pouch of salt and opened it for Rui to see. The salt was pure white with 0 impurities. Rui's face fell when he saw it. "Chief Han, then how about I trade you Bachuka's offspring?" Hearing that Dali, who was standing nearby, looked up at Bachuka circling in the sky, practically drooling. "Chief, that eagle might not be useful for much, but it looks pretty damn cool." "How about we trade for one?" Dali said to Han Feng. He shot him a side eye. "You yourself just said it's useless, so what the hell do we need it for?" When Rui saw the two of them talking, he quickly jumped in. "We don't just give away our tribe's eagles to anyone, but once we do, it means we're friends, brothers even. Besides, our eagles are seriously skilled. They can help people hunt. A single eagle can live for decades, and it can bring back prey every single day. Do you have any idea how many people one eagle can feed? How can you possibly say it's useless?" Han Feng listened and thought to himself, if these eagles could be trained as carrier pigeons, that would be super useful for the tribe. The only problem is not many people in the Han tribe are literate right now, so I'm afraid it'd be tough to pull off. Besides, other than their eagles, the eagle tribe doesn't have anything else of value. Having them as allies would be nice, but it's not a big deal if we don't. So Han Feng still turned down Rui's offer. "I still can't tell you. And even if I did, it would be pointless. The smelting process is incredibly hard. Look, I'll tell you how it's done. You put that kind of rock into a fire and burn it to separate the metal from the stone. But you need a ton of firewood. Even if you chopped down every single tree on your floating island, you still wouldn't be able to smelt any metal." Rui was a bit disappointed when he heard that. "So that's how it is. Only people living on the mainland can smelt metal. Han Feng nodded. That's right. Your floating island is pretty big, but its resources are limited. If your eagle tribe wants to grow and become powerful, you'll eventually have to leave the floating island and live on the ground. Rui felt a little conflicted hearing this. He thought about his tribe's water problem. Their daily water supply relied on melted snow in the winter, stored rainwater and condensation from the vapor rising from the salt lake. Their water supply was extremely scarce, which really held back their development. He'd thought about leading his people off the floating island for a while now, but he was worried they wouldn't adapt and couldn't bear to leave their flock of eagles. After hesitating for a moment, Rui said to Han Feng, "Chief Han, could I invite you to our tribe as a guest?" Han Feng tactfully refused. "I can't. I've been away from my tribe for some time now, and my people are waiting for me to get back." Rui was a bit let down but didn't give up. "So when are you guys planning on leaving? Will you come back here again in the future?" Han Feng answered. "Of course we'll be back. In the future I will send my tribe's people here to mine the rock. They'll be back here soon enough. As for us, we're leaving tomorrow morning." Rui's eyes instantly lit up when he heard that. "Tomorrow? Can I go with you all to the Han tribe for a visit? I want to learn how people live on the mainland." Hearing this, Han Feng was secretly ecstatic. Wasn't this the perfect chance to bring the eagle tribe into the fold? Right then, seeing that floating island right before his eyes, Han Feng's heart swelled with hope, but just then a pack of hyenas was silently closing in. From the sky, Bachuka let out a sharp cry. At the piercing sound, Han Feng was instantly on guard. He quickly gave the order to prepare for a fight, and the whole crew started circling the salt lake. Everyone followed orders, weapons in hand, ready to throw down. More than 20 hyenas were still casually trailing behind their eyes, locked on the group, ready to pounce at any second. Still, they seemed a bit hesitant, because every time they'd attacked humans before, the eagles from the floating island would swoop in and interfere. Han Feng, keeping a close watch on the hyena pack, asked the guide about the area. "Besides these things, are there any other meat eaters around here?" "I don't see any," the guide replied. "Besides these hyenas, there's also a pack of long-toothed beasts, about 4 or 5 of them. They're just not around today." Dully curious asked about the beasts. "Long-toothed? You mean like a tiger with massive fangs, a short tail, and yellow fur?" The guide's face turned serious. "Yeah, that's them. They can take a man out with a single swipe. Even the eagles up there aren't a guaranteed match for them." Hearing that, Han Feng made up his mind. First he had to wipe out this hyena pack, then he could properly scout the area. He waited for the perfect moment, aimed, and let an arrow fly towards the distant pack. The gap between them was about 65 yards. His arrow struck a large hyena right in the head. But damn, either the hyena's skull was too thick or the angle was off, because the bronze arrowhead just scraped its skull and got stuck in its scalp. The wounded hyena went ballistic from the pain, bared its fangs, and charged straight for Han Feng on his elephant. Luckily, Bachuka had sharp eyes and even sharper reflexes. Swooping down from the sky, it used its talons to slam the hyena to the ground, tearing deep gashes into its neck. Seeing his chance, Han Feng quickly nocked another arrow. This time he aimed straight for its torso, right where the chest cavity, heart, and lungs are. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air and buried itself deep in the hyena's chest. The beast dropped dead on the spot, not even twitching. He spurred his mount onward, circling counterclockwise around the hyena pack, while keeping a distance of about 110 yards to keep them in range. Right after thwip, 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 4 more arrows rained down on the pack, taking out 2 more hyenas instantly. But what was wild was that the pack turned on the bodies of the 3 dead ones, savagely tearing into them and fighting over the scraps. 5 more arrows flew from about 90 yards out, dropping another 2 hyenas. This just made the pack fight even more savagely over the bodies. Seeing this, Han Feng made a call. "Attack! This is our shot!" Just then, Bachuka dove from the sky, snagged a hyena in its talons, and flew towards the floating island, dropping the carcass right in front of the eagle chief. Jui stared curiously at the hyena corpse, which was bristling with arrows. In the past, people who came for salt were always under Bachuka's protection. They'd quickly grab what they needed and bounce, rarely ever fighting the local wildlife. But these guys were different. They weren't here for salt. They were just circling the lake. On top of that, Jui had never seen weapons like theirs. With that thought, he suddenly called to Bachuka, telling it to fly down for a closer look. Bachuka let out a cry. Jui jumped up, gripping Bachuka's legs tightly with both hands. And just like that, the man and the bird descended from the floating island toward the salt lake. Down below, Han Feng was still leading his crew in circles, loosing an arrow every now and then. Suddenly, a massive shadow swept across the ground. Han Feng looked up, completely stunned. All he saw was a giant eagle carrying a person hovering in midair. Meanwhile, Jui, the guy hanging from the eagle's talons, was equally shocked. He'd only meant for Bachuka to fly down and scout the situation, but he never expected to witness these people riding beasts and using such bizarre weapons to hunt. The hyena pack. After taking constant fire, the hyenas stopped fighting over the bodies and started to scatter. Seeing them run, Han Feng led his crew to give chase. However, since they were riding, deer shooting was tough. They missed a lot of shots and wasted a ton of arrows. Seeing that the hyenas were about to get away, Han Feng decisively called off the chase. He led the team back to the salt lake, making sure to retrieve their missed arrows along the way. They hadn't gone far before they ran into Jui by the lake. He was also picking up one of their arrows. Han Feng gestured, asking, "That giant eagle, is it yours?" Jui, just as curious, held up the arrow in his hand. "These short spears, are they yours?" Han Feng nodded. "Yeah, give 'em back." Jui was hesitant to hand it over. "I've never seen a weapon this good. Can I keep one as a souvenir?" Han Feng glanced at Jui, then looked around, thinking to himself, "There's nobody else around here. This dude's definitely from the floating island." After thinking it over for a second, he said, "All right, fine. You can have one." Jui was ecstatic. He happily handed the rest of the feathered arrows back. Curious Jui said, "Your weapons fly so fast and far because of the feathers, right? My Bachuka can fly fast and far because he has feathers too." Han Feng heard him repeat the name. "Bachuka," Jui explained. "This is Bachuka, the best eagle in our tribe." Han Feng was shocked. "Wait, you guys actually live on that floating island?" "Yeah, we do. And you guys, aren't you here for salt? Why are you hunting? That hyena meat is nasty." Han Feng pointed up at the floating island. "We're not here to hunt and we're not here for salt. We just heard there was a flying island around here, so we came to see it for ourselves." Hearing that, Jui immediately got defensive. "That island is our territory. You can't..." Han Feng quickly cut him off. "Whoa, no, you're misunderstanding. We're just looking for..." "A stone that can make that island fly has nothing to do with you guys." Hearing this, Jui was stunned. The people of the Eagle tribe had lived on the floating island for generations, but never knew why. The island could float in the middle of the air. They just saw it as the home of the gods. Now Han Feng was saying he wanted to find the stone that made the island fly. This made Du incredibly curious about Han Feng. Seeing this, he immediately led everyone to search the area. Daluk and the others also rode their deer, following closely behind. Du, the chief of the Eagle tribe, had Bachuka fly into the sky to scout while he himself stuck to Han Feng like glue. Before long, Han Feng discovered something strange on a large white rock by the lake. He carefully swept away the layer of salt on the rock's surface, and a fish skeleton with a structure similar to a swordfish appeared. This was definitely a fossil, but why would a deep-sea creature be found on land? He silently calculated that perhaps this land was once at the bottom of the sea and was later uplifted. That's why there's so much salt in the soil here. It could explain the formation of the salt lake, but the iron ore he was looking for was nowhere to be found. Du, standing nearby, saw Han Feng staring intently at the rock and curiously asked, "Is this the rock that makes the island fly?" Han Feng shook his head. "Nope, not this one." He got up again and continued his search. The main component of magnetite ore is iron 2,3 oxide. After being exposed to the elements and air erosion, it turns into iron 3 oxide, also known as rust, which has a dark red color. The ground here had a reddish hue, so he was certain there was iron ore here. But it definitely wasn't magnetite, because after millions of years, even if there was magnetite, the surface layer would have definitely turned into rust. He'd have to dig deeper to find it. Han Feng chose a spot where the ground was dark red. He started digging with his dagger and spear. The ground was super hard, making the work a real pain. He silently cussed, thinking that once he could smell iron, he was definitely going to make a proper shovel right away. The military shovel from his past life was just too damn useful. Daluk saw him starting to dig and immediately grabbed his bronze axe to help out. The two of them grunted and sweated, digging away, and finally managed to dig a hole about 1 meter in diameter. The red topsoil was all cleared away, revealing a layer of yellowish-white rock. It had no veins and no glassy sheen. Han Feng knew that the white rock with a glassy sheen near the salt lake was basically natural soda ash, but this wasn't it. This was saltpeter growing together with iron ore. He picked up a pale yellow stone, dug a small pit by the lake's edge, and scooped in some lake water, then dropped the stone in. The stone dissolved quickly, and a white mist rose from the water's surface. A layer of white frost also appeared around the small pit. This was the cooling principle of saltpeter. Even though he didn't find the magnetite ore, discovering the saltpeter still made Han Feng really happy. This meant that in the future he'd have the raw materials to make gunpowder. The Han tribe would no longer have to worry about running out of ingredients for explosives. He could use explosives to get a lot more done. Daluk stood beside him, confused, and asked, "Chief, this rock isn't the iron ore you were talking about." "Right, it dissolved as soon as you put it in water, and the water got so cold." Han Feng explained, "Yeah, this isn't iron ore. This is saltpeter. You've seen it before, it's that white powder. I had the women boil out of the soil at the beginning of spring. But this stuff is also really useful. Next time we come, we can dig up some more. You remember this spot. Next time we come, I'll have you lead the team." Hearing that he would get to lead the team, Daluk immediately got serious, carefully observing his surroundings, as if trying to burn the location into his mind. After confirming it was saltpeter, the two of them went back to digging the pit. Du watched from the side, curious. He had never seen such a magical rock before. They dug for a while longer, and the hole was now over 1 meter deep, but it was still all saltpeter. The reserves seemed to be massive. Han Feng figured they couldn't keep digging and had to find another spot. The two of them grabbed their weapons. and went to a spot a few hundred meters from the salt lake. They found a place with a layer of red soil and sand on the surface and started digging again. The ground here was really tough, much harder to dig than before, but their efforts were finally rewarded. This time, Daluk smashed a rock with his axe. The rock was about the size of a fist and had a dull grayish color. Hanfeng quickly brushed off the sand and Dust picked it up and shook it in his hand. It felt heavier than regular granite. The cross-section of the rock had smooth crystalline veins that sparkled with a faint metallic sheen under the sun, almost like it was covered in a layer of gray sand. Hanfeng said excitedly, "This is it! This is the rock! This is a lodestone!" Daluk was a bit confused. "This is iron ore. I feel like it's not even as hard as our bronze. I broke it with one swing of my axe. Chief, you're not mistaken." Could it be some other kind of rock Due who was standing nearby didn't believe it either? "A small stone like that can make the island fly no way." Hanfeng patiently explained, "This is it. You were able to break it because it's a rock, so its hardness isn't that high. The really hard stuff is the iron contained inside it. Can't you see the metallic sheen on the rock's cross-section?" After speaking, he handed the ore to Daluk for a closer look. Daluk observed it intently, and sure enough, just as he said, there was a metallic sheen on the rock's cross-section. Just then, something strange happened. As Daluk was about to hand the two halves of the rock to him, the moment his hand loosened, the two halves of the rock suddenly flipped over and clamped down on Daluk's hand, making both Daluk and Due jump. Hanfeng laughed, "Haha, don't be scared, it's not alive. This is the magnetism of the lodestone. Now you flip one of them over and see if the two halves won't fit together." Daluk did as he was told, and discovered that the two halves really couldn't fit together. There was an invisible force between them keeping them apart. Even if he used all his strength to press them together, the moment he relaxed a little, the two halves would immediately spring apart. But if he flipped one half back over, the two pieces would pull themselves together. Due also, curious, took the rock to try it out, and was also amazed by the phenomenon. This weird sight caught Hanfeng's eye. He explained that this was the very rock that made the island float. Rui still didn't get it. Hanfeng set the two halves of the rock upright, saying, "Suppose this bottom half is the ground and the top half is the floating island. See, that's how it works, right?" Next, he found a small twig, snapped it into 4 pieces, and stuck them into the ground around the bottom half of the rock. After that, he placed the other half on top of the 4 small twigs. That half of the rock wasn't pushed away or pulled in, it just hovered there between the 4 twigs. Dali and Rui were so stunned their jaws hit the floor, unable to believe their own eyes. Rui suddenly felt that this guy was anything but ordinary. He asked suspiciously, "Are you a mage or something? Are you guys looking for this rock to make other stuff fly?" "Nah, I'm just like you. We're both tribe leaders. Our tribe is called the Han tribe, and there are a lot of us. We came here looking for this kind of rock to smelt metal. Once we have metal, we can forge weapons, tools, and jewelry." Hearing this, Rui was secretly thrilled. "Chief Han, so how do you turn this rock into metal?" Hanfeng waved his hand dismissively. "I can't tell you that. And even if I did, you wouldn't be able to learn it. Smelting is extremely difficult. I only teach people from my own tribe." Rui was getting antsy, desperate to seize this opportunity for his tribe. An idea suddenly popped into his head. "Chief Han, I can trade you white salt for the knowledge. Just agree to teach us how to smelt, and I'll have my tribe mine salt and get Ba Chua to bring it to you guys." Hanfeng waved him off. "Nah, I don't need it. The Han tribe isn't short on salt. We have other places to get it, and it's way better than what you have here." After saying that, he pulled out a small leather pouch of salt and opened it for Rui to see. The salt was pure white with 0 impurities. Rui's face fell when he saw it. "Chief Han, then how about I trade you Ba Chuka's offspring?" Hearing that, Dali, who was standing nearby, looked up at Ba Chuka circling in the sky, practically drooling. "Chief, that eagle might not be useful for much, but it looks pretty damn cool." "How about we trade for one?" Dali said to Hanfeng. He shot him a side eye. "You yourself just said it's useless, so what the hell do we need it for?" When Rui saw the two of them talking, he quickly jumped in. "We don't just give away our tribe's eagles to anyone, but once we do, it means we're friends, brothers even. Besides, our eagles are seriously skilled. They can help people hunt. A single eagle can live for decades, and it can bring back prey every single day. Do you have any idea how many people one eagle can feed? How can you possibly say it's useless?" Hanfeng listened and thought to himself, if these eagles could be trained as carrier pigeons, that would be super useful for the tribe. The only problem is not many people in the Han tribe are literate right now, so I'm afraid it'd be tough to pull off. Besides, other than their eagles, the eagle tribe doesn't have anything else of value. Having them as allies would be nice, but it's not a big deal if we don't. So Hanfeng still turned down Rui's offer. "I still can't tell you. And even if I did, it would be pointless. The smelting process is incredibly hard. Look, I'll tell you how it's done. You put that kind of rock into a fire and burn it to separate the metal from the stone. But you need a ton of firewood. Even if you chopped down every single tree on your floating island, you still wouldn't be able to smelt any metal." Rui was a bit disappointed when he heard that. "So that's how it is. Only people living on the mainland can smelt metal." Hanfeng nodded. "That's right. Your floating island is pretty big, but its resources are limited. If your eagle tribe wants to grow and become powerful, you'll eventually have to leave the floating island and live on the ground. Rui felt a little conflicted hearing this. He thought about his tribe's water problem. Their daily water supply relied on melted snow in the winter, stored rainwater and condensation from the vapor rising from the salt lake. Their water supply was extremely scarce, which really held back their development. He'd thought about leading his people off the floating island for a while now, but he was worried they wouldn't adapt and couldn't bear to leave their flock of eagles. After hesitating for a moment, Rui said to Han Feng, "Chief Han, could I invite you to our tribe as a guest?" Han Feng tactfully refused. "I can't. I've been away from my tribe for some time now, and my people are waiting for me to get back." Rui was a bit let down but didn't give up. "So when are you guys planning on leaving? Will you come back here again in the future?" Han Feng answered. "Of course we'll be back. In the future I will send my tribe's people here to mine the rock. They'll be back here soon enough. As for us, we're leaving tomorrow morning." Rui's eyes instantly lit up when he heard that. "Tomorrow? Can I go with you all to the Han tribe for a visit? I want to learn how people live on the mainland." Hearing this, Han Feng was secretly ecstatic. Wasn't this the perfect chance to bring the eagle tribe into the fold? Right then, Duyen told him that tomorrow he wanted to go with him to the Han tribe to check things out and learn how they live on the ground. Hearing this, Han Feng was secretly hyped, thinking this might be the perfect chance to win over the tribe of eagles. So he agreed without hesitation. Getting his approval, Duyen was thrilled and called for Bachu Ka, telling it to take him up to the floating island. He had to go back and prep his tribe's people, arranging their work for the few days he'd be away. Meanwhile, Han Feng's crew wasn't just chilling. They skinned the hyenas and used thorn vines to stitch the hides into bags. After that, they hit up the lakeshore, found spots with saltpeter rocks, and started digging. This time they brought some saltpeter back first to deal with the Han tribe's shortage of nitric acid ingredients. As for the iron ore, they only grabbed a few slabs. Back to Duyen's story, after he got up to the floating island, he told his tribespeople every detail about his meeting with Han Feng, even showing them the bronze arrowhead he'd been gifted. Everyone in the tribe was blown away, never expecting a tribe from the ground to be so damn powerful. Finally, Duyen laid out his plan to visit the Han tribe. His people were a little hesitant, but didn't push back. Early the next morning, Han Feng led Duyen out following the riverbank. At the same time, the cavalry he'd sent out earlier with the thorngrass seeds caught up with the main army on their way back. They brought news that he was scouting a new mine, along with new orders for everyone to plant the thorngrass seeds as soon as they got back. By now, they had reached the mountain area behind the Han tribe. Meanwhile, east of the Han tribe's river, the Li tribe sent 10 more people over looking for their tribesmen who had gone missing a few days ago. Turns out the last time the Li tribe's chief Mao Li brought his people to the Han tribe for trade, he started running his mouth with threats and got captured by Da Shu. This new crew wasn't about to escape the same fate. Back at the Han tribe, the Western Expedition Army returned victorious. They had wiped out 17 ape men, captured over 200 slaves, brought back new crops, and even won over another small tribe. Everyone in the tribe was ecstatic. The women were thrilled that their men had all returned safely, and on top of that, the tribe had defended its territory. Da Shu was also relieved. He'd been worried that facing so many ape men this time would be a disaster. Now that heavy weight in his chest was finally gone. The more than 30 captured members of the Li tribe were tied up and starved, given only one bowl of water each day. This was a move Da Shu picked up from him. Shaman Li, one of the top dogs in the Li tribe, knew all about Mao Li's ambitions. This time, he was seriously worried. He waited for 2 whole days, but the tribesmen he sent to find the others never came back. Instead, he ran into the group coming from the south. It was a squad led by Du Fu. They had a cart pulled by 2 old oxen and a whole herd of weird-looking black and white spotted pigs. Du Fu and his crew were stopped by Shaman Li. The shaman thought they were from the Han tribe and immediately asked if they had seen any of his people. Du Fu told him they were just friends of the Han tribe. All this stuff was just for a trade. Shaman Li asked Du Fu to help find his missing tribesmen. At first, Du Fu quoted a price of 5 animal hides to help out. After Shaman Li handed over 2 hides as a down payment, he finally agreed. After that, Du Fu led his crew and continued on towards the Han tribe. The next day, the tribe's leaders decided to get back to the daily grind, focusing on farming and construction. They left about 20 to 30 guys to watch the prisoners. Shirtao took a hunting party of 20 to go hunt and patrol, and at the same time head over to the Bian tribe to report the victory and call off the high alert. Over 100 people from the logging team went to the western forest to chop down trees. The women went out to gather food and building materials. The construction team put a hold on building houses and started plowing the fields to plant the second rice crop. On the 3rd day after the main army returned, everyone followed the river to the dark forest. This made him super happy because this river connected to the one at the Han tribe, which meant getting around would be way easier from now on. It was just 1 more day's journey to get back to the Han tribe. That same afternoon, Du Fu, who had been out exploring for 2 months, showed up at the Han tribe's eastern wooden bridge with 56 spotted pigs in tow. But they hit a snag because the wooden bridge didn't have any railings and the pigs could easily fall off. Luckily, the fishing team, which was made up of women, helped them herd the pigs across the river. When Da Shu heard the news, he rushed over to the bridge. Seeing Dufu bring back so many spotted pigs made him ecstatic. Dufu explained that he'd traded white salt and pottery from the Lu tribe to get them. He also brought 10 young women who specialized in raising pigs. On top of that, he brought back seeds for 2 types of crops. One was a vine with big flowers, and the other was a plant with large leaves and a round tuber. Unfortunately, on the way, they had used up all the plants with the large leaves and round tubers to feed the pigs, so now only the seeds were left. Dashu asked Dufu what he wanted as a reward. Dufu said he wanted a house in the Han tribe he wanted to let. His people stay there for the winter, but he didn't want to join the Han tribe. Dashu said he couldn't make that call, and they'd have to wait for Han Feng to get back. Dufu nodded and told his people to hang tight for now, while he went to find the elders to check out the Han tribe's houses. The next morning around 8 or 9 o'clock, everyone finally spotted the Han tribe's wooden bridge. Rubao and Huishan roared excitedly. Finally, they were home. The women of the tribe heard the roars and knew their chief was back, and everyone was overjoyed. Bachu Ka was also flying around in the sky, eventually landing on a rafter of a house that wasn't even roofed yet. Kubing came running up on Ben Ben, followed by a few wolf pups that had gotten bigger. They looked up at Bachu and started barking. Seeing Kubing, Han Feng ruffled the kid's hair and asked if he missed him. Kubing looked up and asked, "Chief, did you find another new mine? Is it like our old copper mine?" Han Feng just laughed and said, "Nope. What I found this time is way more insane. More than bronze." After saying that, he took out 2 small magnets and gave them to Kubing. Kubing, who had never seen such a magical thing before, happily ran off to show it off. Next, the high-ranking chiefs of the tribe also came one by one to greet him and report on their work. Zhao Di also came to check on him. After seeing he was okay, she took Rubao and Huishan home. This time, Dali and Chief Rui of the Eagle tribe were also allowed to attend the meeting. The elder was the first to speak. "Chief, our tribe's first rice harvest is complete, carefully dried and bagged. But I still haven't let the tribesmen eat it, nor have we planted a new crop. We don't know how much we should plant. However, we've had the tribesmen plow all the fields we just harvested. We can plant the second rice crop at any time. Right now, the tribesmen are clearing wasteland in the western grasslands of the central area. They've cleared over a dozen acres. I don't know if that's enough." The one-eyed shaman added that planting must be the top priority. Other things can wait. Han Feng immediately arranged it. "You two go arrange for the tribesmen to soak the rice seeds later. Use 17 times the amount of seeds we used last time. Soak the seeds in a barrel of water. Skim off any seeds that float to the top. Just leave them in a cool, shady place behind the city wall. Remember, they absolutely cannot be exposed to the sun." Big Rat spoke next. "Chief, we didn't run into any danger on the way back. It's just that the prisoners tried to escape a few times, but we caught them every time. Now I've arranged for warriors to take turns guarding them. The prisoners are still given 1 bowl of water a day and fed only once every 3 days. They're so hungry now they have no strength to resist. They'll do whatever they're told." Hearing this, he smiled and patted Big Rat's shoulder. "Good job. As for those prisoners, just keep them under guard for now. In a few days, I'll give them work to do." Dashu also began his report. "Chief, the day I returned, I happened to run into the Li tribe who came to trade for oil palm trees. Chief Li saw that all the men in our tribe were away, so he told the elder and shaman rat that he wanted to trade for our bronze items this time. The elder and shaman rat refused. That dude then threatened to burn down the entire beetle nut forest so we couldn't get any more beetle nuts. This pissed off the elder and shaman rat. Then I got back just in time to see this, so I killed him. The tribesmen he brought with him were also captured by me. After that, the Li tribe sent 10 more people to look for them, and I captured them too. Whether we fight or not is up to you, Chief." After hearing this, Han Feng's face turned purple with rage. This was no different from looking down on the Han tribe, as if they had no one. He wasn't home, and they dared to come right to our doorstep to cause trouble. "You did the right thing. Since they dared to start something, we have to hit back. Tomorrow, Big Rat, you take 200 warriors and surround the Li tribe. Force them to surrender and join the Han tribe. If they don't agree, kill them. Also bring the people we bought from the Li tribe last year, and have them persuade their people. If they still refuse by then don't blame me for not giving them a chance to survive. Big Rat, you handle this personally. Remember to try your best to make them surrender. Bring back as many people as you can," Dashu continued. "There's also one piece of good news. Yesterday, the Yu tribe returned from the east. They found a tribe that knows how to raise livestock. They used our white salt and pottery to trade for several dozen small pigs. Although they can't be used for labor, they can be raised for meat, and their hides can be used to make shoes. There are 50 pigs in total. 6 of them are adults and 4 of those are pregnant sows. That guy Yu Fu also traded for 10 young women from that tribe who specialize in raising pigs. I've temporarily put the pigs in the livestock pen. How to raise them is still up to the chief to decide. Oh right, Yu Fu also brought back 2 types of plant seeds. One is a vine with large flowers grown in pots said to be pig feed. The other is a plant with a spherical tuber and large leaves, but Yu Fu said they used them to feed the pigs on the way, so now only the seeds are left." Hearing this, Han Feng was overjoyed and said, "This is truly great news. I have to go see those pigs myself later. What about Yu Fu? Where is he? Did you give him any reward?" Dashu replied, That guy is still around, but he took some people to hunt on the East Bank early this morning. He probably won't be back until late afternoon. As for the reward, I haven't given him anything yet. That Yu-Fu doesn't want white salt or pottery. He said he wants one of our houses, but he doesn't want to join the Han tribe. I couldn't agree to that, so I had to wait for the chief to return and decide. After hearing this, he was a bit surprised. If they don't join the Han tribe, he wouldn't let them live here. However, he decided to wait and negotiate with him tonight. After the meeting ended, he took Chief Rui of the Eagle tribe on a tour around the tribe. The prosperous and wealthy scene of the Han tribe left Rui completely stunned. He saw beautiful jars and pots everywhere. Almost everyone had one, and there were even extras. Then there were the tools and weapons, made of bronze, which could be seen everywhere. There were also various types of carts neatly arranged, and a thriving livestock and farming industry. All of this left Rui in awe. When he saw the women of the tribe skillfully using machines to weave cloth, Rui was so shocked his jaw dropped. You have to understand the Eagle tribe was still at the stage of using animal hides for clothes and bags. Rui curiously asked Han Feng, Chief Han, "Can our tribe grow this type of rice?" Han Feng shook his head and patiently explained, "Of course you can grow it, but rice cultivation requires a lot of fresh water. Your place by the lake is all saline soil, so it's basically impossible to grow it there. To plant rice, you need to find a flat area near a water source. It's just that places like that are really hard to find. You see, the 2 rivers in our tribe were dug by everyone spade by spade. It took a lot of effort." In the late afternoon, Yu Fu returned from his hunt. He was carrying a fat deer and excitedly came looking for him. He invited him to dinner, and afterward Dupuk was chowing down on rice, praising how rare and delicious it was, and super filling too. "Oh right, I've got something I want to discuss with you. Our tribe is nomadic, and every winter we stress about finding shelter. I was wondering if you could let us stay here for the winter, maybe give us a few houses." After hearing him out, he smiled and said, "Dupuk, you know my people busted their butts to build these houses. I can't just hand them over. Unless, of course, you join the Han tribe, then we'd all be working together, and housing would be a piece of cake." Dupuk looked kind of troubled and said, "Chieftain, I know you mean well, but my people, the Du tribe, we love adventure, and aren't used to settling down." Han Feng thought for a second, and came up with a plan. "How about this? If you join the tribe, I'll set up a special squad to go out with you. Your women and kids can stay here at the tribe's settlement. It'd be safer and way more convenient. Plus, when you come back, you'll have a solid home base to chill at. What do you say?" Dupuk thought it made a lot of sense, but said he needed to talk it over with his people, and would have an answer tomorrow. Seeing an opening, the MC pressed on. "In a few days, I've got a critical mission that requires sending a team up north. It's a several-day trip to grab some important stuff. If you decide to join us, you'll need to decide quickly. Otherwise, I'll have to send my own people." Dupuk nodded seriously and promised an answer ASAP. The very next morning, Big Rat assembled 200 warriors ready to march on the Li tribe. Han Feng stood solemnly before his army and declared, "The Li tribe had the nerve to provoke us. They even threatened to torch the entire catalpa forest we desperately need. Their chieftain has already paid for his arrogance, but we must bring the Li tribe to heel. We need to get our hands on those critical resources and keep them secure. Of course, I don't want to see too much bloodshed. Most of the Li tribe's people are innocent after all. So your mission is to push them to surrender and join our Han tribe. How many people you can bring? That depends on your skills. I'll be waiting here in the village for news of your victory." Big Rat gave a determined nod and led the powerful army out. Just as things were settled, Dupuk came running up all smiles. "Chieftain, I talked it over with my people. They all agreed to join the Han tribe." Hearing this, Han Feng was thrilled and clapped him on the shoulder. "Awesome. From today, the Du tribe is officially the Du clan of the Han tribe. For the next 2 days, take your people on a tour of the village. See what kind of jobs everyone's into. In a few days, I'll assign specific tasks to you all." Dupuk, curious, asked the chieftain, "Can you give us a sneak peek?" "Of course," he replied. "North of our territory, there's a herd of about 300 horses. They've got these really unique colored stripes. If we can capture them, it'll be a massive help to the tribe. Plowing fields and transporting goods will be way easier." After getting Dupuk settled, the MC got busy making leg shackles for the prisoners. Crafting these things was no joke. They had a total of 9 parts, making the process pretty complicated. Luckily, he knew what he was doing, and quickly whipped up a design for the manufacturing process, handing it off to Big Hammer's smithing team. After 2 days and 2 nights of non-stop work, the smithing team finished 100 sets of shackles. Next, Han Feng had the prisoners brought out to be fitted with them. These guys had been locked up for a while, and every day they weren't getting full meals, so they were already weak as kittens. Now weighed down by the heavy shackles, they couldn't even budge. All they could do was stay put and behave, not even thinking about fighting back. Meanwhile, over with Big Rat. After his army set out, they made good time and reached the Li tribe's village in no time. They quickly surrounded the place. Big Rat went to find the Li shaman and laid out the whole situation, stressing that surrender was their only option. The Li shaman was totally conflicted after hearing this. Right at that moment, the teenagers who had been sold to the Han tribe started talking to their families, telling them all about the Han tribe is offering a good life, and what's more, all your people who were captured before are safe and sound. Just surrender now and everyone will be reunited soon. and after that you'll be living the good life just like everyone else. Everyone else in the tribe. As the Lai people listened, their worries and doubts started to melt away. They figured there was no real deep-seated beef between them and the Han tribe, so there was no point in risking their lives for a dead chieftain. So more and more of them started to lay down their weapons. The Li shaman saw the writing on the wall and knew it was over. He had no choice but to give the order to surrender. Seeing this, Big Rat had his warriors help them pack up their stuff and get ready to move. Just like that, the whole thing from the standoff to the surrender and packing was all wrapped up in a single morning. That afternoon, Big Rat led the column of over 400 people back home. And from that day forward, the Li tribe officially became the Li clan of the Han tribe. Thanks to this, the Han tribe's population grew by over 200 people. That night, during dinner, Han Pong and the top leaders of the Han tribe got together to eat and talk about the tribe's future. Big Tree, looking puzzled, asked him, "Chieftain, is that iron mine really such a big deal? Are we just gonna stop mining copper ore?" Now Han Fong put down his bowl and explained seriously, "Iron ore is way more important than copper, but we're still going to keep mining copper at 8 Treasures Mountain. We're just going to scale back the operation. For now, our top priority is mining limestone since it's a key ingredient for building houses and smelting iron. This time when you take a team to 8 Treasures Mountain, besides the limestone, you also need to dig up some kale and clay and termite mound soil. I need that stuff to make fire bricks. Once we have those, we can build some big metal smelters. That's the only way we'll be able to crank up the speed and volume of our metal production." Our Big Tree nodded over and over, showing he got it. Next, Han Feng turned to give Dai Luke and Huyet Do detailed instructions. This time, the squad heading to the Salt Lake will have Dai Luke as captain and Huyet Do as his second in command. "First things first, you gotta build a long-term camp. There aren't as many trees over there as we have here. So when you're building the camp, you can copy the Peachtree tribe and dig some dugout-style houses. That way you'll save wood and it'll be easier to manage the slaves. You guys need to split the slaves into groups and lock them in separate pits. Have warriors take turns standing guard every day. When the slaves go to work, issue them tools. But at night, when their shift ends, collect every single tool, then hand them out again the next day. While they're working, if you spot any slave using a tool to break their leg shackles, don't even hesitate. Shoot to kill on the spot. If anyone gets lazy and refuses to work, give them a good beating. Whoever doesn't listen gets no food. You have to make them fall in line and obey." Dai Luke and Huyet Do looked grim. They nodded. "We got it. We'll do exactly as you say, sir." Han Feng gave a slight nod and went on. "This time Dupuk is going with you guys too, but his main job is to lead a team to round up the herd of wild horses. Once they're caught, head straight back. I'm putting him in command of the entire cavalry. He'll also help you guys clear out any wild beasts around the mine. As for how to catch the wild horses, I've already told you. You need to set up an ambush first, then send the cavalry to scout for the herd and use them to drive the horses into the trap. That's how you'll be able to bag the entire herd. Later on, these horses can be used to plow the fields, open up more land, and grow more food. Whether or not everyone gets to eat their fill all depends on how many horses you guys can catch." All the chieftains nodded to show they understood after he finished. Only Chieftain Wu sat there brooding with a heavy look on his face like he was trying to make a tough call. Meanwhile, Jui sat to one side, lost in thought. Everything he'd seen and heard in the Han tribe these past few days had seriously shaken him. After thinking it through, Jui finally worked up the courage to speak with Han Feng. "Chief Han, can we the Eagle tribe join the Han tribe and live with you like the Yu tribe? I want my people to live good days too. Like this. It's just, I have one small worry. For generations, the Eagle tribe has raised giant eagles, and they've never left that floating island. I'm afraid they won't get used to life here." Hearing this, Han Feng was both happy and surprised. He quickly said, "You want to join the Han tribe? That's awesome news. As for the eagles, you don't need to worry. If you're worried about them breeding, we can build special nests for them on the western mountain. Even if they don't get used to life here, they can still fly back to the floating island to breed. After all, the area around the Salt Lake is our Han tribe's territory now. So don't sweat it, just bring your whole tribe over." Hearing Han Feng's plan, Jui nodded repeatedly, his worries slowly fading away. He saw that the arrangement from Han Feng was really thoughtful, taking the Eagle tribe's special situation into account. This made Jui feel that Han Feng was a good chief who cared about others. He believed that under his leadership, he and his people would definitely have a better life. Jui stood up and bowed formally to Han Feng. "Chief, thank you for accepting the Eagle tribe. From now on, we will do everything in our power to contribute to the Han tribe." Han Feng hurried over to help Jui up. "Ha ha ha, fantastic. From now on, you guys are the Eagle clan of the Han tribe. Since you want to contribute to the tribe, you have to join this next mission." Jui, all fired up, thumped his chest and promised, "Chief, just give the order. If we can do it, we'll give it our all. This mission is to help you Fu complete the task of capturing wild horses. Your eagles have a huge advantage in the air. So this time you need to mobilize all the eagles of the Eagle tribe to thoroughly search for traces of the wild horse herd on the grasslands. As soon as you spot them, you must immediately lead our cavalry there. At the same time, you'll command the eagles to help the cavalry surround and corner the herd." "No problem. We can definitely do it. I'll go back and make the arrangements right away," Jui replied confidently. Yu Fu and Jui looked at each other, then slammed their fists on each other's chests, showing their bond and determination to work together. They had both joined the Han tribe at the same time, and now they were standing shoulder to shoulder to complete this important mission, their hearts filled with hope and resolve. The next morning, Tianli, Yufu, Shuetu, and Jui set out with 4 ox carts and 20 wheelbarrows. They led 80 warriors and 100 slaves in leg shackles, marching out with purpose. They crossed the river directly using the Han tribe's wooden bridge, then followed the riverbank north, heading straight for the iron mine at the Salt Lake. A day later, Big Rat returned safely to the Han tribe with 200 warriors and over 200 members of the Li tribe. The more than 30 Li tribe's people who had been captured by Big Tree were also released. They saw that Shaman Li had led the entire tribe to join the Han tribe, so they held no grudges and naturally blended into this big family. During this time, the Han tribe's second rice crop was also planted. Thanks to favorable weather, the seeds absorbed enough water and sprouted in just 3 days. In about 20 more days, these young seedlings would grow into strong rice plants, at which point they would have to be transplanted again. However, due to the tribe's constantly growing population, the food supply was becoming a serious problem. To ensure everyone had enough to eat, Han Feng decided to expand the area for growing rice. After careful consideration, Han Feng decided to expand the rice paddies to the east bank of the river. Previously, the Tree tribe was to the north, the Black Rat tribe to the east, and the Li tribe to the south. Now all 3 of these tribes had joined the Han tribe, so Han Feng could develop this entire vast area to ensure enough food. Furthermore, the Han tribe had already built a wooden bridge, so traveling between the 2 riverbanks was no longer a problem. However, the work of digging a canal was a massive undertaking. Relying on manpower alone would be way too slow. Han Feng immediately thought of using explosives to speed things up. He still had plenty of sulfuric acid left over. It was just the nitric acid that he'd used up when blasting the salt mine. Luckily, this time at the salt mine, Han Feng had discovered saltpeter. He brought back several bags, which solved the problem of the raw material shortage for making explosives. Over the next few days, Han Feng personally used a distillation pot to create nitric acid. At the same time, he also refined glycerin. He managed to make several jars of nitroglycerin. However, while making the explosives, the tribe's fat reserves quickly dwindled. Fortunately, the production of soap, a byproduct, was constantly increasing. At the same time, a new tool, the Luoyang shovel, was also invented under the guidance of Chief Han Feng. "What in the world is this weird shovel for anyway?" Big Rat asked Han Feng, holding a brand new bronze Luoyang shovel with a puzzled look on his face. "A shovel is obviously for digging dirt, but this shovel is specifically for drilling holes in the ground," Han Feng patiently explained. "Drilling holes? Isn't that just digging a pit? Why would we dig pits in the ground?" Big Tree also asked curiously. "To dig the canal," Han Feng answered bluntly. Big Tree and Big Rat looked at each other, their eyes wide with shock and confusion. "That's right. Today I'm going to introduce you all to something, the explosives I've been making these past few days. It's the same stuff we used to blow open the salt cave last time. Digging the canal by hand is too slow, so I plan to use explosives to blast a new river into existence," Han Feng explained seriously. "Explosives? The same thing that blew open the salt cave." Hearing this, Big Rat and Big Tree were completely stunned. A spark of excitement ignited within them. The chief was actually sharing something so incredible with them. This making them feel his trust. In just 2 days, all the tribesmen knew that the chief could create something called explosives, and he wanted to use it to dig a river. They heard it was way faster than manual labor, but nobody knew the specifics of how it worked. On the morning of the 3rd day, Han Feng led Big Tree, Big Rat, and the others to the other side of the river to test the required amount of explosives. First, Big Rat used a Luoyang shovel to drill a vertical hole at the designated detonation point. The opening of the hole was 10 centimeters in diameter and 4 meters deep, its depth precisely measured by the markings on the shovel's handle. After the hole was drilled, Han Feng carefully poured the freshly mixed nitroglycerin into a cylindrical jar and slowly lowered it into the hole. Next, he used tree branches to build a simple tripod. He hung a broken brick from the tripod with a thin hemp rope right over the hole's opening. This was his simple yet effective detonation device. With everything ready, Han Feng led everyone to begin the first blasting test. This time, the amount of explosives was about 300 grams. Han Feng personally lowered the jar of explosives to the bottom of the hole, then carefully hung the brick on the tripod above it. The brick dangled inside the hole just a few centimeters from the bottom, 10 centimeters away, to prevent it from missing the jar when it fell. Next, Han Feng started pulling the rope, slowly backing away to a hiding spot 20 meters away. This hiding spot was a trench that Big Tree and his men had dug earlier. They were already lying prone inside, with only their heads sticking out anxiously, watching Han Feng approach. Then Han Feng handed the thin hemp rope to Big Rat, putting him in charge of the detonation. Big Rat was startled and said, "I don't know how to do it." "What's there not to know? You just hold the rope, and when I tell you to let go, you let go and lie flat, that's it." Han Feng patiently explained how to detonate it. "But Chief, I'm scared." Big Rat's face turned pale. His hands trembled as he clutched the rope, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. "You're a man. What's there to be afraid of? Hurry up, you do it this time. Big Tree will do it next time. Everyone has to try." Han Feng was both impatient and a little helpless. Big Rat shakily took the rope, his hands gripping it tightly as sweat poured down. He kept wiping the sweat from his forehead with his other hand. All right, everyone, get down, Big Rat, on my command. I'll count to 3, and on 3 you let go. Let go! Yes, I know! Big Rat's voice trembled, his eyes fixed on Han Feng, holding his breath in anticipation. 1, 2. The moment Han Feng shouted 3, Big Rat's taut nerves snapped. He instinctively let go of the rope. Immediately after, the brick hanging over the hole plummeted straight down, striking the jar of explosives at the bottom with perfect accuracy. A massive explosion roared as the jar shattered. The nitroglycerin inside instantly detonated. Countless chunks of rock flew everywhere, and the ground was blown apart, creating a crater 4 meters deep and over 3 meters in diameter. Han Feng was the first to lift his head, brushing the dirt off before calling out to the others to come and see. They all walked over to the blast site. Looking at the huge crater in the ground, everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. Although this was the second time they'd witnessed the power of explosives this time, being so close and seeing the entire blasting process firsthand still left them completely shocked. Oh my god, this explosive stuff is insane. Just one blast created a hole this big. If we had a few men digging with shovels, this would have taken all day. This is truly a divine tool. Big Rat stared at the huge crater, his eyes filled with awe and reverence, unable to help but exclaim, "That's right. Now I get how the chief plans to use explosives to dig the river. He's probably going to set off a series of blasts along the river's path, creating a chain of large craters, and then connect them to form the riverbed. If we do it like that, the digging speed will be so much faster. I reckon if we have enough materials, it'll only take a few days to dig a whole irrigation channel," Big Tree said thoughtfully. As he looked at the crater, his eyes lighting up as if he could already see a new irrigation channel flowing powerfully before him. Smart. That's exactly the plan. You've all seen the power and efficiency of the explosives. Its strength is truly immense. As long as we can master how to use it, we can dig several more irrigation channels within a month. That way we can plant more rice this year and also store up enough food and animal feed for the winter. No one will have to worry about food and clothing anymore. Hearing this, the men nodded eagerly, their hearts filled with hope and faith in the future. They knew that with the chief's wise leadership and the miraculous tool of explosives, the He tribe would definitely grow stronger and more powerful. After testing the effective amount of explosives and determining the safe distance, the basic preparations were complete. Han Feng began to draw up detailed plans for the land on the east bank of the small river. He planned to set aside a wide plot of land opposite the bridgehead for a road, for people and carts to pass through. Using this road as an axis on both sides would be rice paddies 500 meters wide and 1,000 meters long. Thus, the total area of the paddies on both sides of the road would form a square with sides of 1,000 meters, equivalent to 1,500 mu. This would bring the total cleared paddy area on both the east and west banks this year to about 2,500 mu, enough to meet the tribe's food storage needs for the year. The riverside area on the east bank was relatively flat, and the trees weren't too dense, consisting mainly of sparse woods mixed with some shrubs. However, to turn this area into rice paddies, it still needed to be cleared. So Han Feng called back the logging team working in the western forest and ordered them to clear the trees and shrubs in this area. For large tree stumps, they could use explosives to destroy them, which would be much faster than digging them out by hand. As for the roots of the shrubs, they could be plowed up. After the paddies are developed, they will always be flooded with water, so any remaining roots won't be able to grow back. While the logging team was clearing the land, Han Feng also tasked Big Tree with leading men to carry out blasting work on the west bank to dig a protective moat. Digging a protective moat would not only serve to protect the settlement, but it also supplied a ton of water to the western lands, making it super convenient to clear a patch of land on the western grasslands to grow all sorts of veggies, seriously beefing up the tribe's food supply. Big Rat led a few guys with loyang shovels, carefully drilling holes along the defensive moat, sinking a new one every 4 meters. After a grueling day of work, they had managed to drill 50 holes over a 200-meter stretch. The next day, Han Feng personally mixed the explosives and carefully placed them at the bottom of the drilled holes. Big Tree led his men to quickly dig some simple shelters, while Big Rat also had his crew set up the detonation devices. The Elder and the Rat Shaman had already given the tribespeople a heads up, telling everyone to stay clear of the blast zone for their own safety. With everything ready, Han Feng called over 50 tribesmen to prepare for a simultaneous detonation. All 50 of them grabbed the detonation cords and lay flat in the simple shelters 30 meters away to make sure the signal was transmitted perfectly. The signal method was switched from shouting to drumming. He had someone bring a massive drum made of cowhide and place it 50 meters behind the shelters. This time the signal would be 3 drum beats. When they heard the 3 drum beats, all the detonators up front would release their cords at the same time. Just like that, a massive earth-shattering prehistoric explosion like an earth dragon flipping over was set in motion. Right after that, a deafening explosion ripped through the air south of the settlement. A column of earth over 200 meters long shot up, looking like an earth dragon bursting out of the ground. The epic scene left everyone who saw it completely stunned. All the livestock of the Han tribe, led by Grey Mountain and Meat Treasure, were so terrified by the sudden blast and tremors that they dropped to the ground, not daring to make a single sound. But the scene after the explosion got everyone hyped and overjoyed. As the smoke and dust slowly cleared, a 200-meter-long deep trench was revealed. The very same trench that would have taken dozens of men weeks to dig before. Now, thanks to the power of explosives, it was formed in an instant. All it needed was a little cleanup and they could channel water into it. After the blasting was done, Big Rat quickly led his men to escort the slaves to work. They used wheelbarrows to gather the surrounding dirt and rocks, piling them up inside the settlement in preparation for building the city walls. The Han tribe had officially entered its massive construction phase. Thanks to the Li tribe joining them, along with the 2 other tribes that surrendered during the previous Western expedition, the Han tribe's workforce got a serious boost. Han Feng seized the opportunity to reorganize the construction team that specialized in building houses. This time, the construction team was expanded to 30 groups, allowing them to build 30 houses at the same time, which massively cranked up the construction speed. The tribesmen were all fired up building houses inside the settlement. Meanwhile, the slaves were grinding away outside, digging the channel and hauling earth and stone. Every task was organized and on point. The entire tribe was buzzing with energy and a sense of purpose. Right about now, things in the Han tribe were finally falling into place. The whole place was buzzing with life and a sense of purpose. The mining team, after a bunch of trips out, finally brought back some good news. Once they hit the Salt Lake area, they got right to it. They quickly got to work. They set up a fortified base near the Salt Lake. Meanwhile, Dupok led the cavalry and all the Eagle tribe warriors on a massive hunt in the surrounding area. They wiped out all the dangerous beasts to make sure the mining operation was safe. Over the next few days, Dailuk and Huyatdo had the slaves mining magnetic iron ore at full tilt. The carts of magnetic iron ore were mined non-stop, then hauled to the riverbank and stacked high. Afterwards, it was all shipped by boat back to the Han tribe. Dupuk and Ungdue got busy too. First, they picked a spot to set traps. Then the cavalry and Eagle tribe warriors would herd the wild horses right into them. Everything was going just as planned. But for some of the other tribes living in the area, things were getting rough. They were living in misery, especially the ones that had traded with the Han tribe back at the Spring Festival. A few months went by, and the Han tribe's pottery and white salt were a huge hit with the other tribes. But salt is something you use up quick, especially in the summer when everyone's sweating buckets and needs it even more. The tribes were running low on salt again, but after getting a taste of that good white salt, having the supply cut off so suddenly was a real drag. So a few tribes started trying to find the Han tribe, hoping to trade for more white salt. The first to act was the Nia tribe from Dream Valley. The Nia tribe had about 400 members, and mostly lived off fishing, so their food supply was solid. But with so many mouths to feed, their white salt ran out fast. By now, only the main workers of the tribe were getting a tiny pinch of white salt every 2 days, just enough to get a taste. But even with that rationing, their stash wouldn't last until the next spring festival. The Nia chief saw this, and got super worried. He knew things were looking bad, and they had to find a way to the Han tribe for a salt run. Just then, a Nia tribe elder pitched an idea. He said it was too risky to go alone, and that they should ask a few other tribes to tag along. There's strength in numbers, and they could watch each other's backs on the road. The Nia chief thought that was a solid plan, and immediately headed out to the Bear tribe, a 2-day trip from their village. The Bear tribe lived up in the mountains, and were all about hunting. Every single one of them, old, young men and women, were all badass hunters. But their situation was just as bad. When the Nia chief explained the reason for his visit, the Bear chief didn't even hesitate to agree. Their salt supply was running on empty too. But just as they were about to set off, the 2 chiefs ran into a problem. They only knew the general direction of the Han tribe, but not their exact location. So the 2 chiefs decided to head to Dream Valley first, and then track the Han tribe from the direction they left. A tribe that big had to have left some tracks. But the Bear chief was worried, wondering what they could even trade for salt. The Nia chief seemed to have it all figured out. He slowly explained that the Han tribe used to trade a lot of people for white salt, but they probably weren't doing that anymore. This time he planned on sending 10 warriors and 5 young women along with some animal hides to trade for salt. If the Han tribe still wanted to trade for people, they'd start by trading 5 of them and deal with the rest later. The Bear chief thought about his own tribe's situation. They were a smaller group, so they could only spare 10 warriors and some animal hides. So the 2 chiefs were on the same page. Once they ironed out the details, they hit the road. Along the way, they kept convincing other tribes to join in. Real quick, their group started to snowball, getting bigger and bigger. By the time they got to Dream Valley, the party had swelled to 7 tribes, a total of 85 people. After crashing for a day in the valley, 5 more tribes joined up, pushing their numbers over 100. Everybody gathered up to talk it all out, then headed northeast out of Dream Valley. On their way, they found the trail markers the Han tribe had left behind. Everyone followed the signs, and the next day they ran into the Snake tribe. At first, the Snake tribe's hunting party spotted them from a distance and thought it was some huge tribe coming to attack, which scared the crap out of them. But when they got a better look, they recognized a few people they knew from the Spring Festival. The leader of the Nia tribe saw his chance and stepped up to ask if the Snake tribe knew where the Han tribe was. The Snake tribe's leader frowned for a sec, then said he wasn't really sure, but the Bian tribe and the Han tribe were tight, so they might know. And just like that, the search party followed the Snake tribe to the Bian tribe's village. When they arrived, everyone was shocked. The men of the Bian tribe all had their hair tied up, which was a totally new look for them. The Bian tribe warriors saw these uninvited guests and got on guard holding their spears ready. The snake tribe leader quickly explained that these were all folks from the tribes that came to the spring festival. They were looking to trade with the Han tribe. A Bian warrior then proudly announced that their tribe had already joined the Han tribe. They hadn't moved over yet, but the Han tribe was building houses for them. The Nia tribe's leader heard that and quickly asked if they could lead them to the Han tribe to trade for salt. The Bian warrior frowned a bit and said he'd have to ask his chief first. He also gave them a heads up that the area around the Han tribe was loaded with traps. Going without a guide would be super dangerous. Thuong got the news pretty fast, but she didn't dare to make the call on her own. She had to send a warrior to find a Han tribe patrol and ask them to pass. The message along to Han Fong. The search party was invited to chill at the Bian village. There, the huge flax fields and the killer linen bags made by the women had everyone gawking in amazement. Thuong saw their shocked faces, smiled, and told the snake tribe leader that the reason they were so willing to join the Han tribe was because the Han chief was a total genius who had invented tools that helped. Weaving was way easier, and on top of that, the Han tribe gave them so much pottery and white salt, they couldn't even use it all. More importantly, if they ever ran into enemies, Chief Han Feng would send his warriors to help protect them after. Everyone crashed for a day at the Bian tribe. The Han tribe's patrol finally showed up with news that other tribes wanted to trade with Han Feng for salt. That night, Han Feng called a meeting with all the high-ranking chiefs to talk about this whole situation. Big Mouse was the first to speak up. He figured they could keep trading people for salt. After all, the tribe had planted a ton of rice this year, and feeding another 200 or 300 people wouldn't be a problem. But as soon as he said that, the elder and Shaman Mouse shot him down. The elder said worriedly, "This year, the tribe's already got a lot of new members. Everyone's busy building houses and raising people. Plus, winter is coming, and the tribe's livestock reserves are running low. If we keep growing our population, I'm afraid we won't have enough animals to get by." So they suggested using the white salt to trade for livestock instead. Han Feng listened, as they argued, sitting there silently deep in thought. After a bit, Big Mouse waved a hand in front of Han Feng's face. "Chief, what are you thinking about? So are we going to keep trading people for salt or not?" Han Feng finally snapped out of it. "I've thought this through. For now, we're not trading people for salt anymore. Haven't you guys noticed? This time they all grouped up to come here. We have to be careful. What if we keep trading people for salt and it pisses off the other tribes? What if they all team up and attack us? That'd be a huge pain in the ass. So it's better to just use the white salt to trade for other stuff." Like the elder said, livestock is a good call. Everyone heard Han Feng's breakdown and thought it made sense, nodding in agreement. But right after they nodded, they saw Han Feng lost in thought again. Big Mouse couldn't take it and asked again, "Chief, what are you thinking about now? Is there something even more important?" Han Feng looked up, his eyes firm as he looked at everyone. "I'm planning to release the method for farming and share our seeds, so the tribes that come for salt can grow their own food." The second he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. "Share our tech with other tribes. Isn't that just creating our own competition?" But Han Feng just smiled and laid out his thoughts. "On this huge piece of land, the Han tribe might have some advantages right now, but if we really want to be the top dogs, we can't just think about ourselves. Once we spread our farming techniques, the agricultural tribes will grow like crazy. Then wherever food is grown, people will remember the Han tribe. They'll know that the Han tribe has a chief who's basically a god. Besides, even if other tribes learn how to farm, they're just clearing the land for us. The Han tribe has advanced metalworking techniques, and we've got armor and longswords. Facing off against tribes that just learned to farm, they're not even in our league." These words from Han Feng left Big Mouse, the elder, and Shaman Mouse completely stunned. This was the first time they'd ever heard Han Feng be so blunt about his ambition to conquer the continent. A fire lit up inside Big Mouse. He felt like if the tribe, Han, could actually pull off this grand ambition, it would be an incredible honor. But Shaman Mouse and the elder were more about steady growth for the tribe. They felt that as long as they could lead their people to a better life, that was enough for them. They weren't totally on board with Han Feng's idea, but Han Feng had a way to win over these two old guys. He told them seriously, "The Han tribe is so strong it makes others jealous. We can't just kick back and enjoy it. Even if we have to conquer people later, it's only so more people can live the good life, just like us. In a way, you could say we're actually helping them. Besides, conquest doesn't have to mean using force. We can totally use other ways too. Make the Han tribe powerful. For example, through trade, to get more people, or using our culture to influence other tribes. And the next thing I'm gonna do is set up a market in the Han tribe. We'll spread Han culture through all kinds of goods. For instance, on pottery, fabrics, and tools, we'll print Han tribe pictures and script. That way, when people from other tribes buy our stuff, they'll constantly be exposed to Han culture in their daily lives, and the Han tribe will be burned into their minds. That way, when we give them a chance to join us, who knows, they might just come willingly." The two old men listened to Han Feng's explanation. Even though they didn't totally get it, they felt like this could be good for the Han tribe. So just like that, everything was decided. Afterwards, Han Feng told the warriors from the patrol, team to head back and give them the answer. He told them to bring those people to the Han tribe tomorrow, and he'd talk to them himself. By noon the next day, the news had reached the Bian tribe. The warrior from the patrol team delivered Han Feng's message agreeing to trade with them again, and making it clear they didn't need to trade people. On top of that, the Han tribe was also going to teach them a new way to get food. Anyone who wanted to learn was welcome. This news made the tribesmen ecstatic. They immediately followed the patrol warriors and headed for the Han tribe. After a tough day on the road, the group of allied tribes finally made it to the Han tribe. They arrived right at noon. At that moment, the Han tribe was busy harvesting peanuts, which was the perfect chance to show these guys the results of their farming. These more than 100 people were led straight to the main road east of the settlement. All they could see on both sides of the road were endless rice paddies. Near the riverbank, there was also another field ready for harvest. In the rice fields, tons of people were planting rice seedlings. The work had been going on for a few days, but finishing up nearly 1,000 acres of fields wasn't exactly a walk in the park. The tribesman Han was bent over carefully planting young rice seedlings one by one in the field. This whole scene had over 100 people on the main road scratching their heads totally confused. A dude from the Yi tribe couldn't help but ask the guy next to him, "What are they even doing? Why aren't they hunting or gathering, just sticking some grass in the water?" The other guy just shook his head, totally lost. "I don't know either. I was wondering, why'd they drag us all the way out here and not trade the white salt yet?" A little while later, the whole crowd started murmuring. Some were complaining, others were just curious, and a few were watching every move, trying to piece it all together. Right then, a loud clap echoed out, making everyone look up. Han Feng, rocking a bronze hat, was walking over with 2 elders and more than a dozen young guys. These young dudes were the ones bought from other tribes during the spring festival, and now Han Feng had them working as temporary translators. The second everyone saw Han Feng, the crowd went dead silent, all eyes fixed on the young chief. Han Feng cracked a smile, his eyes scanning the crowd before he spoke slowly. "I know you're all here to trade for white salt. Don't worry, the Han tribe has plenty to go around for. Everyone, no need to rush. Someone will take you to get your salt in a little bit. But I'm guessing you're all wondering why I brought you here and what my Han tribesmen are up to." After saying that, Han Feng glanced at the translators behind him, giving them a nod to repeat his words. The moment they did, that crowd of over 100 people started murmuring again, throwing out wild guesses about what the Han tribe was up to. Their curiosity was totally sparked. Once he saw the translators were done, Han Feng raised a hand to quiet the crowd. He went on, "Some of you might have already guessed it. They're getting food too. We're planting seeds from stuff we can eat into the ground. We wait for them to grow big and strong, and then they give us fruit. That's our food." Han Feng's words hit the crowd like a rock dropped in a still pond, immediately sending ripples of chatter through everyone. They were all shocked, talking amongst themselves. For them, this method of getting food was something they'd never even heard of. As far as they knew, you either hunted or you gathered. Was there really some other crazy way to get food like this? If it was for real, didn't that mean you could just grow as much food as you wanted to eat? From now on, they would no longer have to worry about starving ever again. Could this be the secret food technique the Han tribe was going to teach them? Han Feng saw their shocked expressions and just smiled. "You guys probably find this hard to believe or don't think it's even possible. That's why I brought you all here to see it with your own eyes. Next up, someone's going to take you to see our Han tribe's peanut field. That's another kind of food. Source: seeing is believing." After that, Han Feng led the group toward the peanut fields. The peanut leaves had already turned a withered yellow, which meant it was the perfect time to harvest. You could see the tribesmen ready to harvest, all lined up in neat rows. They walked along the mounds, bending down and pulling up the plants. Plump peanuts came right out of the dirt and were laid out neatly on the mounds to dry out. Normally, these peanuts had to be sun-dried for 2 days before being taken to the square for shelling or left to dry out all the way. That crowd of over 100 people followed the harvest crew led by their translators. They couldn't take their eyes off the freshly dug-up peanuts, their faces filled with curiosity. Some guys even bent down and picked up a few of the fresh peanuts, cracked them open and popped them in their mouths to try. After tasting them, they immediately started grilling their translators. "So this peanut thing, how exactly do you grow it? How long till you can harvest it, and how much do you get? From one harvest, is it enough to feed a lot of people?" The translators didn't hide anything, explaining exactly how to grow peanuts and how long it takes. But as for how much you could actually harvest, or how many people it could feed, they didn't really know. But they did know that Chief Han Feng said peanuts weren't the Han tribe's main food source. Their staple was paddy rice. The rice you get from it is delicious and super filling. It's the Han tribe's favorite grub. "Paddy rice, isn't that just that grass they were planting in the water?" a guy from the Jade tribe asked, looking skeptical. "Yep, that's the one. That's the paddy rice. Right now, they've only got a few leaves. When they're all grown up, they'll produce grains. After you dry and husk those grains, you get rice. The rice itself is super hard, so you've got to cook it to eat it," the Jade tribe's translator patiently explained. "So how long does this rice take to grow? Do you get as much as peanuts?" "The rice grows super fast. From the time you plant the seed until harvest, it only takes about 3 months, 100 days tops. Plus, you get a ton of it. Just the rice from a single plant is enough to fill one person up for a meal. On top of that, you can grow rice a year. At least 2 times. This year, our Han tribe already brought in 1 harvest. We're planting the second crop now, and we'll harvest it in the first month of fall. The rice we get is enough to feed the entire tribe, all through the winter. Hearing this, everyone started nodding. Most of them had already decided in their heads that they had to bring this farming tech back to their own tribes to fix their food situation. After the tour, Han Feng had Big Rat handle the white salt trade for them. The Han tribe ended up with a solid haul of animal pelts. That evening at dinner, the Han tribe cooked up a light red porridge with the fresh peanuts and rice to treat their guests from distant lands. The Han tribe's people themselves ate the peanut and rice porridge too, along with some delicious fresh fish and meat. Little 2- and 3-year-old kids had their mouths wide open waiting for their moms to spoon-feed them. The whole tribe was filled with a warm and harmonious vibe. So this stuff is made from that rice and peanuts. You just cook it with water into a porridge like this. Damn, this is actually really tasty. Why didn't I think to trade for this with the Han tribe before? It's too late for regrets now, huh? A member of the tattooed tribe told his kinsmen who were sold to the Han tribe during the spring festival, "You guys are so damn lucky you got traded to the Han tribe. We get to eat awesome food like this every day and never have to worry about starving. Hehehe, you bet I'm living the good life in the Han tribe now. Never gotta worry about going hungry. Plus it won't be long before we'll be wearing clothes made of linen." People from all the different tribes gathered here, hyped up and swapping stories about what they'd been through, all buzzing about the sweet life in the Han tribe. Just then, Han Feng stepped out, clapping his hands to get everyone's attention. He knew it was time to announce the establishment of the market. Right now, folks from different tribes were gathered here, hyped up and swapping stories about their experiences. All the trading tribes were totally in awe of the Han tribe's lifestyle. Just then, Han Feng came out and clapped his hands, and right away all eyes were on him. Everybody knew he was about to drop some news. Han Feng announced his plan to set up a market for the Han tribe, and the schedule would be the first 7 days of every month. Trade items would no longer be restricted to just animal hides and people. Basically, if the Han tribe didn't have it, you could bring it to trade. Hearing this, the trading parties from the various tribes were overjoyed. From now on, they wouldn't have to stress about what to trade. Plus, no matter how far away they were from the Han tribe, they'd have enough time to get there for the market. On top of that, Han Feng also announced he'd be giving out free seeds to everybody. He also promised to help them out with any issues they ran into with farming. Some farm tools could even be bartered for with other items. These words from Han Feng totally put everyone's minds at ease. They all got up at once and bowed to Han Feng, showing their deep gratitude to the Han tribe. The next day, the trading parties from the tribes came to the Han tribe to get their seeds. Each person also got a couple of pounds of rice before hitting the road. They were all in a hurry to get back to their own tribes, eager to bring these seeds home. You gotta understand, this stuff was enough to change the fate of every single tribe. That afternoon, the salt mine sent over another boat of iron ore. After half a month of non-stop shipping, this was the 7th delivery. Each shipment carried about 10 tons. Right now, the Han tribe's iron ore reserves were pushing nearly 100 tons. If they smelted all this ore into steel, they'd get dozens of tons, which was enough for the Han tribe to use for a long time. Han Feng immediately told the 4 warriors escorting the boat to bring back one more shipment of iron ore on their return trip. After that, the crew at the mine could pull back and link up with DeFook's team to quickly bring the herd back. On top of that, all operations in the north would be shut down for the year so everyone could chill in the tribe and prep for winter. Hearing this, the 4 warriors steering the boat were ecstatic. They were obviously looking forward to going home and seeing their families. 3 days later, Hoya Do got back to the tribe and reported to Han Feng that they'd captured 329 wild horses. The whole Han tribe erupted in celebration. With over 300 new draft animals, the Han tribe could expand their farmland even more, which was a huge boost for the tribe's growth. Meanwhile, the tribes that had just traded with the Han tribe were also celebrating. Over in the Nia tribe, a community of more than 400 people who mostly lived by fishing, Chief Nia and Elder Nia were digging into this new dish of rice. Even though it was just plain white rice, the 2 of them were chowing down like it was the best thing ever. The white-haired elder chewed his rice and thought to himself, "Damn, Chief Han is incredibly generous, sharing such a priceless technique with other tribes." Chief Nia, on the other hand, was already scheming up a farming plan. His tribe was close to water, so they had to clear land and plant the seeds ASAP, trying to squeeze in a harvest before winter hit. He also had to get people to gather more stuff and hit up the Han tribe's market to trade for more pottery. After all, their tribe was still running low on pots and bowls. Meanwhile, the other tribes were in the same boat. Everyone wanted to grab this chance to change their tribe's fate. But not every tribe had it as good as the Naya tribe. So to make it work and farm successfully, some tribes began scouting for better spots nearby. A few even decided to pack up and move to a whole new location. The next few days were a blur of activity for all the tribes. Some tribes were busy relocating, searching for fertile soil. Others were already out there plowing the fields. They dug with everything they had, like they weren't just turning over earth but digging up hope for the future. Then there were the tribes that started gathering stuff the Han tribe wanted, like animal hides, exotic plants, live animals, rare gems, herbs, you name it. They carefully collected all this, waiting for the first market of the month to trade for the supplies they needed. Han Feng wasn't slacking off either. He was brainstorming what kind of goods to sell, and also how to brand them with the Han tribe's unique mark, so that Han culture would spread with their products. He had his people craft bronze branding irons with characters carved into them. All the wooden barrels set for sale were stamped with "Made by the Great Han," so whenever anyone saw it, they'd instantly know it was a Han tribe product. Han Feng also upgraded other products. Since the Han tribe had already figured out how to make a foot-powered spinning machine and mastered flywheel tech, Han Feng got an idea. He instructed the carpenters to quickly whip up a new gadget, a potter's wheel. This wheel had a small flywheel, a crankshaft drive, and a foot pedal underneath. All you had to do was sit down and pump the pedal with your foot, and the wheel would spin on its own, ready for you to start shaping the pottery. With this new potter's wheel, the Han tribe's pottery game leveled up big time. Not only did it speed up the process, but it also made the pottery look way better and more intricate. But Han Feng didn't invent the potter's wheel just to make prettier pots. His endgame was to print words and paint designs on them. The process was actually pretty straightforward. You just had to coat the semi-dry pottery with a layer of glaze. White glaze was the easiest to whip up. You just had to mix kaolin clay with water, stir it till it was a bit thick, and that was it. Then you pour the glaze into a tub and gently roll the semi-dry pottery in it to get a white glazed piece. Once that dried, you'd fire it in the kiln to get pure white porcelain. Making other colored glazes was a similar deal. You just had to switch up the ingredients. Just like that, the Han tribe's pottery became way more diverse and rich, totally different from what they had before. Finally, he used red glaze to stamp "Made by the Great Han" on the bottom of the bowls, and added some blessings like favorable winds and timely rains year after year. Every time you ate, seeing these characters would remind everyone of the Han tribe. Han Feng also made sure to print Han characters on both sides of the food sacks using juice from the Hong Tao plant. Right now, pottery, water containers, and sacks were the Han tribe's 3 best-selling items, stuff that other tribes would definitely buy when they came to the market. In a little while, the variety of goods from the Han tribe would get even more diverse. Iron pots and iron farming tools would start popping up on the market one by one. The Han tribe's culture would slowly spread, and later on Yufu could take these goods to sell in places even farther away. While Han Feng was busy, the team led by Dali Yufu and Ying Rui also returned. At this point, aside from Da Shu, who was still mining at North Bao Mountain, pretty much all of the Han tribe's forces were gathered at the settlement. The tribe's construction projects were still underway. After a few months of grinding, 2 residential areas were finished with a total of 198 houses. Even though only the basic frames were up, and the windows weren't installed yet, it was summer, so it didn't really mess with daily life. Han Feng immediately ordered the families with young kids to move in first. Everyone else would get a place once more houses were built. Time flew by, and by the end of the 2nd month of summer, the Han tribe had its first batch of goods ready to sell. Han Feng watched over the goods, totally hyped for the first customers to show up at the market. He waited for 2 days, but not a single tribe came. Han Feng was a little bummed out, but he tried to cheer himself up, thinking maybe the other tribes had just gotten the seeds and were busy clearing land and planting, so they hadn't had time to come yet. But some of his tribesmen weren't as patient as Han Feng. They were all sulking and bummed out, feeling like all the tribe's hard work over the past months had gone down the drain. On the 3rd day, a few figures finally appeared in the distance. Han Feng instantly got excited and sent someone to check it out. Before long, that tribesman came running back all hyped up and reported, "Chief, people from the other tribes are here, and this time there are almost 300 of them." Han Feng was ecstatic, but kept a cool expression as he got ready to welcome his guests. He had to make them feel the warmth and sincerity of the Han tribe. As everyone got closer, Han Feng saw familiar faces from the other tribes. The weight on his shoulders was finally lifted. His plan had finally taken its first successful step. Big Rat did as Han Feng said, taking a few tribesmen to greet the guests at the market gate and lead them to the sales area. The people from the other tribes looked at the exquisite pottery, handy water buckets, and sacks with characters printed on them, and their eyes lit up with amazement and admiration. They never imagined this stuff could be made so beautifully. Look at the characters on the pottery. They're gorgeous. They even have colorful patterns. These must be crazy expensive. A tribesman from the Snake tribe whispered to the guy next to him. Big Rat just laughed and said, "These are all made by our Han tribe. Our chief said that as long as you need something, you can trade your own stuff for it. We brought a ton of good things this time. Everyone take your time and pick what you like." The crowd swarmed in and started picking out the items they wanted. Big Head was busy haggling with them based on the standards Han Feng had set. 5 medium-sized animal hides could get you 1 white porcelain bowl. When a tribesman from the Pit tribe heard that, even though he was a little hesitant, he still gritted his teeth and traded for a few. Just as the market was getting lively, a loud argument suddenly broke out at a nearby stall. Turns out one of the Han tribesmen was beefing with a guy from another tribe. The dude wanted to trade 1 deer hide for 2 clay pots, and also wanted to use deer antlers to trade for a white porcelain bowl. Our guy thought it was a ripoff, so the two of them got into a heated argument. Finally, the tribesman got pissed and ran off to find Han Feng to snitch. After hearing the story, Han Feng got suspicious. How could there be over 100 identical deer hides? Something seemed fishy. It wasn't until he saw the hides and antlers for himself that Han Feng's eyes lit up. Those weren't from deer. They were from antelopes. Plus, looking at the expert skinning technique and how flawless the hides were, Han Feng could tell for sure that these antelopes were domesticated, not wild. After a closer look, Han Feng was thrilled. These were Saiga antelopes. What a jackpot. If they could raise these, the Han tribe would have more meat than they could eat. Han Feng cleared his throat and said to the traders, "Your animal hides are seriously top-notch, not a single hole in them. Because of that, I can give you a better deal. 2 animal hides for 3 clay pots and a pair of antelope horns for 1 porcelain bowl. However, I have one condition. Next time you have to bring me 100 live antelopes. They have to be males between 2 and 3 years old. If you can't do that, then the Han tribe won't do business with you anymore." The guy on the other side was stunned. He stammered that he couldn't make that call himself. His chief had to be the one to agree. Han Feng didn't push him, just waved his hand to let his tribesmen make the trade at the price they'd agreed on. At this market fair, besides the Horn tribe, a bunch of other tribes showed up to trade. The Sickle tribe brought, Flint the Snake tribe brought some herbs and a weird-looking root. Han Feng thought to himself that this stuff would be perfect for making pickles later on. The Thorn tribe's golden thread vine, the Jade tribe's red sugar, the Herd tribe's animal sinew, the Mushroom tribe's anesthetic shrooms, the Mia tribe's fish skin. The Han tribe bought it all. Han Feng even bought 2 people who were good at painting from the Wen tribe to come work in the pottery department. He even gave them names Wenhua and Wenyan. The market fair was supposed to last for 7 days. But since some tribes showed up late, it only really went on for 2 days. Even after the fair officially ended, there were still tribes showing up to trade. Some of the smaller tribes even heard that the Han tribe was growing rice and traveled a long way just to ask to learn the techniques and get some seeds. Han Feng agreed to it all. Half a month later, the bricks. The integration of the fire tribe was complete. Han Feng began planning the design and construction of a new type of metal smelting furnace. Although the construction process was super complex and progress was slow, Han Feng knew that quality was everything, so they had to be slow and careful. At the start of the 4th month of summer, the Han tribe excitedly held its second market fair. This time, many tribes came because they wanted to learn the techniques for wet rice farming, like the Fork tribe. They lived near a river with natural conditions perfect for growing wet rice. Their cultivation area was also the largest, and they had already finished planting. The other tribes were also working around the clock. However, the big surprise was that the Horn tribe didn't show up. This really pissed off the high-ranking leaders of the Han tribe. The hot-headed big rat wanted to lead his men to go snatch the Saiga antelopes, but Han Feng thought they should just wait and see. At this market fair, Han Feng made another new discovery. Some of the smaller tribes brought wild honey, all of which was top-notch stuff. Han Feng immediately bought it all at a high price. In addition, there were lufus radishes, tomatoes, yard-long beans, and many other vegetables. Han Feng's eyes lit up when he saw them, and he bought everything at a high price, not forgetting to place an order for seeds, so the Han tribe could grow these things later. Back in the Horn tribe, when Chief Yuan saw the exquisite pottery and precious white salt, he was overjoyed, but his happiness didn't last long. When he heard from the trading party that the Han tribe wanted 100 live Saiga antelopes, the smile on his face vanished instantly. These antelopes were the tribe's treasure. If they refused, they feared the Han tribe would stop selling them white salt in the future. So he hurriedly called the shaman to discuss it. In the end, they still decided to give the antelopes to the Han tribe, but just this once. From now on, they would only use animal hides for trade. After that, the Horn tribe urgently prepared for half a month gathering and drying hay and tying it into bundles. They also carefully selected 4 adult warriors to escort the 100 antelopes. To avoid being spotted, they deliberately chose a different time from the other tribes' market fairs, taking narrow, less-traveled paths as they carefully advanced toward the Han tribe. At this time, under Han Feng's arrangement, the Han tribe was busy with a census and reorganizing families. The women of the Fire tribe were paired with the men of the Han tribe. The disabled and infertile women were also assigned suitable jobs so that everyone could have a stable life. After finishing the housing, the workers moved on to building public facilities like warehouses in the storage area and pens in the livestock area. Building the warehouses was no simple task. In an area with 360-foot sides, they needed to build 12 warehouses. With such a wide span, they had to erect brick pillars in the middle to support the roof. Han Feng racked his brain to design a detailed construction process. At the same time, he invented a new tool, a ramming cart. With the ramming cart, the speed of laying the foundation was much faster. Just as the foundation was completed, the escort team from the Horn tribe arrived with the antelopes. Han Feng heard the news and rushed out to see. When he saw the prancing Saiga antelopes, the weight in his heart was finally lifted. He was secretly glad his guess had been right. The men from the Horn tribe stepped forward and said that since the antelopes were live, the price had to be a bit higher. One lead antelope had to be exchanged for 5 clay pots or 5 large bowls of white salt. Han Feng thought for a moment, found it reasonable, and nodded in agreement. Since there were only a few of them, carrying many clay pots was inconvenient, so they mostly traded for bowls and white salt, taking only a few pots. After the trade was done, the people of the Horn tribe returned with their goods. The Han tribe continued its construction, handing over the antelopes to the clansmen specializing in animal husbandry. Time flew by, and in a flash, it was autumn. The Han tribe's third market fair began, but this time the trade volume dropped significantly. Han Feng knew everyone was busy stockpiling food for the winter, so he enthusiastically taught the tribes how to make salted meat. As a result, the tribes started buying white salt in large quantities again. At the same time, the Han tribe's pottery industry was also adjusted, shifting to low-volume, high-quality production. They began crafting more exquisite products. After all, the 2 artists Han Feng had acquired weren't just for show. He had to let them put their skills to use. The hemp fields of the Bayan tribe, spanning over 2,000 acres, had been harvested 4 times this year. Han Feng, considering long-term development, told them to stop harvesting for now and wait for the hemp seeds to ripen. Because of this, the Bayan tribe also moved to the Han tribe. It was also at this time that Yufu, the guy who could never sit still, came to Han Feng saying he had an idea and wanted Han Feng to make the call. Just then, Dufu, that guy who can never sit still, hit up Han Feng. He wanted to lead a team and start a trade caravan to haul their leftover pottery and white salt over to the eastern shore for a trip. His plan was to eventually set up a market fair on the eastern shore twice a month, once at the start and once at the end. That way, the Han tribe's culture could spread far and wide. Plus, it was autumn now and some edible fruits were ripe. Who knows? Maybe this trip they could even bring back some vegetables or seeds from the eastern shore. Han Feng thought it over for a second and gave Dufu the green light to take 40 male tribesmen 2 ox carts loaded with salt and pottery. On top of that, everyone got their own mount, so they could explore even farther out. The only rule was to be back before winter hit. This crew also had a few special members, 2 of whom were teenagers from the Old Bald tribe whose Han language and writing skills were top-notch. There were also 2 teens from the Eagle tribe, and they even brought along their giant eagle Achuka. With these 4 on board, even if the crew traveled super far, they could use the eagle to send messages back. Dufu was stoked with Han Feng's setup and quickly led the expedition team out. Meanwhile, Han Feng still had to oversee the construction of the city walls. The most critical project at the moment was building the warehouse. At first, with so many hands on deck, progress was lightning fast, but then as the walls got taller, the pace started to drag. So Han Feng told the carpentry crew to drop everything and spend 2 days knocking out some pulleys. As soon as they were done, they were handed over to the construction team. With the pulleys, the construction speed for the warehouse shot up big time. Finally, when there was only a week left in the month, the warehouse was finally done. It was massive and spacious, covering up to 600 square meters. This project gave them a ton of valuable experience for building multi-story structures down the road. When the first month of autumn wrapped up, the scorching summer heat finally started to fade. The early mornings and late nights were getting a little chilly. Han Feng became the first person in the tribe to rock some woolen clothes. He wore pants and a cross-collared robe made of wool, with the hem reaching his knees. On his feet were a pair of short leather boots, making him look super sharp. But not everyone could dress like that. After the Weaver tribe joined, they went all in on weaving cloth, but the number of looms was limited, so jute and wool fabrics weren't common yet. Only a few of the top brass in the tribe got to score a set of these clothes. The rest of the fabric was reserved for newborns. But luckily, the tribe wasn't short on animal hides, so nobody was worried about getting cold. Before long, it was time for the Han tribe's market fair again. The tribes who'd gotten the rice seeds came back to learn more, while smaller tribes brought vegetable seeds to trade for pottery and white salt. Since the city walls still weren't finished, everything happening inside the Han settlement was on full display for them. They'd seen the Han tribe's tidy brick houses from a distance before and were super impressed, but this time the sudden appearance of the massive warehouse blew their minds. They couldn't believe their eyes, wondering how in the world such a huge building could even be built. Plus, they could only imagine how warm it would be inside during the winter. But the leader of the visiting group didn't forget his main mission. He heard the Han tribe's rice was ripe, and he needed to hurry up and learn their harvesting techniques. By this point, the paddies had been drained, and the fields were left to dry for about 4 to 8 days. The ground was now dry and firm. The rice stalks were still a yellowish green, but the heads of grain had turned a brilliant golden yellow. All the visiting trade teams were taken down to the fields to get a close-up look at how the Han tribe harvested rice. Han Feng even let them try their hand at cutting a section with sickles. This wasn't about getting free labor. It was mainly so they could learn how to use the sickle's proper harvesting techniques and a few key pointers. Over the next few days, anyone willing to help out in the fields was given food by the Han tribe. During the 7-day market fair, they learned how to reap, thresh, dry the grain, mill the rice, and even how to bag it and store it. On the last day of the fair, everyone even got to taste the new rice. Thanks to this, they got a complete rundown of the entire rice harvesting process. At this particular market fair, the hottest selling item was sacks, followed by white salt, and then the metal sickles. One sickle went for 2 large animal hides. The other tribes thought it was a bit steep, but since they needed them to harvest their rice, they had to bite the bullet and buy a few. After the 7-day market, the Han tribe's rice was all dried and stored in the warehouse. The harvest from over 800 acres of fields yielded enough food to feed the entire tribe all winter long. On top of that, the Han tribe still had meat reserves. Sure, their livestock farming was still in its early days. The pigs and saiga antelopes weren't ready for slaughter, and the cattle were needed for plowing. But their flock of over 1,000 red-tailed chickens provided a steady supply of eggs, and the rabbits could also supply some meat. And there was more good news. That species of sea fish Han Feng had seen before the one that swims upstream to spawn had shown up again. Right now, aside from the construction crew that was building the livestock pens, most people were free. So Han Feng moved some people over to the fishing team to ramp up the catch and stockpile more meat for the long winter ahead. Han Feng started putting 2 and 2 together. The huge schools of fish migrating upstream meant they had to be super close to the sea. Being near the ocean had a ton of perks like abundant marine resources. If the Han tribe could expand all the way to the coast for starters, they'd never have to worry about their salt supply again. Plus, as the tribe grew stronger, if they ever ran short on food, they could just build boats and go fishing in the great big ocean for an endless supply of resources. They could even develop maritime trade, which would make the Han tribe richer and richer. The only question was how far Du Fu's expedition would get this time, and whether they'd actually find the sea. Still, he didn't get his hopes up too high. The work of building the tribe had to go on. He got started on planning the livestock area, intending to build it to the same high standards as the warehouse, just on a smaller scale. He wasn't planning on building separate rabbit hutches. Right now, the Han tribe had a better goat breed, the antelope. Once the goat herd was big enough, the rabbits would definitely be phased out. It wasn't that they'd stop raising rabbits altogether, it was just that they would be distributed to the families for them to raise on their own as a supplemental food source. With winter just 2 months away, he ordered the construction team to build at least 2 livestock enclosures. This was the bare minimum. The Han tribe's 300 horses definitely needed their own enclosure. The cows, deer, goats, pigs, camels, and alpacas were still few in number, so they could be temporarily penned together. As for the rabbits, they'd be butchered before winter arrived. A batch would be butchered, and the rest would be given to the families, so no separate hutches were needed. After getting that sorted, Han Feng pushed forward with building the blast furnace, preparing the smelting materials, and stockpiling ore and charcoal, along with auxiliary equipment like hoists and cranes. Since this was a top-loading blast furnace, they needed a way to haul massive amounts of raw materials up high real quick. Luckily from before. When they built the warehouses, the Han tribe had already mastered the relevant techniques. They were pros at making large wooden frames and labor-saving pulleys, so crafting this new equipment wasn't too tough. However, all this stuff was going to be used for heavy-duty iron smelting, so Han Feng ordered them to make thicker ropes and all-metal pulleys. It's just that they didn't have iron chains yet. Iron chains would have been way better. The days flew by. Construction projects were still being rushed. In the middle of the 2nd month of fall, Dupuk's crew arrived at the Lu tribe. This was the same tribe that raised spotted pigs, the one Dupuk had traded with for a few dozen pigs last time. He'd traded pottery and white salt for the pigs. Time passed, and the white salt supply was dwindling fast. Last time Dupuk said he'd be back soon, but months went by and he was a no-show. The Lu chieftain, whose name was Ku, was getting super anxious. He watched for Dupuk's arrival every single day. Just when they were about to lose all hope, Dupuk suddenly showed up in the Lu tribe's territory. A tribesman scrambled to report the news to Chieftain Ku, saying that this time Dupuk's crew had brought 2 big carts, and what's more, they were all riding beasts, and there wasn't a single woman among them. Hearing this, Ku shot up to his feet, totally hyped. Quick, take me to them. I wonder how much salt they brought this time. If they leave this time, they probably won't be back for the rest of the year. After a short walk, Ku spotted Dupuk on his horse. You guys are finally here. We're almost completely out of white salt. If you hadn't shown up, I don't know how we would have survived. Dupuk just laughed and told Ku that he brought plenty of salt this time, more than enough for the trade. However, he explained that he was now part of the powerful Han tribe, and on his chieftain's orders, this would probably be his last visit. Hearing that, Ku immediately started to worry. If you're not coming back, how are we supposed to trade for stuff from now on? Dupuk quickly explained. Our chieftain said that from now on we'll be holding regular market fairs at the Han tribe's settlement. If you want to trade for goods, you can just come there yourselves. Then he went into the details about the trading and the location of the Han tribe. Ku finally felt a little relieved after hearing that. Then the 2 of them negotiated the trade. The Lu tribe agreed to trade another 60 pigs for more pottery and white salt. Dupuk didn't agree on the spot since he had to travel further south. He said he'd swing back by to pick up the 60 pigs on his way back. Chieftain Ku was cool with that, but he was a little curious where else Dupuk was going and when he'd be back. Dupuk promised he'd be back within a month, but he wasn't sure what other tribes lay to the south. Chieftain Ku didn't know either, but he remembered hearing from the tribe's late elders that their tribe had migrated from the south a very long time ago. They said that down there was a place of vast, endless water. Dupuk's interest was instantly piqued. His gut was telling him that this place of endless water definitely had a lot of people. If he could get there, he was sure to make a huge score. Thinking this, Dupuk left some pottery and white salt with the Lu tribe as a deposit and led his crew to continue south. They didn't have much time. They'd already been on the road for nearly a month and had to be back in half a month tops. Time was short and the mission was heavy. For the next few days, Dupuk's team barely took any breaks, pushing straight south. Along the way, they came across several tribes, but because they were a group of strong men, all riding beasts, the other tribes were terrified and stayed far away. Nobody dared to even try to talk to them. Luckily, this intimidating crew just kept moving, which let the local tribes breathe a huge sigh of relief. Just like that, they sped onward. And finally, 11 days after leaving the Lu tribe, they came to the end of the path. But the end of the line wasn't an ocean or a massive lake. It was a cliff face. The cliff was less than 170 feet high, but super steep. From the top, they could clearly see a massive grassland. On it, countless herds of cattle, goats, horses, and deer were grazing. To the east, there was an enormous lake. The water reflected the blue sky and white clouds, making the lake itself look like a piece of the sky. On the lake's surface were tons of water birds. There were giant geese, grayish-blue wild ducks with wingspans of about 3 feet, and even slender, long-legged cranes. All these birds were feasting on the fish that were migrating upstream to spawn. Just then, 2 giant Achuca eagles cried out high in the sky. Dupuk tore his eyes away from the view and told his crew, "All right, we're camping here for the night. Tomorrow we find a way down." The next day, with the 2 eagles leading the way, Dupuk found a valley to the west of the cliff about 40 miles away. From there, they could head south and finally reach the Great Grassland. It took them a full day to get to the grassland. The entire crew stayed on their mounts on high alert for any danger. Dupuk even gave the order that if things went south, they were to ditch the ox carts and the cargo and just run for it. He was planning for the absolute worst. By late afternoon, they ran into a nomadic tribe, the Tien Duong tribe. This tribe had about 500 people and lived mostly by herding livestock. When they first encountered the women of the tribe, the Tien Yang tribe was out collecting horse manure in baskets. Once it's dried, they can use it as fuel for the winter. Meanwhile, the men were riding around on horseback patrolling the livestock area. Each of them carried a short bow and over a dozen janky arrows. These guys all rocked, 2 braids went shirtless and just had a piece of animal hide or rough wool wrapped around their waists. Just as Du Fu led his crew closer, a dozen or so fierce sheepdogs charged out, baring their teeth and barking up a storm, warning the strangers not to get any closer. Real quick, the warriors patrolling the area spotted them. They galloped over, knocking arrows from about 50 to 60 meters away to face off against Du Fu's group. A warrior from the Tianyang tribe yelled out to Du Fu, "Who the hell are you guys? And what tribe are you from? What do you want here?" But the 2 sides were pretty far apart, with a dozen dogs barking like crazy in between. And they didn't even speak the same language, so they couldn't communicate at all. Du Fu hopped off his horse and tried to step forward a bit, raising his hands to show he wasn't armed. But the Tianyang warrior was super wary and fired an arrow right at Du Fu's feet, warning him not to get any closer. Luckily, Du Fu had plenty of experience dealing with different tribes. He immediately told his men to get off their horses, drop their weapons, and pull out a few big clay pots for them to see. His tribesmen quickly dismounted. 5 of them held up 5 big clay pots and moved up to stand next to Du Fu. Du Fu kept yelling at the other party, "Hey friends, we're here to trade stuff. You guys want these clay pots? Or not, if you don't, we'll just leave." As he said this, he pointed to the clay pots. Hearing this, the Tianyang warrior's eyes immediately lit up. The red clay pots, glazed with white or dark red, sparkled under the setting sun. Even though they'd never seen anything like them, one look was all it took to know these things were treasures. The Tianyang warrior reacted instantly, yelling to stop the pack of sheepdogs. He rode his big yellow horse and charged toward Du Fu, finally stopping right in front of them. A young guy who looked like the captain got off his horse, ready to talk with Du Fu. Du Fu grinned and pulled a snakeskin water pouch from his belt, pouring a little water into a clay pot. The water sloshed around inside but didn't leak a single drop. The captain instantly got what it was for. He knew the Tianyang tribe desperately needed this kind of container. He called over one of his boys, handed him the clay pot, and told him to ride back and tell the chief. That guy took the pot, immediately spurred his horse, and galloped off toward the tribe's tent area. Before long, he found the chief Yilei over by the livestock pens. At that moment, Yilei was squatting down, helping a mare give birth. The warrior quickly reported the situation to the chief and handed him the clay pot. Yilei looked at the container in his hand, his eyes flashing with interest. "Take me to see them." After saying that, he immediately leapt onto a black horse, clamped his legs tight, and galloped north with the warrior. The whole trip took about half an hour. The sun was almost completely set. Just as Du Fu and his crew were starting to lose their patience, 2 horses, one red and one black, came galloping toward them from a distance, with 2 riders catching everyone's attention. Yilei pulled the reins, hopped off his horse, and walked over to the captain, looking at Du Fu and his people. First, he sized up their strange outfits, then he looked over at the various clay pots in their hands. He was already calculating in his head. He signaled for his tribesmen to back off, then waved for Du Fu and his crew to come closer. Du Fu quickly led his people over. Seeing that everyone listened to Yahello, he knew this was the chief. He respectfully placed a hand on his chest and bowed. Respected chief, we are a merchant caravan from the north, and we want to trade with your tribe. We'd like to use our goods to trade for your horses, cattle, and animal hides. I don't know if that's possible? After saying that, he had his tribesmen bring out a whole set of pottery from large clay pots to small porcelain bowls, and even some white salt, the most important thing of all. Then one by one, he pointed to the Tianyang tribe's horses, cattle, and goats, showing that's what he wanted to trade for. Yahello instantly understood what Du Fu meant. He didn't answer right away, but carefully checked out every single item. The fine pottery really caught Yahello's interest. He picked up a white porcelain bowl, imagining himself drinking milk from it, and his heart filled with joy. Finally, when he saw a bowl of white salt, he pointed at it, looking confused. Seeing this, Du Fu dipped a finger into the salt, popped it in his mouth, and gestured for Yahello to try some too. Just as he expected, pretty much everyone who first tastes the pure white salt from the Han tribe is instantly won over by its incredible flavor. Yahello was no exception. After a bit of talking and gesturing, Yahello figured out that Du Fu had a lot more good stuff like this, so he enthusiastically invited them to be guests at the Tianyang tribe's settlement. By this time, the sun had set in the west and it was getting dark. Du Fu decided to crash here for one night, also to get a better handle on the situation with the tribes on the prairie and see what kind of goods they needed most. That way he could bring the right stuff next time. Everyone quickly got to the tribe's settlement. In the center, where a dozen or so large tents were set up in a circle, a huge bonfire was already burning. Yahello waved his hand, and his tribesmen immediately brought out some cleaned and butchered goats, skewering them on a spit to roast over the fire. The fat, tender, fresh goat meat sizzled as the flames licked at it, giving off an amazing aroma. Du Fu also told his men to take out a few bowls of white salt and bring them to each of the fires. The girls of the Tianyang tribe curiously watched the Han merchant caravan. They laid out animal hides and gathered around the bonfire. Everyone sat right on the ground, carving up the cooked goat meat and putting it on the hides. Du Fu and Yahello sat next to each other. He even had his subordinate take out a packet of chili powder to sprinkle on the roasted goat, then added some white salt. The two of them ate like kings. Yahello was hissing from the heat of the chili, but he just couldn't stop eating. He ate and praised the food, then Yahello had his tribesmen bring out goat's milk and cow's milk to treat Du Fu. My friend Du Fu, your Han tribe's pottery is good, the white salt is good too, and the chili peppers are even better. We have to trade for a lot of this stuff. Yahello stammered out praises with his limited Han vocabulary. It's great that you like it, Chief Yahello. Don't worry, as long as your tribe has the things we need, I'm sure our trade will go off without a hitch. After that, the two started talking trade prices. Du Fu rattled off the terms. Look, for one of your draft oxen, we can trade 2 clay pots. If it's a cow, you can get 3. If you're trading goats, it's 2 goats for 1 clay pot or 1 goat for 2 large bowls. The white salt can only be traded for horses. 1 horse gets you 5 bowls of salt like this. As for other stuff like animal hides, we need those too. Buffalo horns, sinew, and hides can all be traded for pottery. In reality, he was just pulling these prices out of thin air, and he was setting them damn high. This time, Du Fu's status was different. He was now a member of the Han tribe, responsible for bringing back the most benefits for his people. Hearing Du Fu's prices, Yahello couldn't help but grimace, looking like it physically pained him. The Han tribe's stuff was definitely top-notch, but the prices were just insane. The pottery was one thing, since it wasn't a consumable item anyway. But the precious white salt could only be traded for horses. How many damn horses would it take to feed the whole tribe for a year? Just thinking about it made him cringe. My friend Du Fu, everything else is fine. It's just the white salt. If we have to trade all our horses, we can't just give you all of them. See, can we trade with buffalo and goats instead? It's not impossible, but the quantity. Horses have to make up at least 40% of the total, and they have to be adult horses. Our Han tribe really needs horses too. If not, I won't know how to explain myself to my chief when I get back. He might not even let me come out next time. And if that happens, it'll be tough for you guys to get your hands on white salt. All right, let's do it like that. We'll trade at these prices tomorrow. Yahello thought for a moment, felt it was still acceptable, and agreed. With the prices settled, dinner gradually came to an end. After a bonfire show, when it was time to sleep, Yahello gave the Han tribe's trading party 2 tents to stay in. He also called Du Fu over to sleep with him in his tent. Du Fu felt a little uneasy, but didn't want to be rude by refusing, so he reluctantly agreed. He carefully crawled under the animal hide blanket, but the next second he shot up like a spring. 2 women, completely naked, had crawled into his blanket. One was Yahello's wife, and the other was Yahello's eldest daughter.